शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue to today's sessions. Today we have a list of speakers lined up for the day, starting with Sri M.V. Krishna Rao Garu, IPS retired, former Director General of Police, Andhra Pradesh State, and also President, Pure Earth Foundation, Dr. Jayachandra Garu, and Sri Matt Perleston from USA, and Mrs. Vasanta Talya Ramarao, Probation Officer, retired, Government of Karnataka, and Dr. Kanika Vashishta from New Delhi, ex-crisis and medical consultant, DCPCR, New Delhi. And we have Sri Virendra Kumar M. Thakar, Assistant Professor from Uttarakhand. And we have Ravichandranji, Principal Consultant, HRM from Chennai, Tamil Nadu. And myself, Dr. Ravindra, moderator and coordinator for this session. So without taking much time, I would like to invite our first speaker and also special invitee for the day, Sri M.V. Krishna Rao Garu, IPS, former Director General of Police, Andhra Pradesh State, and also President, Pure Earth Foundation, to kindly set the direction for the day and invite once again, sir, for the session on environment, climate change, and over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Ravindra. It's now almost 11:20. When do you want me to end?
You have 1 hour, sir.
No. 1 hour is not necessary. I'll end at the end of half an hour. That means 11:50 I'll stop. Okay. Because there are so many interesting speakers. There is no point in my monopolizing. In any case, my knowledge on the subject is one of a beginner. I have more passion and less knowledge, whereas the other speakers certainly have a much greater depth of knowledge on environment. So with your permission, I begin. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen from all parts of the world. Just to remind you that this international webinar is on 3 topics. One is environment, second is health, and third is sustainable development. All these 3 topics are interconnected. You cannot enjoy good health unless there is good environment, because we are all products of this environment. Initially, some millions of years ago, when the average Earth's temperature was sub-zero, there was hardly any life. We humans have evolved and are able to survive because of the improvement in the environment. We also have adequate oxygen in our environment. If that gets depleted or lower, then we cannot live. And how to ensure that there is sufficient level of oxygen for us to breathe and survive, as well as how to ensure that carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases are under check. Their levels do not go up. That requires what is called sustainable development. While development is necessary, we certainly need to have manufacturing industries. We need to have many ways of producing electricity. The entire process has to be done in such a way that the environment is not harmed and we are able to sustain. Even though our population has enormously grown to more than 7 billion on this earth, that's about 700 crores for those in India, we are able to feed. But if we indiscriminately convert all the forests that we have on this earth into agricultural land just to produce more, then we may get enough food to eat, but we will not have enough oxygen to breathe. So we have to practice what is called sustainable development. As you are fully aware, 3/4 of the earth is water bodies, oceans. About 1/4 is land. And in this land, unless there are natural forests and vast stretches of good biodiversity, we will not be able to have or produce adequate quantities of oxygen. And this oxygen is necessary for all of us. And therefore, we have to remind ourselves every day, every moment, that this environment in which we live has to be not further damaged, and that is necessary for us to remain healthy. And therefore, the only way to ensure such healthy environment is to resort to sustainable development, not indiscriminate development. So, as the audiovisual has mentioned as a curtain raiser in the beginning, it's 50 years since the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, as that lady said, has come into existence. It was way back in 1972 in Sweden that the seeds were sown for the creation of United Nations Environment Program, and also to decide to have a World Environment Day. It was resolved then in 1972 in Stockholm that the 5th of June of every year shall be celebrated as the World Environment Day. And now we are in the 50th year of the decision to have the World Environment Day every year. Once again, the host country for 2022 this year happens to be, by strange coincidence, Sweden. Of course, Sweden has a very large number of environment champions. It also contributes a lot of oxygen to our environment, and it is almost a model country. And this year's theme is Only One Earth. I will amplify a little on what is this concept of only one earth. In spite of the universe around us being so vast, so many millions of planets, so many systems, including our solar system, of which Earth is a very small part. In spite of all this, life can exist only on Mother Earth. We have no other place to live. Notwithstanding our progress in trying to send various spacecrafts, whether to Moon or to Mars or to other planets, it is not possible for human beings to live on any of these planets, be it Moon or Mars, or Saturn, or Jupiter, or any other planet. Therefore, for our own survival and to ensure that we do not disappear from this earth, we have to take care of our Mother Earth. So the meaning of only one earth is we have only one home. We have only one place to live. And if we damage it deliberately by our own selfish, mindless actions, then we have no other place to go. We will perish. So this year, the central focus is on ensuring that Earth continues to remain a very livable planet for us. The main point is the need to live sustainably in harmony with nature cannot be disregarded. There is an urgent need. While we are living with all the problems of health and otherwise, there is certainly an urgent need to live sustainably in harmony with nature. If we are not in harmony with nature, we will perish, and not only we will perish, along with us, the other living creatures which share our earth, both flora and fauna, will also disappear. Therefore, while we are racing towards suicide, we should not destroy, along with us, the other living creatures on Mother Earth. The entire life, various forms of life on Earth, be it human beings or any other forms, can only be sustained by the environment. Without the environment, no form of life can exist. It is the environment which ensures that we continue to live on this planet and, if possible, live happily. So, in this context, I want to remind you that the primary motive of celebrating World Environment Day every year is to realize year after year the need and urgency. These are two important words. The need and the urgency to protect and safeguard the environment, which is unfortunately right now on the verge of ruination. If we neglect any further, we are doomed to perish. In fact, that initial audiovisual categorically said that while we have made some progress in the last 50 years in protecting the environment, the next 10 years are far more important. If the rate of damaging our environment and Mother Earth continues to be at the same as it was in the last 50 years, then we have no redemption. We will all disappear from Earth. Therefore, we have to take greater steps, greater number of steps, more serious steps to prevent global warming, the rising of the ocean levels, etc., and thus protect our environment. Therefore, we celebrate the World Environment Day on the 5th of June every year, primarily to encourage awareness among all the inhabitants of Earth and initiate action for the protection of our environment. It is true that we have in some parts of the world, and some of us have indeed initiated action. But there are still a large number of us who are indifferent and who think that it doesn't matter whether we take any action or not, the earth will continue to be habitable and livable. And therefore, on occasions like the World Environment Day, we have to keep reminding ourselves that there is a large population who have to become aware of the urgent need to protect our environment. And simultaneously, we have to increase more and more action plans to see that the environment is not further damaged. On the front of awareness, which is the primary objective of our organization, Pure Earth Foundation, of which I am the president, our main job is to increase our awareness, especially among the youngsters, students in schools and colleges, on the various aspects of the environmental damage that is being caused by us. We have to become more aware of the marine pollution. 3/4 of the earth is indeed subjected to marine pollution. Global warming, the average temperature of the earth and our environment has already gone up, I believe, by about 2 degrees. And therefore, large chunks of ice blocks in the Arctic and the Antarctic are melting. And when ice blocks melt because their density is less than 1, they will release more and more of water. And that water needs to occupy greater space. And since the available space of oceans is not sufficient for the freshly melted snow and ice, it has to lead to greater levels of the ocean, thereby submerging coastal areas. In our own India, there is a high degree of probability of coastal towns like Chennai, Mumbai, Kolkata, Cochin, etc., getting submerged. And the population living in those coastal cities will have to migrate inwards into higher grounds like the Deccan Plateau of Hyderabad, etc., where I live. That naturally adds to a lot of new problems. As it is, Hyderabad and Bangalore are overcrowded. But imagine their populations increasing by another 100% due to migration. Migration that is not voluntary, but compulsion due to rising levels of sea. And imagine a country like Bangladesh shrinking to half its existing size. Imagine a country like Maldives disappearing from the earth altogether by totally getting submerged. So we have to be very conscious of global warming and therefore focus our attention on sustainable consumption. We cannot go on consuming whatever Mother Nature has given indiscriminately. We have to leave something for our children and grandchildren. Otherwise, they will have serious problems and they will also disappear from Earth. So we have to protect our biodiversity. As it is, I am told that in India, most of the sparrows have disappeared. Whatever may be the reason, we need to have, once again, a large number of bees, butterflies, birds, etc. If they are not there, there will be no fruits, there will be no crops. And if there are no crops, or if there are no fruits and other nutrition items, then we'll have to starve to death. And of course, in that fight for food, we'll probably kill half the population with our own whatever weapons we have. And added to that, for the last 40 years, is this plastic pollution. When I was a young person, we had a lot of packing material made from paper, wood, leaves, etc. Unfortunately, now everything is plastic. And it takes not less than 500 years, even for a plastic spoon to degrade and get assimilated in Mother Earth. Do we have 500 years time? And with the use of plastic increasing in an exponential fashion, it is just not possible for us to have sustainable waste management. The waste that we are producing day after day itself will be bigger mountains than the Himalayas. So we have to be conscious of this plastic pollution and see that this is contained, controlled. Of course, right now we are presuming that the ideal way to contain plastic pollution is for us to reduce the use. If that is not possible, reuse the same plastic. If there is a plastic vessel or item or a bag, we can reuse it several times instead of buying a new one. And if that is also not possible, recycle. Fortunately, plastic can be recycled. So we do not have to increase the quantum of plastic that we are burdening our Mother Earth with. The silver lining is our own government of India is determined to eliminate all use of single-use plastic. By the end of this year, that is in the next 6 months, they will ensure that the manufacture of single-use plastic, be it straws or earbuds or plastic spoons and forks, will be banned. That is indeed a step in the right direction. And I'm sure that other governments also will definitely take a large number of steps to see that the rate of global warming slows down, that we will not be further increasing the average temperature of our environment. Of course, a lot is being done in reducing fossil fuels. Though in India and other countries, 70% of our electricity generation is through coal. We have taken a good number of steps in building and increasing our capacity to produce renewable energy, especially in the realm of solar energy. But nevertheless, it takes a long time to replace the electricity that is currently being produced in India by the use of coal with only renewable energy. It's a very long way off. Similarly, automobile pollution. Even now, 99% of all the automobiles in this world are run on petroleum products, which invariably emit a large quantity of greenhouse gases. They are very harmful, just as we were reminded in the initial audio visual that there will be large number of holes in the ozone layer. And if that ozone layer fails to protect us from harmful radiation, especially ultraviolet radiation from the sun reaching us, then we will all die. Thank God for the last few millions of years, the ozone layer has been protecting Mother Earth as some kind of an umbrella, thereby preventing the penetration of ultraviolet radiation into Earth's surface. And that is how we are able to evolve and survive. But if that protective layer of ozone disappears, then we'll all be dead and gone. It's not possible for human beings to survive or withstand that kind of radiation which comes from sun, especially in the UV band, ultraviolet band. So, though there is a small ray of hope that the electric vehicles will probably be able to replace, though slowly, most of the internal combustion engine powered vehicles. But even electricity or electric vehicles for that matter need to be charged. And when they are to be charged, naturally there will be more and more electricity that is needed to be generated. And when electricity has to be increased in the quantity, then it may not all be through solar energy or wind energy or tidal energy or hydroelectricity. Bulk of our electricity continues to come from either coal or gas or other petroleum products, which are all fossil fuels. In fact, even now, there are a few places in India where even for cooking, we are using firewood. Firewood, which is actually nothing but felling of trees and dried up. Therefore, we need to progress a lot more in reducing the automobile pollution and use of fossil fuels. If we can give up fossil fuels and migrate to safer and renewable forms of energy, then certainly there is a ray of hope for us. But as a step towards that, while we cannot immediately replace our motor vehicles, we should at least reduce their use. There is indeed no need to physically move from place to place in this era of internet connectivity, Zoom and other methods of having conferences. We should reduce our physical movement via motor vehicles. If possible, use bicycles, which are extremely environment friendly, and it also improves our health. We burn more calories, we exercise, and therefore it is indeed the right direction to have more and more of the bicycles and other harmless, environment-friendly modes of transport. The ideal one being traveling on foot, just walking, walking certainly makes a huge difference to our health as well as environment. So I think I have more or less attempted to focus the attention of all the listeners on the fact that we have only one earth, and if we neglect this Mother Earth, we have no other place to migrate or live, and thereby we will eventually perish. We will be disappearing from Mother Earth. It doesn't make a difference to Mother Earth whether we exist or not, but it makes certainly a difference to us, because we do not want to disappear from our earth. We do not want the next generation not to come into existence. We have our own emotional bonds with our children and grandchildren, and therefore it is high time we increase our levels of awareness, and more importantly, take positive action to see that our environment is not further damaged. Thank you for a very patient hearing, and I hope Dr. Ravindra will move on to the next part of the program.
Thank you, sir. You have set the direction for us. Under your leadership and guidance, hope we will take it forward by having sustainable practices, environment-friendly practices, by using environment-friendly products, and by recycling, reusing various products which can be reconsumed, by protecting the earth and also climate. It was very insightful presentation made by you, sir. Dear participants, if you have any queries or clarifications or comments, you can feel free to discuss. Unmute yourself. If you have any difficulty in unmuting, you can raise your hand or you can use chat box. Yeah, Mary.
Hi, sir. Good morning, sir. I'm Mary from Bangalore. Very wonderful presentation, sir. You told how to save earth, how to be careful with the environment. For me, I have no doubts, but lot of takeaway from this. I learned lot of points because I'm not from science background. For me, this is all new. So lot of learning and lot of informative, and I jotted down lot of points. So it's like a mind-blowing session for me, sir.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for coming and gracing the occasion for us. And God bless you, sir, and all the best in your life, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Any other participants would like to share your comments or observations or any clarification? Feel free. You can use chat box as well. Feel free to discuss. Unmute yourself. There are a few messages appreciating the session from the participants. So if there are no further queries, then we'll move on.
Yeah, please, you can invite the next speaker.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for accepting our invitation and joining us and sharing wonderful insights on behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute Center for Art Sciences and Wellbeing and the Pure Earth Foundation. Once again, and also on behalf of all the participants, we thank you and express our gratitude for joining us and gracing us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And
Hello.
yeah, Cletus,
Yes.
please go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir, and all the participants. I think it was very enriching to hear very good perspectives on environment on this Environment Day, World Environment Day. It is so important to reduce and reuse, recycle, especially in the area of plastics. And I think that is one mounting problem that we see in today's world. And I think if we can find better solutions to plastics, it will save the planet a lot. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for your comments. Yeah, definitely, as M.V. Krishna Rao has said, that we have to judicially use the resources. Though plastic is cheap, but half of the world is filled with plastic now. So we have to be very consciously aware, and we have to judiciously use it. And as already Krishna Rao Garu has already mentioned that even our government is also planning to get away from single-use plastic. So that is the best thing we can do: avoid single-use plastic, and we can reuse the plastic wherever it's required. Otherwise, we have a lot of eco-friendly products where we can use it. Maybe our next speaker, Jay Chandra Garu, can enlighten us on the various aspects. Now, I would like to invite, without taking much time, Dr. Jay Chandra, Vice President, Pure Earth Foundation, also Regional Director for Center for Environment and Development, and also Advisor for Center for Innovation in Public Systems. We welcome you, sir, once again to this wonderful international webinar, and we invite you to take over your session on environment and sustainable agriculture. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ravindra Garu. So, good morning to all the participants of this today's webinar on World Environment Day. We had a wonderful talk by Sri M.V. Krishna Rao Garu, and also we had a wonderful audio video, great visuals, and nevertheless, see every participant here, and even the whole world. We are just a few, like a classroom. I feel with just 20 plus participants here. Of course, a seriousness, and we gathered here to just discuss and at least to share our ideas, what we think, what could be the future, and everybody is aware of the issue. I feel just let me share my few slides also there. Share with you. So the World Environment Day, Krishna Rao sir told, from 1972 to till date, so we decided and we have been celebrating or at least talking on environment. Maybe that's the right thing I feel, because in a practical perception, like every formality of every celebrating a particular day, a particular theme, so we also does this. But in terms of action, that you have to assess where we are, where we stand in terms of action, okay, on this environment, and the negative impacts or negative actions by human being. See, and everybody knows it's only the one creature on the planet Earth that is the responsible and the reason for this entire, this destruction or damage to this environment. So I just want to share a slide before you. A slogan may be the current day, though we are all aware why we are aware that it's only one earth for not only human being, for all the living creatures. I can say biolife. It's only planet Earth for biolife. There is no other planet. We know only one solar system. We do not know the other systems like sun systems, solar systems, though there were many, but only one solar system, and within solar system only planet Earth is livable planet, and everything we are aware. But still, see, this is the present day reality. The war between the recent, still is continuing, Russia and Ukraine. Is it the right thing that the human, the only creature, the human being creature, doing this kind of activity and talking on this kind of World Environment Day? I don't know what these countries will respond to this. So I feel it's better, instead of realizing it's one earth, first we stop wars on this earth. And you see the second thing also, including India, and every one of you aware how much our budget goes for defense. It is a lion's share. In respect of so many other things, we live and we fight with so many problems, but our funds goes for protecting the country. I don't know why. Why to invest? Why to allocate so much funds to defense and protecting you? If you just leave and do like this, continue your actions against the nature of earth, the earth itself will close a day. Why to spend so much on this? Is it a right thing to think on this day or not? See, is it necessary to spend the almost 50% of world budget by all independent countries, including whatever size they are, but they spend on this defense? I don't understand why we need this. Is it necessary? This is my question. I do not know how even the participant here, just a few may agree, may not agree, but it's my own perception. See, when the actions of human being itself will kill us, then why should we spend money to protect us? Instead, I feel if you spend on restoring of this, rejuvenating of this earth and environment, that keeps us for more generations to live on this planet Earth, and Earth become a permanent living sphere, permanent living planet. Or otherwise, you are going to see Earth joining the other planets like a balled iron balls or like a big metallic balls kind of other, So there are few points with this presentation I just want to share with you. So with this, we have to raise and we have to think. And every year, as Krishna Rao sir told, the increase, that is nothing but the damage is increasing every year by year. Year by year, we are celebrating, and we are, of course, I'm not providing any figures here. Already there is a practical observation. The entire coast, Indian coast, raised by 1 to 2 degrees of this just the recent summer. That's what the real feel and real experience of the people living there. So then imagine about the next century and the next decades. All this, it's a different thing. So, but leaving that, planning and thinking about future, everybody just lives on that time, that just on time, what to do, how to enjoy, and just how to just fulfill your own selfish, whatever your deeds or whatever. So this is how the human being particularly, without contributing anything to the betterment of environment and earth, just like a 100% selfish, just using this world, using this environment for his own self, own deeds. So this is what I feel practically, because see, everything is like some numbers talking on plastic pollution. Yes, everything is there. What is the reason? And for everything, there is a beautiful solution. Very fortunately, we are in a day today where the technologies are very, very advanced, very much advanced. We are in that, artificial intelligence. Our own invented devices are guiding us. But where we are to use and follow for the right thing. That means the total attitude of human being. First, the rulers, the administrators. See, the country administrators always give slogans: don't use plastic, don't encourage plastic, stop single-use plastic. What is this nonsense? Why don't this administration and management stop producing it? That's the first thing they have to think. That makes the difference. Why don't you stop some useless things on this planet? Why we need that plastic, particularly that the single use. Plastic has got its own role. It's part of our life. But their purpose is different. Their use is different. Advantage is different. But the single use, which is killing the environment. For this, why can't this world stop it? No country, no administration. I don't know the secret and the reason behind it. And everybody talks. See, you talk and we talk. There is a reason, because we are not the decision makers. But the decision maker also talks the same thing. Then what is the difference? So this is the thing I just want to put before you. And then, of course, as part of this is something I feel really, because for every negative to this environment or for the betterment of environment, the issue or a solution, everything is available in this world. Only thing is we are utterly failed in implementing it. That is what I feel. So if that is taken care, then there is no, then you can see year by year the change, the development, everything. So many things are there. I just share with you few of the latest advancements and technologies that can help in this. At least one, first to know what is happening in this world. That means, suppose you say damage is a negative to this environment, negative to their natural resource. So where it is happening? So there are great technologies like geospatial technologies, which are driven from space and satellites and all. So certainly they don't lie. They reflect the reality. What is happening, where it is happening. So when such kind of technologies are there, and it is only the action you need from these decision makers. So we made few people to rulers, few people to take decisions on behalf of us, and we are there to support. We are there to follow. But who are leading us? Who are showing that? That is the main biggest problem, what I feel. So just let me take you to a few more things. Of course, this is what I just what we should do for our environment and what we should do for our earth. At least for this present situation, let the one side whatever damage is happening, but at the other side, if from individual level, family level, society, and then you say state or nation. See, we have actions at the national level, actions at state level, actions at societies, actions at individual families, household activity, and actions at individual. If this is strictly followed and this is observed, and everybody has that kind of awareness from individual to family, family to society, and then state and country. So certainly there will be a contribution from root level. So we generally implement things from country to root. I feel that should be reversed. We should start from root to the country, so that it's an integration. It should not be differentiation. So like individuals and then families. So as every one of you know, among all the natural resources we have got, I just come back to this slide again, necessary. So these are the natural resources, are the gift by our earth to our whatever biolife we are having, not only to human being, for all the biolife on this planet Earth. The earth has given these natural resources. We have renewable resources, no problem. So how much you use, it will be reproduced. But non-renewable resources, you should be very careful. You should respect them. You should respect them, then how to store, how to retain them for future generations. And how to increase this. See, how to increase this. For example, say coal. If you exploit continuously, there will be a day of expiry date will be there. Like for our own life, we have expiry date. Even a resource will expire on a particular date. If you continuously use it, continuously explore and exploit it, there will be a date. So what is the other way? What is the alternate way? Two things. One, we have to use in sustainable way. Second thing is how to regenerate that. What is the process? There is the natural systems are there. See how carbon will store in earth. I just want to educate the. Of course, there are no students here. See the entire green cover on the surface of earth, that squeezes the carbon from the air, from the atmosphere, from the air. It squeezes. That is called sequestration. And then it passes through the plant to the soil. So if you grow, if there is plantation of age plantation, like hundreds of year plantation, that means if you can protect them, you can make survive, automatically that area in this earth crust, you will have more and more depositions of coal. So you see wherever coal is produced in this world, the earlier periods, earlier centuries, there were aged plantations for centuries and for thousands of years, a continuous vegetation. Because of this vegetation, that squeezes the carbon from air and passes through their body to the earth crust, and that carbon will be deposited. So like that, though you non-renewable, but non-renewable can also be reproduced to some extent of our actions on earth. So like that, we are in a great advanced situation. So what can be restored and what can be utilized, like the abundant sunlight, which will never reduce. So this sunlight, if you utilize maximum, see today also in India, in the states, there are power issues. How long? For so many decades, so many governments, we are seeing the same thing. But we are not able to utilize the resource, the sunlight resource properly. And the investment is not going in that direction. Again, I will go back to that, why the investment go to the defense. Why should we need somebody to protect us? I never heard anybody, anytime from our own grandparents or their grandparents like that we had been, it was only those days, not particularly the Republic of India. Prior to that, there may be some kind of wars and all. But now after education, after this kind of public governments and all, something we is trying to think and go in practical way, where you don't require this. Instead, that fund should go onto this tapping the renewable resources and then and how to recreate the non-renewable resources, and then how to increase this agriculture, forests, aquaculture, and biolife, and respect to all the other creatures. So these are things we must know. To know about all these things, that's what I just mentioned. These technologies are there, geospatial technologies, which has several group of technology, like satellite sensing, aircraft sensing, your drone sensing, and like that sensing technology, radar, lidar, so many things are there to sense the earth, and they provide a lot of reliable information for you to assess and take decisions. So this is one way to get the information of earth. Another way to process it, there are technologies like GIS and some other graphic data handling software. So we are in great advancements with all these technologies, and that reflects the reality. See, even myself witnessed a few, maybe 20, 15, 20 years back, there was a good decision making by utilizing proper scientific inputs. But nowadays, I'm not finding it. The decision is, the planning is just as per the rulers, as per the political system, and the most political system in our country, except just maybe a little bit percentage. There is, in every case, there is a good party is there to some extent, leaving that the majority of other parties simply going behind how to come back to the power. That's all. No scientific inputs, no scientific way, scientific approach for development, sustainability. That is the biggest problem. So, and to add few things to this, I just put my own way. Why only one earth? Most of you are aware, because earlier similar webinars also shared this kind of slides. Why earth and environment? At least once again, the only earth means this, at least may scientifically, this will explain you why only earth is a livable earth. This is the reason. So we have these planets in solar system with with this kind of temperature, surface temperature. These are surface average temperature, where nothing can survive. Mercury and Venus. That is where I told you it's like a big iron balls. Nothing. So no water, no biolife, nothing. Because this is the temperature there. Then what can survive there? And you can see the bottom, other planets, which are in minus, all in minus degrees. Again, this is not a right environment. That is where the beautiful environment that Earth has, particularly for this biolife to live on this planet Earth. So with this 16-degree average surface temperature, that is an average one. And then you see these are the different recorded figures during the 19th and 20th century and the 21st century, how it is increasing. These figures will speak. So last year itself witnessed already 15.8 degrees. Okay. And then we can imagine next. That means we are in 21st century, just completed 21 years. We are in the 22nd year of this 21st century. So another 78 years. I do not know how this will increase. And I didn't find a record, because certainly this will be decided in the month of July, because the summer will be, it's not uniform at all the places. So in this portion, the South India, we have summer. The summer starts in North India now, the month of June, July, like that. So to know average, not only in India, similar to the world, at least you should wait till the end of July. Then you get this year's 2022, whether this figure is increased or just remained same, or just you can't hope for reducing. Maybe if it can remain same, we should thank this world people. I have to say that, because I don't know God is there or not, but these people only deciding everything. So this is the reason, this is the secret, that Earth is only livable planet with this beautiful environment, beautiful warmness, so that people, not only people, all the biolife can survive, can live, can reproduce their own, own generations. So that is the thing we have to realize. And there is some continuous research to find, is there any similar Earth in other solar system? It's not other solar, other star system or whatever it is. But I do not know whether we, even if we find, we don't know how to reach there. So many questions, billions of questions there. But something is there with us. Why to spoil it? That is only the question of this. Why this variation of temperatures? Maybe this is another reason. This is the scientific reason, and this is the science behind that what is protecting this planet, the Earth planet. Why other planets are not protected? So this is the beautiful, the ozone layer here above Earth atmosphere. That ozone layer is called, is not just a layer, it is a cloud. Ozone gas, it is a ozone gas. Like in a foggy day, how you feel coming out of your house. You can see objects to some distance, and you can't see objects which are situated little away, few meters away. Only objects with just close to you can be seen. That means not the power of your eye. The principle there is, the sensing of something or visualizing something, meaning is your eye able to capture the radiation coming out from that object, and that the radiation which is coming from the object, all objects, as a wonder thing, every object in this planet Earth, whether it is living or non-living or dead, every object will emit radiation. Not just by everything has got their energy source. Nothing has got their source, but everything receives radiation from sun. So every object on Earth receives radiation from sun. And this radiation will be put in use in three ways. Either it absorbs that certain portion, some extent, and it emits some radiation back, and it transmits some radiation through it. This is the three way every object on Earth interact with the radiation coming from sun. That is the reason every object emits some radiation. And that radiation may be different things. If you study, you will understand in detail. And what is this radiation also you can understand. Here, this is little physics related, but it is useful. That's why I'm just spending few seconds or minutes on this topic, because it is important to understand. This radiation, whatever emitted by every object, if it reaches your eye, you can see that object. That is the principle of sensing. If this radiation emitted by the object is not able to reach your eye, you cannot see that object. That is what. So the ozone layer, what it is doing, just like a fog on an entire day, the objects, they continuously emit radiation, but that radiation is not able to penetrate through this cloud or the fog which is spread over kilometers. It is not able to penetrate through that and not able to reach your eye. That is the reason you are not able to see. In every winter, in Delhi, the Delhi roads, you see many accidents because of fog. And of course, the fog was due to some other reason, environmental reasons in the neighborhood states, certain agriculture activity may be the one of the reasons. So similarly, the ozone layer above Earth atmosphere, which is spread over kilometers together, is not allowing the short wavelengths of this radiation coming from sun to enter into Earth atmosphere. This is the scientific reason. What is the short wavelength? That is the danger, harmful radiation. The sun emits all radiation. That is called electromagnetic waves, electromagnetic radiation. In that, the cosmic rays, gamma rays, X-rays, ultraviolet rays, these are the short wavelengths which are not able to penetrate through this ozone cloud, which is spread over kilometers together above Earth atmosphere. Okay, that radiation not able to enter into Earth atmosphere, Earth got saved. If this radiation is entered without this ozone layer, our ozone layer got, instead of kilometers cloud that just depleted, and this radiation passes easily. That means once it radiation reaches the surface of Earth, then you can't expect any object or any object is the right thing, anything that exists on it, because that can burn out. Everything will burn out. Nothing. All this tree, all this rock, all these human bodies, all biolife, everything will burn out. Then remains like your Mercury and Venus. Remember this. So this is the reason. That means this ozone layer is a gift. So above that atmosphere, and because of this layer, and only the useful radiation from light to heat, infrared, micro, and radio, all these wavelengths, all this radiation is entering into our atmosphere, and all are being utilized by human activities, and they have different applications. So they are all contributing to our our development. Like radio waves is there today, for example. These radio waves are not entered into Earth atmosphere. There is no communication. There is no webinar today like this, what we are seeing. I am speaking from here and you are connected and you could able to hear without time lag. So everything goes through net, goes through satellite link, watching cricket match somewhere with the whole world. So these are all technologies. These are some portion of the radiation. The long wavelength radiation, that is for the entire whole communication. So these natural things, particularly we talk sunlight, but not only light, the sun is giving these beautiful things along with light. Light just causes us to see things, that's all. Because only this small portion, just a narrow portion causes sensation, you can see the world. But the remaining radiation is also, which is reaching Earth, has got their own applications. We are utilizing them in great extent and getting so many benefits out of it. When we are enjoying all these things, and what is that we are giving in return? So this is where we have to realize, we have to think. So this is the reason Earth has got a unique atmosphere. That is why this is called Earth environment. So Earth and its environment, it's a together. That is why environment and Earth always, it is different. And the environment of other planets is different, which may not be suitable for any other thing. Every planet may have their own environment, but the kind of gases, the kind of atmosphere it has is not supporting the any life. So this is a few small things, a physics point of view. As a physics person, I just want to share before you about this. So why Earth, only Earth? So these two slides, one the average temperature, and that is maintained because of this environment, beautiful environment. Suppose this radiation enters, your Earth cannot maintain that 16-degree average surface temperature. Your Earth average temperature will grow, sit besides with that Venus and Mercury. So this environment, that is why we should protect, we should respect our environment. What are the things that makes the environment better? See, environment, as you know, the why temperatures are increasing, surface temperatures, greenhouse gases. Who are producing? Our own activity. Our own activities are producing it. Even more and more agriculture, unlimited. So how much you need, that much only. Why the Telangana government is fighting for? Why don't the government of India purchase the rice? Who told you to grow so much? Where is our planning? How much you need? This is called, that is called non-sustainable way. There is no sustainable way. How much you need, that much you grow, or that much you eat, that much you exploit. So that is where the government, the decision making of this world should work in coterminous with the scientific inputs, scientific understanding and scientific knowledge. Leaving that simply just going with some just few brains, just what the few brains thinks, you just dictates and rule that way. That is not the right thing. Why our system has got intellectuals, but where is this? The system is excellent, but the implementation is and its functioning is not in the right way. We have intellectuals, a separate team of people in our parliament, and intellectuals. The whole country is the administrators, highly qualified, highly knowledgeable, and highly intelligent to understand. Maybe they are not scientists. All IAS, IPS officers are not scientists, but their greatness is they can understand anything. If a scientist tells something, this is the scientific way you can develop your district. The administrator can understand. He has got that ability. That is why such people are they should rule, and their contribution in the development is slowly reducing. Simply actions are going just along with the rulers. So this is not the right thing, right way. So, for example, maybe to add few more points, and whatever time given to me, all resources, the whatever natural resources we have got in this planet Earth, the management of these resources, this is very important. And all are there, but not effective. There is a forest department which is major stakeholder for forest being the major natural resource. But when it goes to the implementation, there is no sincerity, there is no transparent. So rules are changed as per convenient, as per the rulers or decision makers. That is not the right thing. So every resource, it is water resource, and it is the forest, the agriculture, the aquaculture, the cattle and other, that is called livestock. Everything should be properly managed. You should give space for everything. And what are the things that are destroying or troubling these resources to survive? If you look at this forest, just forest particularly, we had objective, and we have an act also in the government of India for 33% of geography of Indian geography to be reserved for forest, but it is just 2021 report says that it is only 21.71% of the total Indian geography is under forest cover, and with these three categories. And we don't have a great, very deciduous and evergreen forest like African countries. Whatever we have, just the 3% dense forest, only 3% dense forest. The most of the forest, Indian forest, is only that moderately dense or open forest. That's all. That means this one thing will make us to, realize the scope. See, moderately dense is okay. Compared to very dense, there is no need of any human intervention except protecting it. That we need not add any more vegetation to that very dense. Even moderately dense, also good. Maybe it is like 70% canopy, 70% tree cover is there. It is good. But this is the category the entire Indian country department has to focus. With only less than 50%. That means less than 40% or less than that, only the tree cover is there. That means 60% is there open. So when 60% in open forest category is there for growing trees, where is the action? This is my question. Where is the action? And every time we take up like a massive program in the next month when the rain starts. Haritharams, Vanams, and all states will name different in their regional languages and take up plantations. Good. Do it, but do it with a scientific understanding, with scientific thing. Here I am giving a beautiful thing. 60% in this forest itself, you have scope for plantation. But you know what we'll do? For the sake of numbers, for the sake of things, where trees are there only again you do some plantation. Just that is what the political system does, because it is not for the the reality and the true benefit, but just for the sake of record. Yeah, we have that. You should, that means you should identify where the gaps are there, where to take up this activity scientifically. Then this 10 to 40% that are that is called open forest of 9.33% will add to this. If this is added to this, suppose if 15 to 18% forest of India will be in moderately dense forest category, then imagine the Indian environment. So we don't have the thinking process and the objectives like this. We never look at that. Leaving this, we do so many other things. And even whatever that plantation activity, why it is, the plantation activity is one of the beautiful positive action on planet Earth for Earth environment, because the plantations will dilute the impurities in this atmosphere. Nothing but minimize this greenhouse gases. The greenhouse gases, if you dilute, minimize, what is the result? Temperature will reduce. Surface average temperature will reduce. So automatically you can reduce your, so to reduce your average surface temperature of Earth, one of the important action is increase the plantation, increase green cover worldwide. Automatically it dilutes and the temperature reduces. So we are not working in that direction, but we take up, that means there is action. Every country, every state, everywhere, plantation is there, but unscientific manner. This is what I am insisting. So you should have, because all technologies are there. See, like takes the sensing technologies, where there is already good canopy, good percentage of tree. So identify that. For example, I may take you, for example, I'll show this. This is a hill. Even you can view it beautiful like a 3D. Now you see there are patches, there are gaps here. This entire thing is forest block, and where there is tree cover, where there is sparse. So identify it and focus there. So first you identify where to do this, and to do that, what is required? What is required? How to ensure that survival percentage, increase that. So you will seed it, you will plant it during the rainy season. But after that, because some species needs at least one minimum 2 to 3 years. The species can survive for 3 years, then no need. Then the environment, the seasonal rains, the environment will take care of it. Only thing is your role is only up to that. You spend that your budgets and all for that. To plant it, seed it, and protect it for first 3 years. That should be there for your lion's share of your budget, not for other things. So then convert this whole open forest category of India into the moderately dense forest. Then you see why this temperature will not reduce in India. We are slowly increasing. We never had in the maybe in the previous centuries beyond 40 degrees, but we are witnessing now slowly reaching 50 degrees. So competing with Gulf areas. So this certain actions like this, and of course, for example, you see, why I am behind forest? I am not behind forest, behind green cover. See, I feel the only easiest and simplest thing for this world population, which can take up, one of the thing is, see, for plastic and other corrections and other issues, my view is, my understanding is, the decision makers should take the lead role. Automatically you see the result. Nowhere single use is seen. See, first you stop producing and you arrest wherever it is there. You just grab it and dump it somewhere and convert it into some other product or whatever it is. And the entire thing it for other, not for single use, for other plastic goods. Use it. So first you take a period to collect the entire single plastic in this whole world, and the parallel you stop, prior to that you stop producing it. That particular activity doesn't matter, but when it is spoiling the whole earth, why to encourage that? So that means this action, major role is with the decision makers. But this action, what I am talking, the plantation, the green cover development on earth, it is, there is no region, no place, everybody across the globe can take up this. Why? These are few points. For example, the people, the dwellers, forest dwellers, are the people who live in forest like tribals and others. Animals inside, the wildlife. Another thing is birds. First of all, they lose. If this vegetation is not sustainable, maintained, or increased, you are going to lose all this. And the destruction of this vegetation or forest, because we are continuously under destruction due to the development. So you want to bring up a new railway track, you cut through the forest. What is happening? Big thing in this development activity and taking the natural resource like forest. And of course, the government rule is there. Rule is there, but how far the rule is right? That my question is. See, for example, for a development activity like a national highway or a new railway track proposal, may take some good forest area. So they cut it and they lay that infrastructure. And what is the rule says? Double to that area, they should compensate by compensatory area, that's called CA land. Somewhere nearby that, okay, compensatory land, double to that extent, you have to contribute, you have to provide it. So if you take some 100 hectares, you have to produce 200 hectares compensatory land. But this compensatory land you are taking, but is that compensatory land suitable to this any kind of, see, you are cutting a beautiful resource with a beautiful soil and beautiful, is supporting that vegetation and all tree growth, but the compensated land is a wasteland you are continuing. Simply you are following, yes, see, you have taken 100 hectares, so he has given 200 hectares land. But seeing whether that usually that land is suitable or not. If not suitable, what makes that land, converted to a better land, at least can grow something. Again, scientific role is there. You have to study what soil parameters are there, what nutrients are there, knowing that what kind of species you can grow. This is not followed. Simply rule says you are followed. So the actual good forest you cut and you took up some useless wasteland and you say that it is balanced. What way it is balanced? So this is the where there is a lot of scope for the scientific community to enter, scientific knowledge to be taken as inputs in the decision making. So whatever that wasteland provided, if you have proper study, proper analysis on that, and you do it in proper way, at least what best you can grow there, you should do it. But that is not happening. Simply, this is how the existing good forest is cutting and adding some that wasteland kind of thing, something, a salt affected land, a degraded land. Why people, what they do? For example, for our wind energy across the country in India, many hilly areas are being leased for these private people in this country. And these private companies are compensating with that wasteland. Our government is not looking that this land is, see what kind of land they are taken over, what kind of land they are providing to us. What they are doing as private management, they go for where you get the cheap land. What is cheap land? Which is 100% zero productive land. No production, nothing. You can't do agriculture, you can't do plantation, you can't do anything. A degraded land, a scrub land, or a very salt affected land, such land they buy because they can buy with 10,000, 20,000 per acre like that. That land they contribute and they take a land of high nutrient value. That means if you only understand scientifically, you can understand this. Otherwise, you can only figures. You just run by figures. Yes, he has taken, he has given this. That's all. Yes, approve. You approve. But where is the environmental conscious? Where is that environmental consciousness in that decision making? That is not there. How much environmental damage and how much environmental contribution through this land, compensated land. So these are the things we have to think. So of course, another great natural advantage is it stops the soil erosion if you grow the vegetation. And this entirely changes the climate of that region because of that green cover development, and automatically reduces the temperature, global temperatures here, and ultimately it helps in minimizing the pollutions, air pollution particularly. So like this, and just maybe I might have taken my time. You can see this is a small point from my side for the state governments and whoever is doing this plantation activity. Even in plantation, it's a very good activity, very good initiation by the governments. But my appeal to them is take a scientific study. What species will be more effective in diluting the greenhouse gases, in minimizing this pollution, air pollution. Such plantation, such species you grow, not the whatever. See, because something that is where everybody can understand. Just check out wherever the plantation activity along the highways or any area, government lands or any private lands, it is happening. And there is a good information, good research, good, which species has great potential to clean the air. That is called minimizing greenhouse. If such species are more in that program, automatically it is a win-win. By planting is a one win, and planting a right species is another win. It's a double win to this environment. That is what I appeal to the people or the governments who does this, activity. One of the good activities is, see, proposal action is good, but I appeal and my request is look at it scientific and take out the double advantage. That is what my appeal. These are the species for in-house cleaning the impurities. These are for the outside species. Just a few. Okay. And then, of course, this is what I already mentioned. These are the technologies that will give the information without manipulation. What is seen on the ground will reflect. So your own plantation activity, the states and the governments say crores of plants, crores. And plantation is also will have certain spacing, certain procedure, certain plan method. So certainly these technologies will tell whether the crores are there really or not. So crores should not be there just like on papers, should be there in real on the ground. Because now the advancement technology will reflect that with reality, whether it is real or not. So you cannot simply fake. This we have done in so many lakhs of acres, so many crores of species. But that to tell whether it is right or wrong, technologies are there. Use them, and so many governments, they are, the entire government land in this country, revenue land. One is forest land. Anyhow, at least some action is there. Some international funding agency like World Bank and some other international funding, they are encouraging the plantation activity through communal forest. That means the people residing close to forest will take up that kind of plantation activity and do some conservation activities, storing that water and then using that water for raising plantation. These are all some good actions for the environment benefit. Something is there, and even in the revenue side also, the other land is revenue land, which is under the private ownership. And the revenue land, there is two owners. One is government, one is private. Private is the major, and the government is the next part. And this, both this private and that's private patta and government land, all can be witnessed, are including a forest witnessed through satellite pictures. So use them properly and encourage not only in government land, the individuals also finally to a family level. A family should have a communal forest. So you have this is called agro afforestation. So afforestation is though there is a word called forest there, It is not connected with forest, first of all. The planted, see, deforestation is nothing but cutting forest. Deforestation. Afforestation is not filling that forest with plants. It is not that. Raising the plants in non-forest area is called afforestation. That means the revenue land you are converting into plantation, it comes under afforestation. This afforestation percentage should grow. Don't look at, sit and wait for forest to grow. You also look at this afforestation area should grow in the world. That means the revenue land under the ownership of either government or the private people, the plantation activity in that land should grow. That is called afforestation. That should increase. This increases with certain good initiatives, even by the rulers. Suppose people who are holding large chunks of land, say 50 acres, 100 acres, government should bring a mandate, a GO. Landholders beyond certain number of certain extent, I don't say any particular extent, beyond certain extent, must and should do this afforestation activity, and the kind of plantation is their wish. Suppose it is a patta land, a person, an individual, a private patta, 100 acres. Suppose government makes a mandate, 50% of your land, you must grow plantation. Now, what type of plantation is that the private person's interest? We'll be happy even if it grows mangoes, if it grows whatever useful, commercial crop, not crop, commercial plantation. We don't mind, because he is first committed to grow a plantation. The plantation, whether it is commercial or non-commercial, commercial and environment friendly, like fruit bearing trees. And you have seen this. Here itself there is good commercial. This is teak. There is a teak here, bamboo here, commercial, highly potential in commercial values, Nilgiri potential, the commercial values, and the jamu. What is the cost of it? You just see in the market outside, you will understand how much it is cost. So all these good, at least 50%, what I mentioned here, great species are high commercial values. So the people who hold the large extent of lands, and if the government makes a mandate certain things, and if their land 50% will go on under this kind of activity, it's a win-win again. They get commercial value, their revenue increases, the environment also maintains them. This is how few things from my side for this present day situation. See, I always look at the action side. The problem side, everybody can raise. Every individual here or in the whole country, whole world can talk about some problem. But the solution only. This is what one of solution. So I can request. The another thing is, this is another thing. I earlier also, major human activity, urbanization, is another major damaging activity to this environment, to this green cover on this. Because urbanization first has to convert the land into non-agriculture. That means the agriculture land, which was agriculture till date, will going to become non-agriculture. That means there will not be agriculture, there will not be green cover on that. It will be a layout with roads and ideal plots. And you see what is this picture? It is a village here, Nagaram, just less than a kilometer from outer ring road of Hyderabad, near airport. Close to airport, a ring road is there, and ring road within 1 kilometer, this village, this built up in 2003, and this is 2020. No, this is entire thing is converted into non-agriculture, but no house was built even in 20 years period. You should have a sense, a scientific sense here. See, neither agriculture it allowed. If agriculture is there, at least one season agriculture. Kharif will be there, rain-fed crops will be there. But that stopped because of non-agriculture, because layouts and roads formed here, no house constructed. then what should be the, again, under this situation, particularly urbanization, how to control or how to, even after converting non-agriculture for urbanization, a particular period, again, government has to bring a norm, bring a rule, maybe a first 5 years. If you are not constructing anything, any built up, then you at least raise plants. You have a 500 square yard land. According to that size, how many plants you must raise it. If you are not doing a construction, if you are not doing a construction, raise the plants. It is your land and your layout. Let that layout of a 100 people or 50 people call it a society, that is called social forestry or urban forestry. And whenever you want to build a house, then you can go it, because you are already, basically you are permitted for non-agriculture. So non-agriculture, if not put in proper infrastructure, proper built up, you must make a mandate to create vegetation, to grow plantation. So with these two good, practically, scientifically, good things for the environment, and where a government can come forward and look into this kind of things. Of course, there is another slide, you may be looking at this and I'm not showing. So this, at least you just witness, this is nothing but it's not my creation, anybody. So this is the Mahbubabad district, the new small districts of Telangana, one of the districts. This entire red color is vegetation. Satellite, if people are there, satellite, particularly low and medium resolution satellite, will sense the earth in 4 bands. 3 visible and 1 4 band. 4th band is infrared. So infrared information cannot be seen by us. That will be mixed into RGB. Therefore, the vegetation on earth will be seen red in satellite picture. Some secret. So how it was, this is 1995, this is 2000, 2005, 2010, 2015, 2020, all same thing. And there is a, you can see the drop, and there is some action, why I brought it here, some ROFR activity is there in this country. That is cultivation inside forest. It is permissible for the purpose of both environment and that forest dwellers. The forest dweller who is just depending on that forest must be given some recognition to take up some activity. But that is exploited by other people, by the outsiders. Now the true dwellers reduce, the outsiders entered into this activity, and they are, even if they are allowed, even they can bring layouts there also. That is the pathetic condition. So the acts are good, but the implementation is important. Then the result you can see, because satellite cannot manipulate. It shows the reality. So with this, few implementable actions by the rulers and the governments and the decision makers, and few things that the individuals, so both sides, the individuals as individual, without anybody's rule or anybody's support, families and individuals can raise their own forest, their own forestation activity, and then what government can do. So I thank the organizers and the participants, whoever there with a patient hearing. Now I open for any questions. I feel because this is few in number, it can be more of an interactive session. So, but now I'm happy to interact. I'm happy to share whatever answer you expect, whatever questions you want to ask. So kindly, so thank you, Ravindra Garu, for this great opportunity. So thank you all the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You gave exactly why our planet is the only planet. Simple, with this brief understanding, it has set us that we need to protect this planet, otherwise we will also become extinct soon. So participants, feel free to unmute yourself or share your comments, observations. or your queries any? Feel free to interact. That will also help us everyone to understand if you have any queries. Yeah, Mary.
Hi, sir. Actually, very informative topics, sir. I've seen through 3-4 times. I've heard your talk. So every time you put lot of information. If we practice this only, we can make environment so beautiful. But the people should practice. That's what does. But very informative. Lot of time you have taken in preparing the PowerPoint slides and all. It's very beautiful and according to the environment. Lot of effort taken, sir. So for me, more than doubt, I have lot of learning from this because this is my new topic which I have not specialized in. So for me, more it's learning, sir. That's why I'm not asking any questions. So where lot of effort is taken, sir, for you to put in everything and explain clearly. And God bless you, sir, and all the best.
Thank you, madam. I feel it's reality. I just want to bring some reality and put before. See, I always address wherever there's an opportunity, just to speak on this ground reality. That is more important than just raising like
But
many
you
people.
always you have done justice, sir. 3-4 times I've heard you on the panel. So you have always done 200% justice to whatever is given to you. So in that way, I'm very happy, sir.
I'm proud to say I have a small piece of land and a little portion constructed and raised at least a small Miyawaki forest. What is a Miyawaki forest is nothing but within small area, hundreds of species you can grow. This is practiced in Japan. So people who has less land, when I could raise within some, see, I have 500 square head land, 200 square head I built the house, the remaining the vegetation, and one small forest of around 80 square head. Within 80 square head, you can see around 30 to 40 trees I raised. I have, see, that is called Miyawaki way. When I can do it within small square yards, the people with the private patta with thousands and hundreds of acreage,
Yes, sir.
certainly they can contribute more to this environment. That's what I feel. So something you do, then only you can talk on this, and you see that environment, that ambience, and that whatever the green environment.
But you are doing very truthfully, sir. I can see
So
that.
that is important. I feel, man, personally, I feel. See, than talking and giving advice. That is what the people are doing. Don't advise.
They
Do and
say, no,
yeah,
sir,
that's
it's a teach and practice that is applicable.
that's what that see. Why I talk the same thing. Reason is at least maybe few people if they do it, if they like it, if they something comes out, it will be great. That is a great satisfaction. Okay, somewhere something happened like this. Thank you very much, madam. So
Thank
I
you.
also request you every time whenever
Yeah,
there is
actually, sir, I love the topic, sir, because I'm not used to this, but I'm learning a lot about environment, sir. So you have done 200% justice, sir, for the topic.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Please,
God
I
bless you,
think
sir, and all the best for your life and all the
thank you,
best
madam. Thank you.
for your next sessions also, sir.
Yeah. Some Suresh Meena. I think there is some request of Kumar.
Dr. Suresh, you can unmute yourself. If you have anything to share. Okay. So I think we can take up some sessions like Dr. Chandra has rightly said, like growing forest in a very small portion of land, maybe 50 square yards or 80 square yards. This is a very good concept where everyone can have this biodiversity, I mean a variety of species within a small portion of land. This can be very trendy also, maybe. So, can you just briefly enlighten, sir, on that
No, sir,
aspect?
that is actually near Chilkur. I work very happy to invite everybody. It's a wellness center, Ayurvedic wellness center I established, and with very nominal charges also I'm offering there. So this small, see, with all medicinal plants, and then even in that small forest what I grown, and water will be placed always in some panels. So I saw many birds coming there and drinking water there. So that's where there's a place house for not just for me or for some people who come for service. There is some other bio life is enjoying, is able to live there, so you're able to sustain. So this is what you get your own satisfaction. And if you create such thing, at least people who visit there who can also get that kind of value. Even I could not leave this space in the roof also. There is a roof garden or roof vegetable. It's a win-win. See, most of the vegetables we grow there, organic, will be utilized there only. And medicinal plants are there for the people. There are so many Ayurvedic related species are there, wonderful species. And I believe many people Ayurvedic like competing the allopathic. It's not true. Ayurvedic is a way of life to avoid diseases, to protect yourself without falling into any illness. So a good habit, good way of living habit and kind of eating and all these things automatically keeps your health. Not after falling sick, approaching to Ayurvedic and all. So that is a different thing. Unfortunately, it was taken again into a commercial way and projecting that it can treat and it can treat for everything like that. That's not true. With my research, what I observed, it is to stop the kind of whatever Ayurvedic treatments and all, they will add to your health, the positivity to your health, so that you will be protected from these diseases. Not that, say for example, you are with high fever, you go to any Ayurvedic doctor, he cannot give a medicine. You have to use that paracetamol or the dolo, whatever, you get the relief. But without any, for example, Ayurvedic way of life will not allow any kind of fever or any kind of these things to you. That is the actual Ayurvedic. So the center, all things, even for small kids, I have few sugarcane things, few paddy species. So for example, the urban families comes there with their kids. The kids doesn't know how paddy, how rice will come. I made a small place for the rice so that these birds can eat. And this kind of, so that is a kind of a bio life. 100% I try to utilize all the even whatever waste is created there also to be converted into fertilizer. So this is how a small life you should live like a model. You use your own satisfaction, and it becomes a model for many people. That is where, say, a green environment, a medicinal, that entire air is purified with medicinal values is one thing, and the biolife is there, and it is an education to the children, and that way all win-win positive things there. So this is how anything we create with whatever resource, whatever we have. So that way, if the people has a land and bigger chunks, we are also eagerly trying for Pureit Foundation. If some people, they come forward to share some land component, we are ready to grow a forest, an urban forest, and see. To be frank, with regard to Pureit Foundation, I didn't talk anything, but our main objective is awareness only, educating the younger generation always, continuously to, if they are educated, a student educated, a student from a farmer house, automatically the agriculture pattern, agriculture planning will change because there is a kid educated in that family. So this is how education changes. Education brings that change. So that is how we have great action plan with awareness and education, particularly to the rural, for the youth, the younger generation. And you are aware that we conduct every year 2 national conferences where only students will participate, and all the topics are environment and some activity. Like we had recently concluded with environment and agriculture, like that. So that way, so this is what, see, when instead of we can tell and we can expect something from the society, something from the country and rulers, at the same time we should feel something responsible and that what you are doing. That is where I feel I always I work in that field every week, 2 days there I spend out of my professional life. So that gives a different satisfaction, gives a different contribution to this environment and earth. How much I can do as an individual, that much I am doing. So then only I can speak and I can talk. So that is what my motivation. So thank you, Ravindra Garu, for the extension also. So thank you, audience. So it's, and I hope this program will come up with more lectures and more talks. Thank you, sir. Ravindra Garu, please take
Sorry,
over.
sir.
Please take over. Yeah,
Actually, I was in a call.
oh, sorry.
So
Please
thank you, sir,
take it
for
forward,
your
sir. Yeah. Take it.
wonderful session. And it was very insightful. And thanks for joining us and also inviting Krishna Rao Garu, also joining us on behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute and Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing, and also Pure Earth Foundation. We thank you once again for joining us and sharing your insights. It's a need of the hour and very practical, and we wish you all the success, sir. Thank you, sir. So we'll move on to our next session, next speaker. We have Matt Perleston from USA.
Hello.
Yeah, hi, Matt.
Hi.
Sorry to disturb you in the middle of night.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. Just turned midnight. Yeah. Hi. That's okay. I was wide awake. I already took a nap, and so I'm ready to go for the rest of the night. So we're talking about emotions. Let's talk about emotions and environment. And from what I understand, you guys are having a heat wave, right? And
Yeah.
that seems like that's the subject of the hour for now, is how do we handle the heat wave emotionally when it's very, very uncomfortable physically? How do we handle our emotions? And so I don't have a presentation. I would like to ask people how are you doing it? So do you want to start, Dr. Ravindra? Have you been super hot lately?
Yeah, we have been issued a heat wave alert. It may continue next 2 to 3 days, and it's very hot here.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we need to keep cool ourselves, control the temperatures, and drink a lot of liquid and water to keep ourselves hydrated and not getting into dehydration and other things. So, and it's really,
Okay.
when it's too hot, managing things are a bit difficult. You feel restless, you feel frustrated, and you feel sometimes irritated. You get angry very fast. So all these things are possible when we are extremely going through extreme temperatures that to continuously from past 2 to 3 months we are going through summer, and somewhere even in Rajasthan areas we have touched around 50 degrees. And imagine 50 degrees centigrade. in desert areas, but here also we are almost nearby. So yeah, and it becomes a bit difficult to manage uh, the work and life balance, especially with the extreme temperatures.
Okay, so how do you do that? How do you said you get angry fast, so how do you manage it?
Yeah, we need to keep ourselves cool, understanding the situation that, yeah, there is nothing we can do about it at this moment. So
Okay.
we have to control ourselves internally because there is something that sun we can't control.
There you go. Excellent.
That is beyond our control. And so definitely the one which we can control is ourselves. So we need to keep ourselves cool.
Nice. I'm trying
Participants,
to
you
take
can
notes in the
also,
chat.
yeah, you can, dear participants, you can also feel free to unmute yourself, maybe share how you are going to manage.
Thanks. I'm sure you're right. They get frustrated and angry quickly. And so how do we deal with that? Who are you asking to share? Do you want some, would anybody else like to share? How do you handle the heat emotionally?
Our participants
There you go.
can share themselves.
Hey, Mary. I knew you were going to share. Okay, good. Thanks. How do you handle it? How are you handling it?
Actually, no, sir. We should drink lot of water at least 1 hour once. We should drink water because we also suffered.
Yeah, that's
Because
physically.
I'm in another
Yeah.
city, Bangalore, but there also is that it's very cold always. But if heat comes, means we can't tolerate because we used to tolerating cold only. For us, heat is too
Okay,
much.
but
For
Mary, that's how you handle it. That's how you handle it physically. How do you handle it emotionally? What do you do with your emotions when you're uncomfortable and you're tired and you're hot and you're sweaty? And what do you do with that? How do you handle it?
meditation, sir, meditation,
That's one
walking,
way. Okay, that's one way. All right.
walking.
What's another way?
Then try to take more liquids. Don't eat too much masala. That's spicy food.
That's physical.
Physical, sir.
Okay.
And then when we are just take a walk around and listen to music when we are. It's very hot in the house now. We take outside walk so much times. The roads also we can do walking in the little bit, so we get relaxed in the parks and all. So next to my house and
Okay.
park is there. There I used to go for walking in the summer.
Okay.
I won't get
Nice.
angry, but
Nice.
more thirst is coming, sir. More thirst. Because our city is used to cold, na. We get hot means we get lot of tensed. How much we drink also, our thirst is not fulfilled. So for us, summer is very bad. For us, we like cold weather only because my city is full of cold weather. Half the year it is cold only. Only these 3 months we have January, February, March we have
Okay.
cold. So hot season is not
Okay.
very liked by us and liked by me.
Okay.
because
Well,
my
I'm
city-
asking.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So what do we do with the frustration, you guys? I'm saying that there's 3 steps to it. First is awareness. We got to be aware first. So we notice that we're getting irritated and we're getting upset. And second is accept that that's happening. And like Dr. Ravindra said, there's not much we can do about the heat itself. All we can control is what's inside. And I agree with that. So we can accept our responsibility for us being in charge of our emotions and how they come out, and what we say and do to other people, how our frustration might come out of us onto other people when it's not them. It's not them. One of my favorite things that my wife says to me when we're during there gets tense is, it's not you. And I'm like, oh, okay. All right. It's not you. I'm just hot. It's not you. It's just, I'm just frustrated because I feel like I burst out of my skin, right? It's not you. It's a wonderful thing to say to your whoever else in your house. It's not you. You're not the problem. I'm having problems, but it's not you. I got to write a whole article on that one. That's great. Anyway, so awareness, acceptance, and then action. So when I become aware that I'm frustrated or I'm getting tense because I'm uncomfortable, then I accept that, okay, that's up to me. That's up to me. All right. If I'm going to be upset about this, I can or not. And then the action is to take control of what I want to say or do. I had a cool thought there, but I lost it. I'm putting in the chat, it's not you. That's a big deal. Awareness, acceptance, and action. That is what seems to work. What else? Somebody else share about how they handle the heat emotionally. What do you do with your frustration and such? What do you do with it?
I love to spend some time swimming in water.
Okay, another physical
Reduce
swimming
body
is good. Yeah,
temperature and keep cool.
that's another physical thing. So, do you try to not get angry, right? Or get too irritated, when you're feeling irritated physically, try not to have it turn into emotions. Does that sound right? Into negative emotions.
Distracting ourselves from the thought.
Distracting, there you go.
Or,
okay.
Maybe withdrawing ourselves from the thought.
From the thought. Okay, what's the thought?
Thought is being too much hot, unbearable hot.
Okay.
So
okay.
It is creating unrest, restlessness.
Okay.
It is creating.
So what are what words go through your head? What is the thought? Are you saying, God, I'm so hot, or this is unbearable, or what do you say in your head?
It's too hot to handle.
It's too hot to what?
Handle. Bear.
Okay. I think the conversation that we have with ourselves, to ourselves, is critical to emotional intelligence. So it's interesting. You're right. I think when we're feeling agitated like that, we go back and look at the thought. If we go, this is too much, or this is too hot, or this is, I can't take this. A lot of people, I can't take this. Of course, that's not true. You can and you are. You can and you are. So don't say that. But what you can say is, all right, I can be irritated or not, right? I can be angry or not. I can be frustrated or not. I can be, it's up to me if I'm grumpy. And so I'm going to choose to not be, I guess. That's what I do. Choose not to. I could be, I feel like being, it's tempting, and I'm not going to. which is tough. EQ is very, very simple, but it ain't easy. Sometimes it's tough. All right. So I call it spin it to win it, right? Spin it to win it. What that means is I take my thought, like I can't do this, or this is unbearable, and I adjust it and I go, well, it's pretty bad, but I could do this for a couple days. But I can do this, period. And it's changing the thought. It doesn't, the thought of it's too hot already went by, so I can't actually change it, But what I can do is have another thought. I can make another thought that is more interesting to me and more productive and more helpful to me. I can have a different thought like, yeah, damn, it is hot. And guess what? So is everybody else. Poor me. All right. All right. All right. Come on. You can do this. Put on your big boy panties. You can do this and get through it. And don't be grumpy. And don't be grumpy, and be loving anyway, even though you're irritated. You can separate the physical uncomfortableness from the emotional uncomfortableness and adjust the emotion part. I don't know if I can adjust the physical part. There are things, swimming, drinking, etc., that you can do, which is cool. Do those things. And while you're doing that, you adjust the emotional part. And that's why I think emotional intelligence is such incredibly good news, is because we get to adjust inside of us anytime we want, whenever we want, right? It's up to us. So we can be grumpy or not. I don't know if we can be hot or not, but we can decide if we want to be grumpy or not. How's that for a conclusion? What do you think?
Yes, but we know that we need to be cool, but still at times it goes out of So how do we manage that?
Yep.
In such time? What could
Well,
be the strategies?
first, number one is awareness, and that is awareness of responsibility, that it's not them, it's not even the heat that's making me mad or that's frustrating me, that's making me agitated. It's not the heat that's making me do that. It's not. The heat is doing what it's doing. It's my thought process leading to my emotion, which makes me frustrated. That mine. That's emotional intelligence. That's emotional responsibility. That's ownership. And that is freedom, in my opinion. If they didn't do it to me, then I get to choose. I want to choose. I like being in control. I'm a control freak about myself. And so, darn it, I'm taking responsibility for my thoughts and my feelings because they're mine and I can. And I like it. I like it very much. What do you think? Step one, emotional responsibility. It's you. You get to choose. Step two, do something about it. Be aware, accept, and do something about it. Adjust things. If you're telling yourself yucky stuff, notice you're telling yourself yucky stuff and quit telling yourself yucky stuff and change it to something good that you can tell yourself. Like, I can do this. I can do this. And it's not going to be fun and it's got to get done, right? And that's called perseverance, resilience, and grit. One of my favorite things, grit. Yes, this is gonna stink, and it is, you guys, for the next couple of days. Sounds like it's gonna be awful, and you can get through it, right?
Yes, we can. Maybe, but not always it happens.
What?
Yeah, we try always to keep cool, but always it doesn't happen.
Right on. Okay. Well, I think that's the key to the thing is being responsible to yourself, that you're in charge of yourself and your inner emotions, and then you have the ability to, it's first awareness and then knowing how, right? And so, yes, I can. And here's how I adjust my thoughts. I have to adjust my thoughts to more positive thoughts. If I keep having the same negative thoughts over and over again, that means that we got an issue. Then we've got to go a little bit deeper and see what feelings are there that are keeping those thoughts in place. There's feelings behind the thoughts that are behind the feelings that are behind the thoughts that are behind the feelings. There are. So adjusting our thoughts is one of the keys to this thing. Sometimes just letting yourself, if you're so hot and frustrated, sometimes I call it feel it to heal it, which is just letting yourself for a minute, just really, really let go and feel as irritated as you actually feel. It just allowing the feeling, even just for a minute, just intensely, because then you can just let it go and let your body release. I think emotions stay in your body, in places in your neck, in your shoulders, in your back. They stay in there and they cause dis-ease.
Yeah,
And we
venting out
can
our
manage them. Yep, we can let them go. We don't have to carry negative stuff in our body if we're aware of it and we accept it, and then we take action to let it go. Go and just imagine it. Go. It's NLP. It's imagine it. It's in your back. What does it look like? What does it feel like? What is it? What shape is it? How big is it? What color is it? What's it outside? What's it? Is it smooth? Is it gushy? Is it hard? Does it have spikes on it sometimes? There are all kinds of things. So we can take it and imagine it go. It's pretty cool.
yeah.
That all
accept
takes ownership. Acceptance, right?
getting
Go ahead.
aware of it and accepting it and working on it.
Yep. Awareness, acceptance, action.
Today is a World Environment Day. Many people, in
Okay.
spite of, we are seeing lot of pollution and climate change that is happening, affecting everyone, but we are still not able to take up sustainable development or sustainable practices. So what we can do to change the people or ourselves to reduce the climate change, and how our emotions or our feelings can make this happen. Because, for example, we are using more and more of single-use plastic, but it is creating a lot of pollution. Why can't we move to a plastic which can be used in multiple times? Or maybe we can move to other alternative eco-friendly products. Why such a thought doesn't come to us? And even if it comes also, why we are not taking it forward? What we can do to move on to such sustainable practices or development?
Are you asking me, Dr. Raminja?
Yeah, Matt.
Is that what you want to talk about? I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know. I'm focused on emotional stuff, and this is political, environmental, big environment, huge, and
No, not in a
theoretical
political
and-
aspect, but I am thinking,
Okay.
maybe if I want to change my habit, I want to stop
Yeah.
using single-use plastic. I want to contribute to environment. So what should how should I go about changing that
the habit.
habit? Yeah, habit formation,
Yeah.
habit change.
Hmm.
Is
Emotionally?
it anything related to emotions? I think definitely.
Yeah. I think it is exactly the same 3 steps, as a matter of fact, for habits. Awareness, you're getting ready to do an action that you used to do. Well, first is decision, right? You're deciding that you want to, in this case, not buy single-use plastic anymore. So first is the decision, then awareness of when it's time to buy something. Is this or is this not? Awareness, acceptance. Yeah, it is, or yeah, it's not. If it's not, and it's not available, are you going to accept that you're not keeping your word this time? Are you going to accept that, or you accept not having it because you have a new rule about it? And then the action is all of that. So buy it or don't buy it. Kind of sounds like each time. And people say, oh, it's just a habit. Well, what that means is that you're not paying attention to your behaviors, or you're letting your emotions take over your behaviors and not putting much thought into it. And so you just do it the way is most comfortable to you, which is called a habit. But it is the reality is every single time you get to decide. Yeah, every single time you get to decide. If you're deciding not to decide, that's on you. That's up to you. You can call it whatever you want. It's called a habit, an addiction, or whatever you want to call it, sickness. Still, every single time you get to decide, or you get to turn your awareness off somehow and pretend you don't see it. So
Nice.
I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying that's the reality,
Yeah.
right? Every single time you get to decide. Some people say there's no such thing as an addiction. It's a choice. So
The easy choice.
I don't know. There's physical addiction and the emotional part of addiction is a choice every time. And it's the way it's the solution as well, it sounds like, I think.
What makes to take such a decision, prefer one such decision in spite of having other options? Why only prefer one choice over other choices? What makes us to choose only specific choice?
I'm not, was that a question? I didn't understand. Can you say it again, please?
When we have different choices to make, why we are choosing only one specific choice every time? Maybe in case of addiction.
Yeah, every time. Yep. Why do we choose the same choice every time? Because it emotionally feels better. You know, we try to do logic and emotion, right? We try to balance them. It's got to make sense and feel right. Well, with addictions, it's all skewed because it feels really good, even though sometimes it makes no sense whatsoever to be doing what I'm doing. That's not a good idea, and it doesn't make any sense. But man, it feels really good. So I think that if you were to dig down into it each time, you would find some negative emotion pushing at it every time. There's some negative emotion that you're either trying to avoid or, well, yeah, trying to avoid, period, mostly trying to numb, trying to push away. It feels like if it was a drug, or for mine, it's eating. And so when I want to eat and I'm not thinking about anything, I'm just feeling like that wanna is not, it's not physical. Usually I'm hardly ever actually hungry, but I eat anyway. And that's not cool. That's emotional eating. That means that there's emotions behind it that don't make any sense. So that means that my feelings are too high and my logic is too low, and we're trying to adjust them and go, does that make sense for you to eat that? No, it does not. Is it full of carbs or sugar or something? Yes, then don't eat it. It doesn't make sense, even though it feels good. It feels yoo-hoo, and it's yummy. And I reward myself, and I pamper myself with food, and I validate. And when I want to celebrate, I go get something to eat. When I want to stay awake, I go get something to eat. When I my refrigerator and my kitchen, unfortunately, are about 15 feet from my desk, and my refrigerator's right there screaming at me all day and all night. Darn it. So I got to scream back, or I have to do willpower, which is not easy a lot. And so it's emotional sometimes. I'm like, ah. What?
To build up our willpower.
Yeah. It's not that much fun. So I don't like it. I like to be able to do whatever I want and eat what I want when I want and as much as I want. And I cannot do that. So who's in charge and who cares if I don't? It's on me. All right. Totally on me. Totally on me. I like that, but I don't, but I do. I like to have the power, but it's a big responsibility sometimes, but it's my nickel. That's one of my things I say to myself. It's your nickel. It's up to you. Nobody else gives a damn. No offense, but you know what I mean? It's up to me. So that's a good feeling. I want to be in control. So every time I pick up something, every time I go to the fridge and open it and look in there, and then I close it again, I'm like, oh, yay. And I got to celebrate. That's another thing, is when I do it well, is to celebrate that and make it a bigger deal than it needs to be. Again, nobody else needs to know or care or be involved if you want. But if I, what I started doing is putting stuff, vegetables, small vegetables like cherry tomatoes and cut strawberries, vegetables and fruit and blueberries right in the front, and super easy. Mushrooms get really easy to open. So I go in the fridge and it's right there. Anyway, not your problem. It's a choice. It's a choice. So the other day I decided to go on a diet, and I'm choosing different, and it's pretty cool. It's working pretty well. I stopped. I feel like it's immature. I feel like I was eating immaturely, and I think some people, when they're grumpy and are letting the heat, blaming it on the heat, it is immature emotionally. And I don't mean to be judgmental, but it is. So allowing ourselves to take out things on other people, being grumpy around and just throwing our anger around. I know some people that do that. It just bothers me, is when they just allow themselves to throw their anger around. They don't really care where it lands. I'm frustrated about this. So do we need to hear about that every time? So don't do that. It's on us. That's on us. How we treat people, how we treat ourselves, how we talk to ourselves. That's good news, I think.
Yeah,
Anybody
true.
else?
We need to understand ourselves, and need to be aware of our emotions, and accordingly act
don't.
upon. Yes.
Yeah.
So
And accept. Don't forget accept in there.
Yeah.
Don't forget accept.
Yeah, participants, you
Very
can
nice.
also interact. You can share your observation or your views, how you are going to handle if you are faced with such a situation. Hope everyone can unmute yourself. Otherwise, you can raise your hand. I can unmute from my side. Feel free to interact.
I'm still writing in the chat if you guys are wanting to pay attention to some of this I'm putting into the chat.
Hello.
And you guys feel free to
Someone
talk to us in chat
Yeah,
if you don't
Nazir.
want to do it out loud.
Did you hear me?
Oh, hello.
Yes,
Yeah,
Nazir.
hi.
Yeah.
Hi, Nazir.
Hello, mate.
Yeah, do you have any query, ma'am?
How are you handling the heat?
Nazir, go ahead, ma'am. Would you like to share
Now we
something?
can't hear you anymore. Yeah. We could, but not anymore.
Actually, I joined these webinars for environment and sustainable development.
Yeah, we are discussing on environmental. These extreme climate changes are affecting us. So how we are going to handle these emotions when we are facing extreme environmental conditions. This is what we are discussing.
Actually, I am a postgraduate student of Forestry Department from Islam University of Pakistan.
Oh, Pakistan, nice.
Welcome.
Oh, welcome.
So I want to share about sustainable development of environment, which is much important for our health and other activities. And
Nasir, that's really important. How we're going to handle it on a global scale and on a big scale. We're talking about emotions right now, so I can be done with that, and you guys can go on with the conversation. Dr. R.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Matt, for joining us.
Yeah, no problem.
So we will continue with the other sessions. And thank you for
Okay.
joining us. And it's really very useful for us. First, understand, become aware, then accept it, and then
There it is.
work on it.
You got it. Excellent. Excellent. Sounds good. Yeah, we're responsibility first, emotional responsibility first. That's the key. Okay. Thanks, you guys. Nice talking to you. Take care. And I will see you again, I'm sure. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. Take care. And thank you on behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation and Sri Research Institute Center for Art Sciences and Wellbeing. Thank you, Matt, for once again joining us and sharing your thoughts and insights.
Hello, Dr. Ravindra. Excuse me.
Ha, Nazir.
Actually, I am looking for webinar that give me information about environment and how mitigate our environmental challenges.
Yeah, we are having sessions. Have you joined right now? Just now?
So it's end or it's gone?
No. We have sessions. We completed 2 sessions, and this is 3rd session, which we are quickly talking about how to manage emotions.
Right.
So this is also completed. This was just a quick interaction, and we are moving to next session.
So
I think you have joined right now. I mean, just now. That's why you are not aware, or you are
Yeah.
there. Yeah. So stay muted. Whenever we invite you, you can feel free to share. So we will move on to the next session.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So we are moving to our next speaker for the day. Today, we have with us Mrs. Vasanta Talya Ramarao, Probation Officer, retired from Women and Child Welfare Department, Government of Karnataka. We invite you, ma'am, for your session, Environment, Health and Hygiene. She got disconnected. Okay, then we'll move on to our next speaker. So, okay, we will move on to our next speaker. We have with us Dr. Kanika Vashishta, consultant homeopath.
Sir, she's on the line, sir, no?
Vasanta ma'am?
Yeah, sir, she's on the line now.
Okay. So we have with us Mrs. Vasanta Talya Ramarao, Probation Officer, retired from Women and Child Welfare Department, Government of Karnataka. Welcome you, ma'am, once again to the international webinar. And we invite you to take over on for your session on environment, health and hygiene. You can unmute yourself. No? Yes, ma'am, you are audible, ma'am, and we can see you. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us.
Okay, namaste. Good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Sir, it's clear now?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
I can proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It's very nice to have this one. It's very nice to have this session with all of you. And the subject is so beautiful, the environment. Hello.
Ma'am, if you can position your camera, that would be better.
Hello.
Ma'am, we can't see you, ma'am. We can hear you.
Hello. That is clear, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Your voice is
Hello.
clear.
Hello. Is there any problem?
No, we can hear you, ma'am.
I can proceed, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, okay. Hello.
But we can't see you, ma'am. We can hear you.
Oh, we can't see you. Okay, okay. Today's okay. I'll continue with voice. I'll come back with the video also.
Okay, ma'am. Please continue with voice.
Yeah. Only the video problem.
Okay, ma'am.
Hello. So today's session, the subject environment is so nice subject, and for me, Ravindra sir asked me to speak about health and hygiene with the environment. See, everyone loves our health. Health is wealth for everyone. No one likes to get lost of their wealth. Why? Because wealth is everything for us. We have to have our wealth in our hand in a right time, in a right place, in a right position. So to get the required health, we have to have our wealth. So health and wealth are two wheel of the cart. So we in this environment, today's life, we are all facing so many problems. We are taking so many steps to get our wealth. First, coming to the point, what are the environmental problem we are facing? The first and foremost is that we are facing is that air pollution. Air pollution is the most popular in throughout the world. Why this air population has come? Because now the problem is deforesting and the construction of the new buildings, closing the ponds, taking over of the ponds for the construction of the building. So many problems. So air pollution is giving lot of problem to society. The main factor is that factories have come up a lot. That main cause of air pollution. Why factories have come up? When we were young, we used to take for a school picnic. When I was 6th standard, they took us to the polyfiber factory, which was started newly. And there we visited the factory and they explained many things. And then we requested our sir, let us go to the river, sir. We'll have our lunch near the river. When we went to the river, the water was not at all clear. A black, a dirty water, a smelling water. No one could eat it near that river. Then my headmaster, some seniors, they said, no, we'll go somewhere else and we'll have our food. So then after all the visits, we came to one forest and said that according to my forest means it's thick place where we can see many things, the birds, the centuries, that, this, but that forest was not at all thick. Really, I wonder why forest is like it. That is because of the deforesting. Then after coming to the school, we had a debate section. Then many people was given their name for four of the factories and all. I and some 3-4 guys we gave against it. Then usually whoever speaks for the four, they will only get the prizes. But that day, luckily, I got the prize. Why? Because of this pollution. Those days, I don't know what is sulfur dioxide, what is carbon dioxide, what is oxygen, nothing. We are only just beginners of our life. But I spoke that water which I saw near the river, no, that gave me a lot of knowledge because of this factory which has come up. Because of that only this water is like that. I don't know it is polluted, big words, nothing. But because air pollution, because of this and air pollution for the whole city, oh, all of them almost asthmatic. They have cough, they have severe cold, so many breathing problems for them. Then they said this whole city is facing this problem. So it is better let us move fast. Because of this air pollution of the factory, the air was polluted there because of this factory. Like this in Bangalore today, Pinia industrial area, full of factories. How much bad air it is leaving to the air, the universe. So the air pollution is the main environmental pollution which we are facing a lot. So for air pollution, as a human being, as a member of this society, as the member of this universe, what we can do? We can have each one teach one. It was one of the slogan for the education purpose. But today's slogan, each one plant a tree, each one have your own kitchen garden, each one have your own tulsi plant. At least in my house, if we are 3 persons, I should have 3 tulsi plant, one in each balcony or one in each window. Why? Tulsi is the best remedy for all the air purification. We do puja for Tulsi. Why? This vessel is that is the best purifier of all. They say people tree is the best, but I cannot plant a people tree in my balcony. It's only 3 by 4. How can I plant it? So it's better to have good plants over there. Everyone, anywhere you live, if you have an independent house, have some of the plants are called lucky plants. Everyone knows it. Which are the lucky plants? Money plant. Money plant, anywhere in water or in soil, we can have the money plant. Even in our bedrooms, we can have money plants. We can put it in a small empty Pepsi bottle also, it will come up. So like that, this money plant can be done. Then jade plant. Jade plant, of course, it takes long time. It's little bit difficult to survive, but we can try it. We will get it. Then palms. Palm is a small pot which can get it, and then we can have it in our house at then. Then money trees. Money tree is such a beautiful tree. Very small, like Bonisan. We can have it so that we can solve our air pollution at our own place. Say next, the snake plants. Snake plants are very good. Everyone says you keep a snake plant in your bedroom, very close to your head, they say, because that purifies your what the bad air you are living outside, carbon dioxide, that will be directly absorbed over there. And peace lily they call. Lily is another plant we have to have in each house. So another one is Lucky Rambo. Lucky Rambo, they call it, name itself is Lucky Rambo. It is also a small plant, even with a half kg, 100 grams of mud, 100 grams cocoa peat, 100 grams cow dung. That much is enough for small pots in the home. And then rubber plants. Of course, rubber plant grows little bit higher and all. We can have a cuttings now and then that could be placed. See, for example, where we are living, this was a this thing, what is that pond? They closed the pond and they constructed a new flat here. Then when the pond was there was 3,000 trees were there in and around. Now we are 3,000 people inside, no tree outside. Naturally, the air pollution starts giving lot of trouble, giving lot of pain to everyone in this country. It is a small example I'm giving from my own environment. So regarding air pollution, we have to do something, means as a human being, as a small help to the country, small help to ourselves. We have to have our own small balcony pots and these lucky plants in our own balconies. So like this, we can help the environment. What is environment? Environment is nothing but wind, water, trees, and then plants in and around me is called the environment. How to control this? All these together, good winds, good water, good trees, good plants in and around me will create a good environment for me and for my generation and for upcoming generation also. Why today we are doing so many histories? This is not for ourselves. This is not for our own self. This is for the future generation. This is for the future life of our young children, upcoming people of this country. So this is not a problem of India. It is a universal problem. Mother India, Earth is the only planet. Everyone says, why I am not in moon? Why I am not in Mars? Why all of us, so many 7 billion people, we are living only in this Earth. This is the beautiful place where we get this beautiful wind, water, trees, animals, planet, plants, everything we can have this. That's why we could maintain all the things here in our area always. So let us have, at least from today, each one, please keep one tulsi plant in your home. Not for puja, it's only for purification of water. Coming to the water pollution. Coming to the water pollution, see, nowadays they remove all the ponds. Then no running rivers. Even I want to show my children how water runs means I should go at least 300 kilometers. If they want to see a sea, we should go 400 kilometers. No sea in and around me, no rivers. Even the on the map we see that is one river. But if you go there, it's not a river. It's a pond of pollution. All industries are leaving their unwanted things into that. So it's not at all a river. It's not at all a pure water we can see. How can we show our new generation? See, this is the river. So water pollution in the new constructions, they should have rain harvesting. Harvesting is a must when you construct a house. Okay, they do rain harvesting. They show it to the engineer. They will get the permission. They construct. But for what purpose they are using the water? No, no one using that. Only for the papers. On papers, rain harvesting is there. And recycling of the water. See, all of us, we once or twice we have visited Tirupati, the Balaji temple in Andhra Pradesh. You should go and see how they are recycling the water, how much plants they have done, how much the work is going on and recycling of the water. Some 2 years before, there was no water at all in Tirupati. They stopped the pilgrimage. They were allowing only few on those days because of the water problem, because of the water pollution all over the place. Now they have done so much of recycling of the water. Now they are not allowing no pilgrimage to stay and for more than a day like that. They have controlled themselves. Now the recycling of water they are using. And Tirupati is the only place, and also Sai Baba's place, they are giving pure drinking water to everyone free of cost. In our home, we have to take for purification so many purifiers. It's so many brands investing so much. Is it okay for no? Within a year, we have to do all the repairs and other things, so many things. And some of the scientists they say don't drink purified water, don't take the mineral water. You will not get the proper strength to your body. You have the normal water. So there is conflict whether to have this purified water or to have the normal tap water. So why this conflict has come? Because of the water pollution, because of this environmental pollution, this problem has arisen. See, because of water pollution, many of our health problem has come. This hygiene starts with the continuously we are speaking about health and hygiene. Health is highly related with water. Without water, nothing can be done. Our day starts with water. Our day ends with water. Even if you'll get up in the midnight because of any disturbance, you will have water, then only you will sleep. See, water is the main source, like air. Next is the water, which is most required for our body, for our life and all. So water pollution, we being the human beings at our own level, as a small human being of the society, we have to use less water. We have to close the taps. Leaking tap should be replaced immediately, and then wastage of water to be avoided. And especially water bills, we should think it over. Save the water for the future. For the taps, so many varieties of controlling taps have come. We have to adopt those things. Small things. It's not a big thing, but each one, small things will help to the welfare of the society, for welfare of our country, for welfare of our universe also. Like this, we have to do water pollution control along with our health and hygiene, which is very much essential. So for the patients, for the pregnant, for the lactating mothers, and the neonatal kids, it's better to have boiled water anywhere they go. And in case is there any water pollution also, the boiling water will kill the unwanted germs in that, and they give protection, health and hygiene to these vulnerable group of people. Even the senior citizens, it is better to have boiled and cooled water for themselves. Then coming to the another important, very important. For me, it is too much. Noise pollution. See how noise pollution is related to health and hygiene. Just within the tour. Nowadays, community living has come up. Usually, previously, in a village, 10, 20, 15 or 100 houses together is called a shelter. It's a village. And there together 100 people were living. They were having 300 trees in and around them and full of their own lands, full of greens and a good pond near to their village. And then they used to have pond water. So nice situation. Today, we are living together in a community. In our community, 3,000 people are living. We don't have a well, we don't have a river, we don't have a park. We are continuously depending on borewell water. The suppliers, we don't know from which borewell daily is getting the water for us. These all things, for everything, noise. Digging daily, one person will start digging early morning. So from digging of that, your neend will udayega. So you cannot sleep properly. The children cannot read. The working people cannot work because this water and the sound is correlated. Then noise pollution. See, the new generation, their lifestyle is different. At 12 o'clock, he'll put his volume, music system, 24, and he starts dancing. Party. Madam, today is my birthday party. Please tolerate, he says, my neighbor. I am 70 years. How can I tolerate? He's 24. Volume. I am next to his party hall is my bedroom. Only 4 feet difference is there. My community has built up. My living is that much. I am very lucky. I have my own house. Oh, I am proud to say. But how this noise is giving so much trouble to us. See, so many people nowadays, younger generation only, they have heart problems, sudden demises, so many problems. So this noise problem is giving lot of trouble. Noise pollution, not only for the human beings, for the birds, because of this shooting, rival, so many things. Nowadays, we cannot show the birds directly to our children. Only on photos we used to say, this is the peacock. See, this is the white peacock. If you want to see how to go to Jaipur, this is what we are giving explanation. Previously, in my own village, in my lands, peacock used to come and sit. We used to go and enjoy. After peacock goes off, we used to go and collect their feathers. And we used to make so designs out of that. So much enjoyment. Nowadays, because of this noise enjoyment, noise and then deforestation, everything, all these things have been removed. We are out of our happiness. And noise pollution is giving the sound execution to all the place, all the things. When there is a factory near to you, their siren continuously they start siren, whether you are sleeping, doing prayers, whatever it is, that's noise. Not only for me, for the birds, for the little birds, everything. Because of this noise, they will be so afraid. Nowadays, we have some pets at home. My doggy, if somebody comes and put the calling bell, he's afraid. He will go inside the sofa. See, this is after all a small calling bell. He will go inside the sofa. Think how noise pollution will give the trouble to the human feeling. How that will give health problems. Ordinary heart patient, if he's there, he'll be suddenly get up and see who has come. What's the problem? Somebody started fighting. He will ask what's the problem. These are the noise problems are giving so many problems to the human being. Our health and wealth we are losing because of all these pollutions in and around us. Coming to the next point is that soil pollution. See, soil, madam. Yes, soil only. We are all on the earth. We are polluting the soil. We say, no, madam, we are all saving the earth. No, we are not saving the earth. We are polluting. Today's agriculture, go and see how many varieties of pesticide they are putting. When I'll go to markets for sabji, to get the vegetables, if I'll see a brinjal without any holes, I will be happiest person. This brinjal is very nice. But when I was young, my father used to take me to the vegetable market. Those days only 1 weekday, they used to have sandy day. That day he used to take me. That day he used to tell me, you have to take brinjals. In which group there are some small holes are there. I used to ask, Papa, there will be sex inside, we should not take. No, I used to say, in that group means they have not put too much of pesticide in their field. It is understood. You leave that small whole one and remaining things you collect. This is the way he taught me nearly 40 years before to me. The pesticide use is giving so much harm to this soil. So pollution, soil pollution, this pesticide, even in the agriculture land, even in other places, even when we take pots to our house, those people from the pot shops, they say, Madam, this to take these fertilizers, your rose will come like a boom. I used to say, I don't want it. I want only cow dung and sheep and other things, and then give me neem, paka pata, and so many things. That's enough for me. Let us have something natural. Then this soil pollution we can avoid. Even whenever we go outside, we should respect the soil. Here, I would like to mention one thing. Please educate your children, our children at our own home. See, seasonal fruit we eat. Lot of fruit, every person nowadays, we are all educated. We are giving lot of importance to our diet. Whenever we will have fruit, usually what we do, we put everything to the dustbin. Instead of that, teach your children that they should save the seeds. All the seeds, whichever the seed it is. Orange, yes, keep it. Mosumbi, keep it. Sapoda, keep it. Today jackfruit has come, keep jackfruit. Okay, today another mango has come, keep mango. Everything. So after that, usually during summers, during winter holidays, nowadays cars are common. In nowadays, my daddy used to take me in a cart. My daddy has a horse. We are very rich person those days. I used to sit on horse and go means now it's nothing. Going in helicopter is also nowadays common. So when they go for holidays, you teach your children. Whenever there is some empty land you see, whenever some forest region, some green place, you stop your car. You ask your children just throw those seeds into that land. Throw 100,000, whatever the number is. Like that, you will have 4, 5 places. You throw all the things and go. That is all the teaching is required. If every family does that, if you will throw 1,000 seeds, at least don't you think 3 seeds will come up? Don't you think 3 seeds are enough fertilized, enough have strength to come up? So every family puts 3 seeds to this earth. Our problem, why it will not, sir? Our air problem, air pollution will come down, or water. When air, the growth of the trees have come, water source will come, naturally rain will be increased. Then along with that, all the birds will come, all the animals will come. See, it's all interrelated. So we should teach our children. So in my family, I have 2 grandchildren. I have given them this opportunity for them. I have told them that who will collect more seeds in the summer holidays, they should bring to my house. I will count everything. Whoever will have more seeds, I will give you prize. This time you would have seen both of them brought one backpack. All seeds they have brought. Everything. For counting only we took 3 days, 2 days. Both of almost same. I gave each of them 5,000 rupees. They were so happy. Then one day we took 2 cars. We went to this long drive and we have thrown like anything. They were so enjoyed. And some of the places we had put water, we have put it in the ground and we made it to grow. And we gave the name that it is Rishi and this is Ved. They were so happy. Again, next year we come and see whether Rishi will grow or Ved will grow. See, this is the way. This is the way we should teach our children, our future generation about the health, hygiene, environment, sanitation, for water, air, and then soil. Everything we should teach them. They are the best person. Now we are almost going up. They are on the way to come up. So which is better? On the way to coming up, we should give them an strength. So radioactive pollution. See, In every home we have. If I am in a hurry, I'll go and put water not on gas. I'll put it into micro oven. I feel micro oven gives me hot water very soon. Fine, I can take my tablet soon. But is it good? No, not fair. My Guruji used to tell me, don't bring a micro oven to your home. Don't bring that. Don't purchase a refrigerator. Don't take TV. Don't take newspaper. So much he was telling. See that these are the things, radioactive pollutions, not only my microwave, radiotherapies, electronic, so many items here. Even this headphone, if I use it for 12 hours, everything will I lose. These are the pollutions which is giving. So we should teach our children. That is most important. Their health is our family health. So minimum usage of these things because of the upcoming country we are living. So this is important. The children, if they are addicted with this, they will lose their hearing. And I am wearing a chashma in this age. It will come within the 3 years to the child also. It is another pollution. Everyone should think of it. Our health and hygiene is directly related with this radioactive pollution. Then coming to the pollution of e-wastage. See, wastage, especially in that e-wastage. E-wastage means everyone knows it. It is the electronic wastage. It is in each electronic things there are mercury inside and lead is there. So many other cardamom, the thing they have put in that. The chemical engineers know very well, but we know very little. Okay, little knowledge is enough for us. Why we will throw everything to the soil? We should not put it. Everything should go to recycle bin only. Nowadays, in all the new projects, they have put electric for one dustbin is separate, wet soil separate, then waste vegetable separate, dry like. If you bifurcate like this, these problems will not come to our society for us in future also. So these are the major problems which we are facing, which we are having the problems. All these pollutions, all these in the environment, as the environment day, these are the main 7 points giving environmental pollution. So all directly goes to the Mother Earth. From Mother Earth, it reflects on us. That will give more trouble to the present generation as well, also for the future generation. So nowadays, closing of ponds, we are doing, it's a big mistake. Society, that's a government has started opening the ponds and rebuilding of the ponds wherever it is. That is one of the things they are taking good action in cities as always also in the this thing. And overpopulation is another problem. Overpopulation means, see, in a village there was 300 houses. Now we go to any village, there are 10,000 houses are there. All are big villages. Small house, small village now called as a big village. And where they had only one primary health unit. Now all the primary health units are upgraded as primary health center because of the population. That all the health department programs will conduct through the population of their area only. Each 5,000 of population used to give one auxiliary midwife those days. Now for 2,000 of population they are giving one, because the programs are more, problems are more, the health issues are more, and so many things have come along with these primary health workers. There is one male health worker is there, along with them one ASHA worker is there. It is common all over India, because to get rid of all these problems, all this environmental control, all this environment is giving so many problems to the society. So they are doing this. So with all these things, with all this pollutional problem, with all work we are doing, it's very important, each one of us, to take care of this. And only the thing is that only one earth is there. We don't have 10 earths, one earth. Wherever you go, start from India, go to some place, again he'll come back to India only. We have to go around also. It is one earth, we are all on the earth. As the other speaker was telling, 3/4 already filled with oceans and water. Only 1/4 is remaining. In that 1/4, population was only filled. So population, we should try to control the population. We see China now, they were on the first, now they have come up because in the degradation that they are having less issues and they are trying to achieve their goal. But India, even till today, so many people, they are not at all bothered about issues. They are having more children, more problem. This is the biggest problem. Because of this, again, all the pollution, all the problems, all the things will come to us. Each one of us are responsible for that. So with of this, we have to do every year. Today, this World Day is called as also Vanamahotsava. In villages, they call it as Vanamahotsava. We were to doing our school days. Vanamahotsava means we were all happy. We are all used to wear green dresses on this day. Children used to ask any green dress you wear and come. And we used to go for some forest and everyone should plant one tree. All these things. Vana means forest. Mahotsava means occasion, a celebration. So Vana Mahotsava is one of the good cause for this total universe, for the total world. So Vana Mahotsava, even today in the school health program, one of the program is going on. So in Vana Mahotsava, they do lot of work on these things. So our planet, we are trying to save it. We are trying to do something better for this planet. So coming to the problem, one of the thing is that we are all responsible. It is not somebody's responsibility. It is the responsibility of each and one who are breathing on this earth. Am I not breathing? Ravindra sir is not breathing. You don't want oxygen? No. Every one of us, we want oxygen. Everybody, my neighbor, yes, he wants oxygen. My son, yes. So it is not somebody's responsibility. It is everybody's responsibility. It is not the property of somebody. It is the property of everybody. What property? All this protection of these things, all the pollution to be taken responsibility of the society is everyone. So in our home, how to keep our environment safe, clean the house. Every day it's your responsibility. Every day it is look out, cleaning, maintenance of the health of each family members, having good food, having nutritional food, clean, moist, everything is very, very important. So afterwards, after our home, our country is important. After our country, our planet is important. So which one to be deleted? Shall we delete our country? No, I cannot. Because I'm the member of this country. I have to live in this country. The total, all the requirements, water, air, land, sound, everything together. The trees, the plants, the birds, everything is ours. We have to protect everything. We have to work for all of these things. So like this in my home, in my society, in my village, in my city, we are all together. Let it not be a celebration only for this today. Let it not be a slogan for this today. How many trees are you there in your name? Please tell me some of it. Have you done something? I have more than 19 trees with my name. I have put my board also. Today is the 20th tree. I am going to put it in the evening in the program. And all 19 trees have grown up well. Okay, because why only 19 trees? You can ask, Madam, you are 70 years. Why I have done only 19? Because when I got good knowledge, good time, good strength, and the independent working capacity, from that day I started this. So all 19, I have done more than 40 trees. I have not done the follow-up. I don't know those trees are living or died. When I started my first day in 1984 for this day of Vanamahotsav, from that day I started, but I do not, I have no opportunity to go and see those trees, whether living or not. But I'm happy. I'm proud to say 19 trees are standing on the earth. So what oxygen I am breathing, I am proud to have. I have done something for the trees. I've done something for them. The trees, until they grow, until they come up 5, 6 feet, we have to feed them with water. Afterwards, they are independent. They will grow themselves. Rain harvesting is enough for them. So each one of us, maybe today, how many of us are here? Yeah, I've not seen the participant list. So each one of us, let us have our own tree. Let us take care of these trees. Let us have our earth. Our earth is the only planet in the universe where life is positive. We want positive life. Let us live positively. We don't want negativity in anywhere, not only here, anywhere we don't want it. We want positivity, positive life, positive thinking, positive adventure, positive get together. Everything should be positive. Health should be positive, isn't it not? So everyone need it. So adverse effect on humans, planets, animals, and microorganisms. See, microorganisms are very, very, very important. Though we cannot see, we cannot list them. We are not scientists, but we know little bit of science. So all these things have the adverse effect. Why? Because of this, what I explained very beginning, that all the pollutions on these things, that is air, sound, water, all these things will give the adverse effect on human beings, planets, animals, and also the microbes. See, in the winter season, if you put for curling will not take proper place, isn't it? So we will try to put a little bit hot milk and put curdling. The microorganism which works as a agent there, it also needs some proper temperature. Without temperature, it will also not work out. So it is very, very important. So this work, what we are doing is very, very important. The human activities is not one person activity. All together we are all human. Human activities definitely cause so overconsumption of food, pollution, and destroying the good things. See, sometimes we knowingly or unknowingly destroy so many things. See, in our societies, all kind of people we are living. So some of the people will form a group for the welfare of trees and plants and all. We spend on that, and we put all the plants, and we water it and all come. The opposition party, night without our notice, they remove it, cut it off, and they throw it on the land. Why? Why this hesitation? Why this angry? Why they are so negative thinking? For the plants, they are our well-wishers. They are our best wishers. They are taking lot of pain to get us good things in this society. So we should do all these things to save our life, to save our country, to save our life. So it is very, very important for all of us to do these things. The healthy ecosystem, clean water, purify air, maintenance of the soil, and regulating the climate. See, climate is another important thing. The prior speaker was telling so much about the climate. Madam Mary was asking, sir, why we get angry and all. Climate, we feel that something heat will come to our brain. It will make us frustrated. It make us rotate. Suddenly we will get the angry. Angry, that leads to depression, that leads to lot of health issues, so many problems. That is why this climate irregularities. Why climate will change? Because of all one and all is related. A healthy ecosystem is not there with the air, then air is not polluted. That will lead to the water problem. Water pollution will come. Then that leads air to water. Then maintenance of the soil. This unwanted water is used to the soil. Again, the problem. They're putting lot of fertilizer to the soil. Another problem. Eating those things to our body is a problem. So all these things will lead to that. See, when we were there, young children, we were not wearing any sweaters. I was not knowing what a sweater means. We used to play, anytime play, and go to school, come back, eat well, help the mother, help the father, whatever they say, we used to work and all. Nowadays, children Amma cold, Amma cough, Amma this. Because of this, everything is irregularities in the climate. They cannot bear anything. So food is also another problem. So on this good day, concerned with our health and hygiene, environmental sanitation, the World Environmental Day, on the day of this Vanamahotsav, let us all together take a oath that we will our own tree. We will name our tree with our name. We are proud to say our name. What's your names? I never say I'm Mary. I say I'm Vasanta because our name is our proud. It is my prestige. It gives me all the respect. That is the recognition to me. So everything is on it. Why can't we have our own tree with our name? Why can't we have our own pot in our name? You are not doing puja. Okay, no problem. But keep it as a purifier. Have these lucky plants in your home. See, each lucky plant is 100 rupees. We think you have to spend on pot also some 100 rupees, 200 rupees. For your birthday, you take one. For your mummy's birthday, bring one, 200 rupees only. So altogether, I told you some 10 plants. 10 plants in a year, in an occasion. For your each festival, you bring one plant. Keep only 10 pots in your garden. So how much you will get? Along with that, we can have small plants like we call it as Amruta Balli. Amrut Balli means Amrut, it means milk. That is the creeper. If you will have Amrut Balli, it need not be a big growing balli. Let it be small. You cut it off. Use it daily, eat one Amrut Balli ele. One leaf of that, it gives protection for so many diseases. Sorry. If you have a daily good kashaya prepared out of that, it is very good. And one more plant is there. It is called Vandelaga. I don't know what you say in your language. It is only one leaf will come. Vandelka is the best source for the memory of children. I say in my age, I forget the things. Yesterday I kept my garage key somewhere. I forgotten. So memory loss is there as the age factor, and also children need it. So if you will have that in your phone, weekly once if you will prepare, it will give more memory power to your children. That is the second plant you have. These are the called medicinal plant. And tulsi, as usual, we know everyone knows its medicinal value, which is very good for cough and fever as well as throat pain and all. Then the next one is we call it as Ajwan. Ajwan, as we call it as Doddapatre. We call it as the medicinal plant of that. That is also very much essential in each house. So all the medicinal plants in your little balcony or in your good place, maybe you are all living in a good house, in a good open place. Please have all these things. Minimum of these things, each person should have it. Mary has visited my house personally. She has seen my little garden. How much pain I'll take in my garden. Even in my status or in my Facebook also, I put only about my garden. I am very proud to have my little garden, my balcony garden. It's very nice. Even I have a banana plant. Not to have the bananas and eat, only that banana leaf which will be floating here and there. It will purify the air and it takes all the dust which comes. See, every 2 days once I will clean the all leaves of each plant. They will take all the dust on themselves. They clean the water. So why can't I clean the plant leaves? I will remove all the dust and I'll throw that small cloth to the dustbin. So I will not put water because water pollution, water problem. I should not waste the water. So, but I clean it as my children. So each one of us on this good day of this, we have to do all these things. We have to take some responsibility. It's everybody's responsibility. Mother Earth is not my own. It is for everyone. This subject is not my own. This subject is not for someone. It is the responsibility of each and everyone. It is environment is meant for everyone. It is no one's property. It is the responsibility of the total family, total earth, total person of this world. So I hope the time is nearing to me. The other speaker already, she was ready when I was not getting my proper internet. So I think Ravindra sir, can I conclude here or shall I continue for 5 more minutes? Your wish, sir.
Yeah, ma'am, you can conclude in 5 minutes.
Are any questions are there? I'm here with all of you.
Yeah, participants, if you have any queries, you can unmute yourself or raise your hand. It was
Hello.
really wonderful session.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you
There are
hear me,
no,
sir?
there are no queries, ma'am, but appreciation messages in chat box. Dear participants, if you have any queries, then you can raise your hand or unmute yourself and ask.
Hi, ma'am.
Hi. Tell me, Mary.
It is very informative. You said from traditional to modern techniques and all, na? Very informative. It was learning session for me. That's why I didn't ask questions for you. This environment is new topic for me now.
Yes.
So all the best, ma'am. God bless you. Take
Thank
care.
you, Mary. Thank you. Very nice of you.
Take care, ma'am. Bye, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for giving me this great opportunity, sharing my feelings with you all. On and all, good afternoon. Thank you very much to be with me in this session.
Thank you, ma'am. You really gave wonderful insights into various aspects of environment, health, hygiene, and how they are interrelated and how they are impacting each other and influencing each other. It was a really wonderful session for all of us. We thank you on behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and the Sri Research Center for Arts, Sciences and Wellbeing and Purest Foundation, and on behalf of all the participants. We thank you once again for joining us and accepting our invitation, and we wish you all the success. Look
Thank you,
forward
sir.
for more sessions.
Thank you. Namaste, each and everyone. Jai Bharat Mata ki.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll take leave of you.
Okay. Now we will move on to our next speaker for the day. We have with us Dr. Kanika Vasishta, consulting homeopath. Dr. Kanika Holistic Homeopathic Clinic, New Delhi. She is also Neuro-Linguistic Programming, NLP Master Coach, and also ex-crisis and medical consultant, DCPCR, New Delhi, and NABH Internal Auditor. We welcome you, Dr. Kanishka, for your session on homeopathy, a synergy between environment, sustainability, and health. Over to you for your session.
Thank you, sir, for inviting me. And hello, everyone. And congratulations on Environmental Day. Let's just not, as Vasanta ma'am said, let's just not make it just a day, but we do take steps every day to protect our environment. I have a small presentation I'd like to share. Today, I want to talk about the healthcare part, which is related to environment. A small contribution towards how homeopathy has a role in environmental sustainability and how it is one of the greenest and most sustainable option currently available for global well-being. On this day, let us take a pledge not just to make it just one day, but from now on to reboot and embrace new ways of living, which not only take care of our own health, but the health of our planet also. Because everything is linked, like Vasanta ma'am also said, and other speakers also said that everything is linked to environment. I would like to start with a small quote of Mahatma Gandhi, which says that earth provides enough to satisfy every man's need, but not every man's greed. So here the key word is needs. We all have needs, we all have desires, and we all have wants. So our Mother Earth has provided enough to satisfy every man's needs, but not every man's greed. Mother Nature provide all the necessary, just a minute. provide us for all our necessary needs and even more than that. But when the greed come in, then what happens? Then over exploitation of the natural resources happens, which damage the ecology. This in turn creates environmental diseases. Homeopathic system can be the solution for this by its eco-friendly medicinal sources and manufacturing procedures. There are three pillars of sustainability, as we all know. One is social, one is economical, and one is environment. Do you think all these three are not interrelated? These three are all interrelated. For solving any sustainability problem, all these three pillars must be sustainable. A problem in one will create the problem in others. But the most important of these pillars is the environment. If any problem is there in environment sustainability, then no matter how hard we try, the other pillars cannot be made strong. The current example of COVID and climate change is I think important enough for us to understand how it is affecting the social and economic lives of people all around the world. What does WHO says about the ecosystem? The WHO says that declining condition of the environment is actually the beginning of the health problems all around the world. Like Vasanta ma'am said that during her childhood days, they used to come back and they used to play. Now what is happening? That whenever the child is coming back, they are sitting in the AC or they are watching TV or they are online and they are not having any physical activity. And if they go out, they take in dust, they take in pollens, and they have allergic rhinitis. They have allergic attacks. So about 25% of health problems today are already environmental in origin. So healthcare, as a healthcare professional, and as I have worked in the healthcare organizations such as hospitals, it is our duty to consider the long-term environmental cost, not just the short-term revenue that we are generating, no, but the long-term environmental cost we should consider for providing the healthcare, and we should try to reduce the material and energy consumption. There is no realistic way or current technology available to replace the declining natural ecosystem that are essential to health. No matter how much our technology can advance, but can it replace climates? Can it help in climate stabilization for the whole earth? I'm talking about. Can it purify the water of all the oceans? Can we do the pollination? Can we do the biodiversification? No, we cannot. So no matter how much the technology can advance, but there is no way that we can do this all by ourselves. So I would like to discuss this quote that I found, and I found it very, very helpful, that healthy soils lead to healthy plant, healthy animal, healthy human, healthy water, and ultimately healthy climate and planet. Nowadays, what is happening? Pesticides are being thrown in the crops like water, and we are all eating that. We are all eating. So are we getting any nutrition? Maybe something, maybe sometime not. Our nature has already provided these types of foods which are there, which actually help us to heal. Like, for example, carrots for eye, citrus fruits for the breast, avocados for uterus. So Mother Nature has already provided us enough food and enough nutrition that we can take care of ourselves. But if we pollute these food items with pesticides or with other pollution, then what will happen? We are not getting any nutrition. The only thing that will increase are diseases. So how healthcare industry and environment are related? Healthcare industry can become damaging to the environment. How? By the use of complex manufacturing processes in the pharmaceutical industry and the biological products. Environmentally significant precursor and potentially toxic bodily byproducts of the medications. Complex and hazardous solid air and water emission, including toxic, infectious, and radioactive waste, can be prevented. Yes, I'm talking as an NABH internal auditor. Whenever we used to go for rounds to take audits in the hospital, we knew where there will be a flaw. We knew where we had to go. And same, the external auditors who used to come, they used to do the same thing, because we all know where the flaw is, where we can improve. We can improve this by development of hospital waste management policy, which is included in the infection control manual. We have certain manuals in our hospitals which are very important. Every auditor which comes, every auditor which comes to inspect, they first of all see these manuals because they want to see if our manual is in place, and then they go on round and they see if it is being implemented or not. So what does this hospital waste management policy include? It includes minimal waste generation, orderly collection of the waste, precaution handling, systemic storage, proper transport, segregated treatment, and permanent disposal. There is a policy in the infection control manual which states that every 3 months, the infection control nurse has to go to the site where all the waste of the hospital is disposed, whether it is being treated properly or not. So there are ways to prevent, there are ways to do, but how much we do and how much we don't is based on our own actions. Now, homeopathy, how environmental sustainability and homeopathy is related. Preventing illness and protecting our environment should go hand in hand. It should not be like if we are making drugs to cure disease, we are damaging our environment. So preventing illness and protecting our environment should go hand in hand. Ecologically sustainable medicine offers the tool and resources that lead to economically sustainable healthcare and environmental healing. Homeopathy is an excellent example of this, ESM, which meets the requirement of the sustainable medical system. What are the criteria for a drug to be called ESM? It should be safe and harmless. It should be clean and non-toxic. It should be cost-effective. It should be non-polluting. It should be adaptable and flexible. It should be renewable. It should protect the quality of life on Earth, the environment, and the natural resources. There should be synergistic relation between human health and global well-being. It should be connected with the web of life. So in homeopathy, the production of any medicine do not create any toxic waste. We have two main processes by which we make our medicine, which is trisuration and succussion, which in olden days used to be done by hand, but even now some of the good companies are doing it by hand. These two processes are non-toxic ways of bringing out the medicinal properties of any natural substance. As you all know that homeopathy is all nature-based. We actually extract the medicinal property of the natural product that is available, readily available to all of us. In ecological terms, homeopathic remedies never exhaust any natural resources. In other way, we actually create more resources. There is negligible environmental impact and no question of overconsumption at all. Homeopathy meets the criteria for both renewable and sustainable source of medicine. No waste product is produced from the original material and no harmful chemical or complex reagent are used in the manufacturing process. Homeopathic medicine had never been banned or taken off from their use. All homeopathic medicine are effective even today as they were in earlier days. Bacteria, fungus, viruses never become resistant to any homeopathic medicine. No homeopathic medicine has been ever taken off from its use because it has become ineffective, and new generation medicine has to be there because it doesn't have any side effect. So that is the beauty of scientific homeopathy. Now, homeopathy and global human health and global well-being with homeopathy. Homeopathic proving is a process where the prover reveals the hidden nature of the medicine, and this prover is actually human. A homeopathic method of drug development facilitates the expression of inner state of any substance through human vehicle, the prover. During my training days, during my college days, medical college days, we have actually also done provings of different medication. Our homeopathy was founded on the basis, on the principle of this proving also. Homeopathy offers a powerful tool for assessing the inner nature of the world's material phenomena. How was homeopathy discovered? Like while translating Dr. Cullen's, he was one of the professor of anatomy, medical textbook into German. Our founder, Dr. Samuel Hahnemann, he was an allopath. He learned that the bark of cinchona, the cinchona bark of Peruvian tree was effective in treating malaria. So what he decided to consume the crude product, and he developed the symptoms which are similar to malaria. So the principle of homeopathy was introduced Similia civilis studentur, that a substance that causes the symptom that resemble those of a particular disease should ameliorate that disease. Around 1801, Samuel Hahnemann began experimenting with dilution and agitation to strengthen the effect of medicine. And here he introduced the word homeopathy in 1807. The synergistic relationship between homeopathic remedies and global health well-being enables both homeopath and patient to deepen their relationship with nature, encouraging ecological healing. This participation reinforces the value that species extinction and habitat destruction should never be a consequence, but because we cannot afford to lose any more species or habitat, since the extinction limits the potential development of medicine. If slowly our natural products are getting extinct, from where we will get the medicine? Because medicines are coming from the nature only. So if there are no medicine, then the disease will start increasing. So it is all interlinked. Homeopathy goes beyond the boundaries of medical technology by avoiding ecological repercussions of current mainstream medical practices. Homeopathy supports a sustainable and clean ecosystem. As the degradation of natural environment continues to accelerate, homeopathy offers a profound insight to personal and global healing. We believe in the concept of holistic healing, which means we find the root cause of the symptom, we remove that root cause of the symptom, then we purify the body of toxin and infection, then replenish the body with all the nutrition deficiency and allowing the body to heal itself. Homeopathy, a 360-degree approach, how evidence shows that homeopathy works on animals and plants apart from humans. Thus, the large-scale ecological healing via homeopathy is very significant. I myself is treating 2 canines via homeopathy. Healthy community depends on striving to support environment and patient safety, contributing to the preservation of water and energy, preventing air, water, and land pollution with reduce, reuse, and recycle strategy. That is what I said, that environment and patient safety should go hand in hand. It should not be like, for the sake of one, we are destroying the other. Your body actually knows how to heal itself. It has survived many years on its own by natural environment. Homeopathic medicine uses these natural products. Homeopathic remedies come from the substance that are derived from plants, minerals, animals, metals, which are considered toxic in their food form. But by the process which I told you, trituration, succussion, and dilution, a process by which the solution is violently shaken and given a number of time between solution, create the final product. These are some of our medicine which are derived from the toxins of the other crude product. For example, tuberculinum, which is given to the patient with a family history or with the history of tuberculosis, is actually derived from the culture of Mycobacterium tuberculosis. This undergoes various dilution and various succussion, which actually enhances the medicinal property of the substance. Homeopathy believes, just a minute. Homeopathy believes that homeopathy is based on the concept of holism. That is, every part of the body is connected. Physical symptom elicit the psychological response, and psychological symptom result in the functional and the structural changes in the body. Homeopathy takes into account various idiosyncrasies, hypochondria of the patient, and selects the remedy based on their overall constitution. As a homeopath, we ask a lot of questions to the patient. Why? Because we are not taking the symptom, but we are taking consideration of the patient as a whole. We ask their nature, we ask their appearance, we ask their mental symptoms, we ask the energy, we ask everything. Why? Because based on what we get as a response, we have to select the medicine, we have to select the doses, we have to select the potency, the power of the medicine. So it is a tedious process, and it is a very good process actually. So health by definition, so health means that it includes the whole person, not just the absence of disease. In homeopathy, we don't consider disease as a separate thing, but we consider that it is an alteration of the state of health which expresses itself outside through symptom. There are no diseases, but only disease individual. Cure is only possible by changing into healthy condition of the state of health of the diseased individual. Medicine will not be able to cure if they do not have the power of altering man's state of health, which depends on sensation and functions. I would like to end by with the quote of Buddha, which says that every human being is the author of his own health or disease. So let us all take a pledge to nurture our mother nature, because she has nurtured us and never fail to nurture us. Use the principle of reduce, reuse, and recycle, and do take small steps towards environmental preservation. Like Vasanta ma'am said, that plant a tree of your name. It will give benefits, maybe not today, but in few years, you will know the value of that. We all know about the climate change that is happening all over the world. It is our duty as an inhabitant of this planet, at least, to help and create the sustainable environment conducive for the health, where we can breathe the oxygen which is given by the nature, not by an oxygen tank. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma, for the wonderful insights on how homeopathy is contributing to the planet and earth, and how sustainability is and the environment friendly it is without any side effects, and it is contributing to the health and also environment. So participants, if you have any queries, you can unmute yourself or raise your hand or share your comments, feedback, queries in chat box.
Ravindra sir, I have a small video also which I'd like to show about how the homeopathic medicine is manufactured. Can I show it?
Okay, Ma, go ahead.
Okay.
Use any other player, Ma.
I think it is not playing.
You can use other player, select as open with and use some other player. And close this application. If you have any other player like VLC player,
Okay.
that is open source and widely supported.
Okay. I'll see. I think it is not able to play anyways.
Because these proprietary players, they need some additional plugins to play that content.
Anyways, I think it's not getting.
You can do one thing. You can download a VLC player in your system and be ready. Maybe after another speaker, or maybe we can take it up.
Yeah, if there are any questions, I will like to answer.
Yeah, there are only appreciation messages. I don't see any query. Yeah, dear participants, if you have any queries or observation, comments, you can raise your hand or unmute yourself or share in chat box. Okay. As of now, there are no queries, only
Okay.
appreciations. So we'll move on to our next speaker. In the meanwhile, you can download and keep it. Whenever we take the break, I will invite you. If you can share, it's fine. Otherwise, you can share links with me.
Yes, I will. Yes, thank you.
Thank you on behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute Center for Arts, Sciences and Wellbeing, Pure Earth Foundation, and on behalf of all the participants, we wish you all the success. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, sir, for inviting me, and thank you for this platform. And I wish that every one of us will do something good for the environment, because it is really, really, really required nowadays. As an inhabitant of this planet, at least we should take small steps towards environmental sustainability. Thank you.
Yeah, Karim, do you have any query?
Yes. Okay, good morning to everyone.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes, I joined the meeting, I lately joined the meeting, but I have a question.
Okay.
Yes, it is true that nowadays there is a danger about the environment and the nature in general.
Mm-hmm.
What I would like to know is what is done in the international level so that countries, mainly developing countries, contribute to protect the environment to prevent the destruction of the climate. This is what I would like to do. I have the impression that in developing countries, mainly in Africa, I am in Burkina Faso, I have the impression that nothing is done to protect the environment and the nature. So I would like to know, in the international level, the international organization, what are they doing?
Okay. For this, let me give you a glance on. I have a short video, so let's go through it. Then we can take up if you have further query.
Okay.
Okay, I will share.
Problem.
Yeah, I will share it. You can watch it.
Okay.
And then if you have any query after watching it, you can ask.
Okay, no problem.
Okay,
thank you.
Oh. So this is a video of United Nations Environment Program. So this year is this is the 50th year. So let's look into various initiatives they have taken at a global level, so we can understand.
We are facing an existential crisis.
Unlike anything the world has ever seen.
We need to take action.
Everyone has to stand up.
The warning is not a new one.
Our world faces a triple planetary crisis of climate change, nature loss, and pollution.
For generations, humanity, often without realizing it, has been destroying the natural world. In the name of progress, we have polluted the Earth's oceans, chopped down its forests, and clouded its skies. Today, nature and our own survival rest on a knife's edge.
It's time to ratchet up the action that we need to have at the country level.
The United Nations Environment Programme was established with one goal in mind: to unite the world in saving our planet.
It is clear that the environmental crisis which is confronting the world will profoundly alter the future destiny of our planet.
For 5 decades, UNEP has used science and its mandate to bring the world together to help nations find solutions to grave environmental threats.
What is this pollution that we have heard so much about?
The Mediterranean is sick. It's being poisoned slowly but steadily for those who need it most.
The 1970s found a world grappling with an unprecedented crisis of pollution. Could the seemingly irreparable damage be undone? UNEP inspired the world to take action, preventing oil spills and toxic discharge by ships, uniting 143 coastal states to limit ocean pollution and save marine life, reducing air pollution and ending the scourge of acid rain. But soon, the world would face its biggest environmental challenge yet.
The destruction of the ozone layer on a global scale is no longer just a theory. The hole over the Antarctica is no longer an isolated seasonal phenomenon.
If the breach continued to grow, the planet would suffer lethal levels of ultraviolet radiation, harming human health, biodiversity, and climate. In 1987, UNEP facilitated the Montreal Protocol. Over 30 countries agreed to phase out the production of almost 100 ozone-depleting substances. The protocol remains one of the greatest achievements of multilateralism.
All nations gathered here to be proud of what we had achieved.
This success set the tone for a series of powerful accords, limiting the movement of toxic waste across borders, protecting the Earth from dangerous, long-lasting chemicals, and restricting the international trade in mercury. Most recently, in 2021, UNEP finished a 2-decade-long campaign to rid the world of highly toxic leaded petrol, saving an estimated 1 million lives each year. As the world grappled with pollution and waste, another crisis was brewing.
I have dreamt of seeing the great herds of wild animals, jungles and rainforests, full of birds and butterflies. But now I wonder if they will even exist for my children to see.
Poaching and habitat loss were pushing some of the world's most iconic animals to the brink of extinction. Driven by science, UNEP supported a series of international treaties, limiting and in some cases banning the trade of endangered species, safeguarding migratory animals, expanding protected areas, and increasing financing for biodiversity protection. The seminal Earth Summit in Brazil introduced the idea of sustainable development.
This is an historical moment for the mobilization of all peoples of the world.
Over the last 5 decades, UNEP has helped more than 100 countries enshrine the right to a healthy environment in their constitutions and produced scientific studies to guide member states in their decision-making. In 2012, a new international body was established to provide scientific data on biodiversity in a joint effort from UNEP and other UN organizations. In 2019, it found that 1 million species face the threat of extinction, underscoring the urgency to act.
Every action we take alters the earth that future generations will inherit.
The world is starting to recognize the effects of planetary warming, but UNEP began sounding the alarm 3 decades ago. As early as 1988, UNEP and the World Meteorological Organization launched the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. For over 30 years, IPCC Science has helped member states counter climate change, earning the body a Nobel Prize for its work. UNEP-backed studies have informed some of the planet's most crucial climate accords. These include a 1992 agreement that set a template for curbing greenhouse gas emissions, followed by the Kyoto Protocol and the landmark 2015 Paris Agreement.
I'm proud to announce that 175 parties
have signed the Paris Agreement.
UNEP has also mobilized 450 banks, insurers and investors to help create a more sustainable world.
We don't want fossil fuels anymore.
A lot has happened in the last 50 years, but it's the next 10 that will be pivotal for life on this planet.
But in fact, what you and I and other ordinary people around the world can do will not by itself save the natural world. The great decisions, the great disasters that face us can only be dealt with by governments. And that's why this organization is so important.
Over the past 50 years, we've seen when the world decides to act, the world comes together to act. Together with member states and partners, we've achieved a lot. But now is the time to truly make that lift for humanity and to do much more and much faster. And I have every reason to be hopeful. As an organization grounded in science, UNEP will do everything in its power to push for breakthroughs. Our planet and humanity depends on us. Together, we can build a greener and safer and fairer world for all.
So this audio visual gives the insights into various initiatives that has been taken by the United Nations Environment Program, and with this year it is completing 50 years of its existence. So these are the various initiatives. So I mean, at an international level, at a national level, there are almost the highest signatories are around 190 countries. So all together are working on climate change and environment protection, sustainability. So at a global level, at an international level, United Nations is working on various programs. And at an individual level, every country is also taking part and contributing in its own capacities. But definitely, yes, the developing countries and underdeveloped countries are still facing, because the developed countries are the countries who are contributing a great amount of pollution and other things due to its activities. So maybe they have a greater role to play to address these issues due to technological advancements. Maybe they can contribute much better by transferring science and technology, newer methods, and where natural resources can be put to best use. Hope this has answered your query about various initiatives that has been taken up internationally or globally. So any queries we will take up at the end of the session. So let's invite our next speaker for the day. Yeah, we have with us Virendra Kumar M. Thakurji, Assistant Professor and also Advocate in Computer Science and Engineering, Govind Vallabh Institute of Engineering and Technology from Uttarakhand. I welcome you, sir, once again to the international webinars on the Environment Day for your session on environment management, laws, acts, and legal provision. Over to you, sir, for your session.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you may please enable my screen sharing, sir, so that I can share my presentation.
Yes, sir. Now we can.
Yes, now I have got it. Thank you, sir. Well, so I hope my screen is visible to you, sir.
yet, but it's come. Yeah.
Yes, it will come after network delay of 5 to 6 seconds.
Yeah, it's visible now.
Okay, thank you, sir. So today, wish you all of you very happy World Environment Day. It is being celebrated every year on 5th June. Environmental law is generally a compulsory subject in all LLB courses. So it is a very wide subject. Now, the subject of entire semester can't be spoken about in a short span, but we shall just see some of the important provisions related to it. So this time I will not be able to make a section by section reading, but we shall just broadly see the overview of various provisions or different legislations, acts and rules and regulations that are there in India for environment protection. So let's see, first of all, we begin with our constitution as well as the history, how it all started. So environmental laws are an important part of any governance body, and it comprises a set of laws and regulations concerning air quality, water quality, and other aspects of the environment. So in India also, we have two major acts. They are called as Air Act and Water Act. The environmental laws in India are guided by environmental legal principles and focus on the management of specific natural resources such as forest, minerals, or fisheries. So we also have forest. We have laws for forests also, as well as for wildlife. The environmental laws in India are a direct reflection of what was envisaged in the Constitution. So we have some provisions in the Constitution also. And the need for protection and conservation of the environment and sustainable use of natural resources is reflected in the constitutional framework of India and also in the international commitments of India. So we have signed certain international covenants and United Nations resolutions which are, say, obligatory upon us. So we see the first 6 major laws related to environmental protection and wildlife. These are Environment Protection Act 1986. EPA was passed, say, after the Bhopal gas tragedy, that is on the night of 2nd and 3rd December 1984. So such that such occurrences should not recur in future. So this Environment Protection Act 1986 was enacted. We also have Forest Conservation Act 1980. Wildlife Protection Act 1972 is there. What we call as Water and Air Act. These are, the full names are Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974 and Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1981, under which we have the Central and State Pollution Control Boards, that is PCB, and Indian Forest Act 1927. Now, in September 2014, a committee was formed under former Cabinet Secretary T.S.R. Subramanian to suggest amendments to the existing environment and forest regulations. And some amendments have been made after that. The environment is also, the government is also planning to discuss changes in the coastal regulation zone, and these changes were later made in 2018. So we shall see that also. Now, firstly, the law of the land, that is the Constitution of India. So the need for protection and conservation of environment and sustainable use of natural resources is reflected in the constitutional framework of India and also in the international commitments of India. So we see two important provisions, that is Part 4A, that is Constitution under Part 4A, that is Article 51A, Fundamental Duties. This calls a duty on every citizen of India to protect and improve the natural environment, including forests, lakes, rivers, and wildlife, and to have compassion for living creatures. Further, the Constitution of India under Part 4, that is Article 48A, Directive Principles of State Policy, stipulates that the state shall endeavor to protect and improve the environment and to safeguard the forests and wildlife of the country. So these are two important provisions, that is 48A and the 51A. We shall see what is the exact language of these provisions now, because these are mentioned and all the further legislations are based to give effect to these constitutional provisions. So the 48A says that protection and improvement of environment and safeguarding of forests and wildlife. This is the title. The state shall endeavor to protect and improve the environment and to safeguard the forest and wildlife of the country. As far as fundamental duties are concerned, so there is a duty to protect and improve the natural environment, including forests, lakes, rivers, and wildlife, and to have compassion for living creatures. So these are the two important provisions. Next, we come to the history. How the Ministry of Environment and Forest came into being. So the detailed and developed framework for environmental protection came after the UN Conference on Human Environment in Stockholm in 1972. That we can say our legislative history, that is 1972 onwards. This led to the formation of the National Council for Environmental Policy and Planning in 1972 within the Science and Technology Department. So earlier it came under S&T Department. This was set up to establish a regulatory body for the overview of the environment related issues and concerns. And the council was later converted to the Ministry of Environment and Forest. So then it was separated from the science and it came into existence as a separate ministry itself. The government of India has made numerous acts to protect the environment and biodiversity. In fact, we have Biodiversity Act of 2002 also. The important and impactful environmental laws and acts are listed and explained below. Now let us see the history, how this ministry came into being. So several environment protection legislation existed even before independence of India. For example, we can take this Indian Forest Act 1927. Indian means it was enacted by British, because if we see pre-independence acts, then the word Indian was there because British Parliament enacted laws for Britain and other countries also. So Indian means enacted for the country of India. After independence, we dropped that word India because we understood that these have been made by the Indian Parliament. So we have Indian Forest Act 1927. However, the true thrust for putting in force a well-developed framework came only after the UN Conference on the Human Environment, that is Stockholm 1972. And after the Stockholm Conference, the National Council for Environmental Policy and Planning was set up in 1972 within the Department of Science and Technology to establish a regulatory body to look after the environment-related issues. And this council later evolved into a full-fledged Ministry of Environment and Forest. Now it has become very powerful ministry itself, because it gives clearance for all the industries and important or big projects. Now, if we see how this pollution control boards, what we call as PCB, that is central PCB and state PCB. So MOEF was established in 1985, which today is the apex administrative body in the country for regulating and ensuring environmental protection and lays down the legal and regulatory framework for the same. And since the 1970s, a number of environmental legislation have been put in place. The MOEF and the Pollution Control Board, that is CPCB, that is Central Pollution Control Board, and SPCB, that is State Pollution Control Board, together form the regulatory and administrative core of the sector. So these are the two important bodies, we can say, or sets of bodies, because it is there in every state. So state, central as well as state pollution control boards are there. Then we come to the important legislations. So as far as legislative codes are concerned, we have special codes for this. These are called NGT, National Green Tribunal 2010. So some of the important legislation for environmental protection are NGT. It enforces these laws, that is Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act, Water Prevention of Control and Pollution Act, Environment Protection Act 1986, Hazardous Waste Management Regulations, etc., and so many other laws. So all these are there. We have special codes after 2010. Earlier, the tribunals were there that were abolished after this NGT Act, and even the Supreme Court of India, which was having some original jurisdiction, and the PILs, that is Public Interest Litigations. So these were transferred to the NGT after 2010, and then Supreme Court now sits in the appellate jurisdiction, that is over and above the judgments of NGT. So these important environment legislations have been briefly explained in the succeeding paragraph. So let us see what are these important provisions. Coming to NGT Act of 2010, I just check my camera. Okay, I'm not able to go back to this. Okay, so the NGT, that is National Green Tribunal Act. This has been enacted with the objectives to provide for establishment of a National Green Tribunal NGT for the effective and expeditious disposal of cases relating to environmental protection and conservation of forests and other natural resources, including enforcement of any legal right relating to environment and giving relief and compensation for damages to persons and property and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Earlier, the legislations were very few And if we see the history, earlier it was considered as a matter of torts, that is criminal negligence, and these were the things, and only say the compensation could be claimed under these types of acts. But after a Bhopal gas tragedy, there was great awareness, and the legal rights, that is besides the two simple, also two major acts of say air pollution and water pollution, so many other legislation have been enacted after 1986, including say Environment Protection Act 1986. Now the act received the assent of the President of India on June 2, 2010 and was enforced by the central government by notification dated October 18, 2010 with effect from October 18, 2010. The act envisages establishment of NGT in order to deal with all environmental laws related to air and water pollution, the Environment Protection Act, the Forest Conservation Act, and the Biodiversity Act as has been set out in Schedule 1 of the NGT Act. So all the acts or the we can say powers of the NGT have been given in Schedule 1. That is, it sees all these the litigation arising under all these acts. And now two earlier acts were there before the NGT came into being. So special courts were there, but they have been abolished now. That is consequent to enforcement of the National Green Tribunal Act 2010, the National Environment Tribunal Act 1995, and the National Environment Appellate Authority Act 1997 stand remain. So these acts of 1995 and 97, that is tribunal as well as the appellate authority, both have been abolished, and now we have this National Green Tribunal. The National Environment Appellate Authority established under Section 3(1) of the National Environment Appellate Authority Act 1997 stand dissolved in view of the establishment of the NGT under the NGT Act 2010, white notification dated October 18, 2010. So now that has been abolished. It was established in concurrence to the Rio Summit 1992 to provide judicial and administrative remedies for the victims of the pollutants and other environmental damage. It also agrees with in law we have different meaning for damage and damages. Damage means injury. Injury could be either to person, say property, or reputation. That we call it damage. Damages is the money cost. That is the liquidated damages. That is the something which can be measured in terms of money. That is called damages. In simple words, we call it compensation. So damage means injury. Damages is compensation. That is broadly the difference. It also agrees with Article 21, the right to a healthy environment to its citizens of the Constitution. So it is implicit. It is not expressly stated, but implicit under our right to life and liberty. The NGT has to dispose of the cases presented to it within 6 months of their appeal. So there is time-bound provision also. And NGT has original jurisdiction on matters related to substantial questions of the environment. Earlier there was a problem because environment was such a subject that nobody cared for it. And there were some public interest litigation. Because if there is no earlier in courts, we have to show the legal rights. We call it locus standi, that is place for standing in the court. So you don't have place to go to court, a place of standing in the court, unless your legal rights are violated. And legal rights come under the 5 types of writs, that is writ of mandamus, writ of certiorari, writ of prohibition, writ of habeas corpus, and writ of quo warranto. And if you can't establish locus standi, then you can't go to court. So a 6th type of writ, that is the public interest litigation, which is not mentioned in the Constitution. That was say the other remedy that was made available through various judgments of Supreme Court and High Court, and that we call as the PIL. So many things came under before the courts under this PIL jurisdiction. So separately, this legal right was established, and now since it is a legal right, therefore there are special courts also, and that is the National Green Tribunal. So that is the special court that looks after this environmental rights. So now it's a legal right also. Now NGT deals with civil cases under 7 acts related to environment. So as we have seen, Water Act, that is Prevention and Control of Pollution Act. There is also Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Cess Act. Now it is a special type of tax that is levied on the pollutants. Pollutants are the industry. Okay, so polluting industry, that is which say flow their water without treatment to the rivers. So since they are damaging the river, so there should be some tax. So this is called the cess. So that is levied on these industries. Then Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1977, Forest Conservation Act 1980, environmental protection at 1996, public liability insurance at 1991 is there, and then biological diversity at 2002. We shall see broadly, therefore, just briefly in this presentation. 2 acts have been kept out of the jurisdiction of NGT. Now, 2 things are not there actually. What doesn't come within the jurisdiction of NGT is firstly the Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. In India, we have 3 types of services which are called as AIS. AIS are All India Services. And All India Services include the IAS, Indian Administrative Services, Indian Police Services, and Indian Forest Services. Now, these forest officers, or what we call as divisional or regional forest officers, who are IS officers, IFS officers, so they look after this enforcement of this act. It means they are the branch of the executive that looks after this acts, Wildlife Protection Act, even Forest Act, Forest Conservation Act, and there was another new act that was enacted, which we call as Forest Rights Act. This is Scheduled Tribes and Other Traditional Forest Dwellers, Recognition of Forest Rights Act 2006, FRA. Earlier, there were certain criminal tribes, what Britishers called, that is in 19th century, they were called criminal tribes. After independence, they were, say, renamed as nomadic tribes, and after enactment of constitution, they were listed in the schedule, and they were called as scheduled tribes. Now, these people should have some rights over the forest so that they don't turn back to the criminality, and therefore special rights were recognized so that there is development. Like in say Naxalite area also, we see that there is resistance to building of roads, there is resistance to building of railways, and they just want to go by their what British people called as uncivilized ways or the criminal ways. So to bring them into the mainstream, these rights were recognized formally in 2006, and we call it them as Forest Rights Act briefly, or it is Scheduled Tribes and Other Traditional Forest Dwellers, Recognition of Forest Rights Act 2006. And decisions of NGT can be challenged in High Courts and the Supreme Court. Now the jurisdiction is such that now there is no appellate tribunal, only this tribunal having original jurisdiction, and the appeals can then go to the High Courts and the Supreme Court. First, we see the Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1981. It is a very big act. We shall not go into details of it. The Air Act is an act to provide for the prevention, control, and abatement of air pollution, and for the establishment of boards at the central and state levels with a view to carrying out the aforesaid purposes. So this is the objective, or we may say the preamble is given. The act targets to control and prevent air pollution in India, and its main objectives are to provide for prevention, control, and abatement of air pollution, to provide for the establishment of the boards at the central and state level to implement the act, and therefore CPCB and SPCB were given the responsibility. So these are the central and the state PCB, that is Pollution Control Board. It states that the sources of air pollution, such as internal combustion engines, that is IC engines in automobiles, industry, vehicles, power plants, etc., are not permitted to release and pollute particulate matter, that is very minute particles, lead, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, hydrogen oxide, volatile organic compounds, or other toxic substances beyond the predetermined limit. So the limits have been specified, and these have to be monitored by the Pollution Control Board. It empowers the state government to designate air pollution areas. Now, another objective is to counter the problems associated with air pollution. Ambient air quality standards were established under the Air Act, and the Air Act seeks to combat air pollution by prohibiting the use of polluting fuels and substances, as well as by regulating appliances that give rise to air pollution. So these appliances also come under its purview. The Air Act empowers the state government, after consultation with the SPCBs, to declare any area or areas within the state as air pollution control area or area. So they can even notify these areas. And under that, establishing or operating any industrial plant in the pollution control area requires consent from SPCB. So they have notified certain areas which are pollution control areas. SPCBs are also expected to test the air in air pollution control areas, inspect pollution control equipment, and manufacturing processes. So these administrative powers have been given to the PCB. Then we come to the second act that was enacted after this. We are going chronologically as far as possible. So objective was to provide prevention and control of water pollution and maintaining or restoring of wholesomeness and purity of water in the various sources of water. So water is required for different purposes. It includes not only the water required for drinking or for cooking purpose. There is also water for different purposes. So for washing utensils, for clothes, and for all purposes. So it wastes regulatory authority in Central Pollution Control Board, CPCB, and State Pollution Control Board. So these same boards that look after air pollution, they also look after water pollution. CPCB and SPSB are statutory bodies. SPCB are statutory bodies created under Water Act 1974, and it empowers CPCB and SPCB to establish, enforce different standards for factories discharging pollutants into water bodies. They also specify that there should be some treatment. Now that treatment is costly, and therefore many of the industries avoid that. So it enforces that pollutions are treated before they are released into water bodies, which may be say rivers or oceans. CPCB perform the same functions for union territories. So central looks after center as well as union territory, along with formulating policies related to the prevention of water pollution and coordinating activities of different SPCB. And SPCB controls sewage and industrial effluent discharge by approving, rejecting, and granting consent to discharge. So it looks after all these discharges, which could be water or maybe chemicals, or it could be say including solid material also. The Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974, that is Water Act in short, it has been enacted to provide for the prevention and control of water pollution and to maintain or restore wholesomeness of water in the country. So this is the objective, or we can say preamble that provides for this. It further provides for establishment of boards for the prevention and control of water pollution with a view to carry out the aforesaid purposes. Now these same boards that were enacted under Air Act, they also look after this Water Act. The Water Act prohibits discharge of pollutants into water bodies beyond a given standard and lays out penalties for non-compliance. Now there are certain penal provisions. Now since it is recognized as a legal right, so for violating the legal rights, penalties are there, which is different from the say torts. Earlier there was remedy only in civil courts, but now we have got special courts, that is NGT, and there are penalties or the offences that are there. So at the center, the Water Act has set up the CPCB, which lays out standard for the prevention and control of water pollution. And at the state level, SPCB function under direction of the CPCB and the state government. There is say a joint jurisdiction of central as well as the state because it's a concurrent list. Now further, Water Act, Water CS Act, Prevention and Control of Pollution CS Act, was enacted in 1977. Now this is different from the Act of 1974. It provides for levying of cess. So to provide for the levy and collection of cess on water consumed by persons operating and carrying on certain types of industrial activities, because the society should not bear the economic cost of these activities. So this cess is collected with a view to augment the resources of the central board and the state boards for the prevention and control of water pollution constituted under the Water Act 1974. And this act was last amended in 2003. So this is another Water Act, we can say, or Water Cess Act 1977. There is also fund. Fund depends on the number of employees. Cess depends upon the volume or size of the industry. So cess depends on their, we can say here it depends on their polluting capacity or the pollutant. Now we come to another main act, that is Environment Protection Act. And this act was passed under Article say 253, legislation for giving effect to international agreement. And this act was passed in the wake of Bhopal gas tragedy in December 1994. It was enacted to achieve the UN Conference on the Human Environment 1972, that is Stockholm Declaration. That was our say international obligation, and to give effect to that, this was passed. Eco-sensitive zones or ecologically fragile areas are notified under say MOEFCC under EPA 1986, that is 10 kilometer buffer zones around protected areas. So Ministry of Environment and Forest has notified certain areas as the buffer zone, and these are generally say 10 kilometers around some protected areas. Now there are two statutory bodies that are established here. So statutory bodies that are established under EPA 1996 are Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee and National Coastal Zone Management Authority. This is that are converted to National Ganga Council under Ministry of Jal Shakti. The Environmental Protection Act, that is the Environment Act, provides for protection and improvement of environment, and EPA establishes a framework for studying, planning, and implementing long-term requirements of environmental safety and laying down a system of speedy and adequate response to situations threatening the environment. It's an umbrella legislation. designed to provide framework for the coordination of central and state authorities established under the Water Act and the Air Act. The term environment is understood in a very wide term under Section 2A of the Environment Act. So let us see what is the definition. Environment includes water, air, and land, as well as the interrelationship which exists between water, air, and land, and human beings, other living creatures, plants, microorganisms, and property. So it is a very wide definition that includes everything within the environment. Under the Environment Act, the central government is empowered to take measures necessary to protect and improve the quality of environment by setting standards for emission, that is maybe for the vehicles or industrial polluting industries, and discharges of pollution in the atmosphere by any person carrying on an industry or activity, regulating the location of industry, that is maybe industry or industrial areas outside the city, management of hazardous waste and protection of public health and welfare. And from time to time, the central government issues notifications under the Environment Act for the protection of ecologically sensitive areas or issues guidelines for matters under the Environment Act. So these are powers of central and the state government. Now, in case of any non-compliance or contravention of the Environment Act or of the rules or directions under the said Act, the violator will be punishable with imprisonment up to 5 years or with fine up to rupees 1 lakh or with both. Earlier, we had only civil remedies, and after EPA, when Union Carbide was there and it was found to be responsible, and Warren Anderson, whose CEO, had escaped from India, and there were allegations that whether Indian government helped or whether he should have been hanged and punished and hanged to death. And there were even questions raised, that is why the government compromised. The government of India filed a civil suit in the Supreme Court of USA, and we got $700 crore dollars as compensation. And there was this conflict of civil versus criminal remedy, that is whether we should look after our victims and provide solace to them, or whether we should run after one criminal in order to hang him to death. So there was conflict between these remedies, and there were various allegations under against CBI as well as against the central government. That was conflict of, we can say, victimology versus criminology or civil versus criminal remedies, because their objectives are different. The objective of criminal remedy is to prosecute the offender. The objective of civil remedy is to compensate the victim. So the government did that and got the compensation for this Bhopal gas tragedy from the Supreme Court of USA. In case of continuation of such violation, an additional fine of up to rupees 5,000 for every day during which such failure or contravention continues after the conviction for the first such failure or contravention will be levied. And further, if the violation continues beyond a period of 1 year after the date of conviction, the offender shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 7 years. So we can say this is a type of minor criminal law besides the IPC and CRPC that we have. So there are hundreds of such minor laws in India. So this is also a minor criminal law. Then we have hazardous waste management regulation. So hazardous waste means any waste which by reason of any of its physical, chemical, reactive, toxic, inflammable, flammable, explosive or corrosive characteristics causes danger or is likely to cause danger to health or environment, whether alone or when in contact with other waste or substances. Earlier we had other acts like Explosive Act, Explosive Substances Act, that is when these things are in transport. So at that time there should be some compensation if some accidents happen. So that is just to give some legislation besides the law of torts that is there under the British common law available since say last 400-500 years in Britain. So those laws were followed in India, but now say after 1885 we have some other legislations also. So there are several legislations that directly or indirectly deal with the hazardous waste management. So relevant legislations are, of course, we have Factories Act 1948. It has many say provisions for say safety as well as hazardous industries or factories. Now that is repealed, but the new code for industrial safety, that is say CIS 2020, it has not yet come into effect because of this say corona pandemic. But the 4 new codes are likely to replace some 36 older acts, and these will be then enforced by the labor laws, labor codes. So these are the special codes having original jurisdiction for trying as a labor legislation. The Public Liability Insurance Act 1991, we shall see briefly about that also. National Environment Tribunal Act 1995, now it's repealed, and rules and notifications under the Environmental Act. So some of the rules dealing with hazardous what waste management are discussed below. Let us see what are these rules. First, we have the rules of 2008. These are related to hazardous waste management, handling, and transboundary rules. So these rules brought out a guide for manufacture, storage, and import of hazardous chemicals and for management of hazardous wastes. Then we have biomedical waste management and handling rules 1998. That is waste mainly from say hospitals or clinics. So biomedical waste management and handling rules 1998 were formulated along parallel lines for proper disposal, segregation, transport, etc. of infectious waste or dangerous waste. So we have biodegradable as well as non-biodegradable, and these classifications were then made, and now we have say two different colors of dustbins as we know. So this was the first enactment, that is biomedical waste management and handling rules 1998, that brought this into effect. Then we have municipal solid waste. We can say very old problem in India. Management and handling rules 2000. So municipal solid waste handling rules, management and handling rules 2000 aim at enabling municipalities to dispose municipal and waste in a scientific manner. That is, they should have some dumping zones, and this should be say with proper specifications outside the say populated areas, and how this should be dumped, so that they are not say discharged into water and these do not pollute the water bodies. So these provisions were made under these rules. Then we have waste management rules. So in view of the shortcomings and overlapping of some categories, for the inconvenience in implementation of the biomedical waste management and handling rules 1998, as well as the municipal solid waste management and handling rules 2000, the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change has formulated draft biomedical waste management and handling rules 2015. These are called draft BMW rules, and the draft solid waste management rules 2015, that is draft HWF rules, and sought comments on the draft rule. Now in 2018, certain rules were made. So let us see that also. So earlier we had these draft BMW rules. These are to replace the biomedical waste management and handling rules 1998, and draft HWF rules and replace the municipal solid waste management and handling rules 2000. And objective of the draft BMW rules, that is biomedical waste, is to enable the prescribed authorities to implement the rules more effectively, thereby reducing the biomedical waste generation, and also for its proper treatment and disposal, and to ensure environmentally sound management of this waste. And the draft HWF rules aim at dealing with the management of solid waste, including its segregation at resource, transportation of waste, treatment, and final disposal. Now some of these rules are there related to e-waste also. So e-waste management and handling rules were proclaimed in 2011, promulgated in 2011. So e-waste management and handling rules 2011 have been notified on May 2011 and came into effect from May 1, 2012, with primary objective to reduce the use of hazardous substances in electrical and electronic equipment by specifying threshold for use of hazardous materials, and to channelize the e-waste generated in the country for environmentally sound recycling, because some of these can be recycled also, like the metal or other things through compaction or some other processes. These can be reused. So there can be recycling as well as reuse. So the rules apply to every producer, consumer or bulk consumer, collection center, dismantler, and recycler of e-waste involved in the manufacture, sale, purchase and processing of electrical and electronic equipment or components, as say detailed in the rules. Then we have batteries rules. So batteries management and handling rules 2001 are there. That is batteries rules 2001 deal with proper and effective management and handling of lead and batteries waste. The Act requires all manufacturers, assemblers, reconditioners, importers, dealers, auctioneers, bulk consumers involved in manufacture, processing, sale, purchase, and use of batteries or components thereof to comply with the provisions of batteries management and handling rules 2001. So many such rules have been made under different acts. Then we shall see some other laws related to environment. So we have this Wildlife Protection Act 1972. Then we have Forest Conservation Act FCA, that is 1980, Public Liability Insurance Act 1991, Biological Diversity Act 2002, and Coastal Regulation Zone Notification 2018. So lastly, we shall see these rules. The Act provides for protection of wild animals. This is Wildlife Protection Act 1972. So protection of wild animals, birds, and the plants, and for matters connected therewith or ancillary or incidental thereto, it extends to the whole of India. The Wildlife Protection Act was enacted with the objective of effectively protecting the wildlife of the country and to say control poaching, smuggling, and illegal trade in wildlife and its derivatives. The Act was amended in January 2003, and punishment and penalty for offences under the Act have been made more stringent. And Ministry has proposed further amendments in the law by introducing more rigid measures to strengthen the Act. And the objective is to provide protection to the listed endangered flora and fauna, that is plant and animals, and ecologically important protected areas. It has 6 schedules that give varying degrees of protection. So there are 6 lists at the end of the Act, and these lists are called the schedules. So Schedule 1 and Part 2 of Schedule provide absolute protection. So offences under these are prescribed the highest penalty. Then we have species that are listed in Schedule 3 and Schedule 4. These are also protected, but the penalties are much lower. Then we have Schedule 5 for animals. So animals under Schedule 5, for example, common crows, fruit bats, rats, and mice are legally considered vermin, and they may be hunted freely. So these are allowed in Schedule 5. And specified endemic plants in Schedule 6 are prohibited from cultivation and planting. So certain plants have been prohibited because we call them, say, invasive species or something that they endanger or harm the other species. So these endemic plants are there. Now statutory bodies have been established under Wildlife Protection Act. These include National Board for Wildlife, State Wildlife Advisory Board, Central Zoo Authority, Wildlife Crime Control Bureau, and National Tiger Conservation Authority. So these are the 5 bodies. Then we have Forest Conservation Act 1980, besides say the older Indian Forest Act 1927. So Forest Conservation Act 1980 was enacted to help conserve the country's forest. It strictly restricts and regulates the dereservation of forest, dereservation of forest or use of forest land for non-forest purposes without the prior approval of central government. So if you want any approval for any project, then you first have to get the clearance from the Ministry of Environment and Forest, or we can say Forest Department. To this end, the Act lays down the prerequisites for the diversion of forest land for non-forest purposes. So this land use can't be changed without the permission of because we have got limited forests remaining now. Then Scheduled Tribes and Other Traditional Forest Dwellers Recognition of Forest Rights Act 2006. So this ST and other traditional forest dwellers recognition of forest rights Act 2006 recognizes the rights of forest dwelling scheduled tribes and other traditional forest dwellers over the forest areas inhabited by them and provides a framework for acquiring the same. So for example, if you want to acquire the land, so besides the Land Acquisition Act of 2013, now this provisions of this 2006, that is Forest Rights Act, also have to be complied. So the Act recognizes and weighs the forest rights and occupation of forest land in forest dwelling scheduled tribes and other traditional forest dwellers, that is OTFD, who have been residing in such forest for generations. And these that is the traditional rights. So these have been made now legal rights or the justiciable rights, because one can go to court for enforcing them. So this Act comes under the aegis of the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, because it is related to mainly scheduled tribes. So that also establishes the responsibilities and authority for sustainable use, conservation of biodiversity, and maintenance of the ecological balance of the forest dwelling scheduled tribes and other traditional forest dwellers. It strengthens the conservation regime of the forest while ensuring the livelihood and food security of the FDST and OTFD, and it seeks to rectify colonial injustice to the FDST and OTFD. I told earlier about that because they were called as criminal tribes by the British people, who are integral to the very survival and sustainability of the forest ecosystem. And the Act identifies 4 types of tribes. So just because they were living in forest, they can't actually be called, say, uncivilized tribes. So now we call them scheduled tribes. So the Act identifies four types of rights. Firstly, there is title rights. That is, if they own that land, ownership rights. So it gives FDST and OTFD the right to ownership of land farmed by tribals and forest dwellers, subject to a maximum of 4 hectares. And ownership is only for land that is being cultivated by the concerned family, and no new land will be granted. So there, it is just for preservation of the traditional or old rights, or customary or inherited rights. Then use rights. The rights of the dwellers extend to extracting minor forest produce, grazing areas, pastoral routes. That is, if there are certain say forest produce that on which their survival is dependent, then these rights are protected so that these people do not become unemployed or their say existence or survival is not threatened. So these are protected. Then we have relief and development rights. So to rehabilitation in case of illegal eviction or forced displacement and basic amenities subject to restrictions for forest protection. So there is right to relief as well as development, because through the development their say survival should not be threatened. So if they are displaced or if there is eviction, so it should not be say illegal eviction or forced displacement. It should be in accordance with the provisions of this Act as well as the say Land Acquisition Act of 2013, that is the earlier Land Acquisition Act of 1894 enacted by the Britishers. Then forest management rights. So it includes the right to protect, regenerate or conserve or manage any community forest reserve which they have been traditionally protecting and conserving for sustainable use. So forest management rights have also been given so that there is a participation of these communities. Then we have the older act, that is Indian Forest Act 1927. So Indian Forest Act 1927 consolidates the law related to forest, the transit of forest produce, and the duty leviable on timber and other forest produce. Then we have Public Liability Insurance Act 1991. So this was enacted with the objective to provide for damages to victims of an accident. So whenever there is an accident, so there is insurance under this say act of an accident which occurs as a result of handling any hazardous substance. So if something is there which can say cause some danger to the community, like say gas cylinders, explosive substances, anything that could cause a hazard, petrol, diesel. The Act applies to all owners associated with the production or handling of any hazardous chemicals. So even if they are chemicals, then earlier it came only under the law of torts, but now we have got this Public Liability Insurance Act also when these the goods are in transit or transportation. Then we have Biological Diversity Act 2000. It's very important act. So Biological Diversity Act 2002 was born out of India's attempt to realize the objectives enshrined in the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity, that is CBD 1992, which recognizes the sovereign rights of states to use their own biological resources. The Act aims at conservation of biological resources and associated knowledge, as well as facilitating access to them in a sustainable manner. The National Biodiversity Authority in Chennai has been established for the purposes of implementing the objects of this Act. So we also have this National Biodiversity Authority. It was implemented to give effect to UN Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD, that is Nagoya Protocol, and to check biopiracy, protect biological diversity, and local growers through a three-tier structure of central and state board as well as the local community. So this is established under Biological Diversity Act, where at every level we have this structure to protect biological diversity. To set up National Biodiversity Authority, so NPA is set up, state biodiversity boards, that is SBBs we call them, and biodiversity management committees, that is BMCs, at local level. So we at national level, state level, as well as the local level, we have these different boards as well as the committees. So then we have ozone depleting. Last few slides are remaining. So we shall see this 2000 Act, these rules, that is ozone depleting substance regulation and consent control rules. So if in refrigeration and air conditioning industry, we know that it results into some substances that are resulting into ozone depletion. So it sets deadlines for phasing out of various ozone depleting substances. That means they can't be produced now. So there is some time limit given to them that they should be not be produced after a few years. And regulating production, trade, import, and export of the product containing ODS. This is because of our international commitment. So these rules prohibited the use of CFC, that is chlorofluorocarbon halogens, ODS, such as carbon tetrachloride and methyl chloroform, and SFC, that is again say fluorocarbons, except in metered dose inhalers and for other medical purposes. So only where they are medically essential they can be produced. Otherwise, these substances shall not be produced after a few years. So these rules have been made. Then we have Coastal Regulation Zone Notification 2011 and then 2018. So the Ministry of Environment and Forest had issued the Coastal Regulation Zone Notification, white notification is called the Sea Life, with an on this January 6, 2011, with an objective to ensure livelihood security to the fishing communities and other local communities living in the coastal areas, to conserve and protect coastal stretches, and to promote development in a sustainable manner based on scientific principles, taking into account the dangers of natural hazards in the coastal areas and sea level rise due to global warming. it was notified based on the recommendations of the Shailesh Nayak committee. So now this committee suggested some amendments, and therefore after 2011 these amendments have been carried out in 2018. So to promote sustainable development while taking into account the natural hazards such as increasing sea level due to global warming. So to conserve and protect biodiversity besides livelihood security to local communities, including the fishermen. So this is the coastal regulation zone. And then we have Energy Conservation Act 2001. So it was enacted as a step towards improving energy efficiency and reducing wastage. It specifies energy consumption standards for equipment and appliances, that is mainly electrical and electronic or mechanical appliances. It prescribes energy consumption norms and standards for consumers. It prescribes energy conservation building codes for commercial buildings, that is civil structures also. And Bureau of Energy Efficiency, that is established, that is BEE, is a statutory body established under this act, that is energy conservation. Then we have Compensatory Afforestation Fund Act 2016. Afforestation is creating the forest. Deforestation is say removing the forest. So this is for afforestation, that is building new forest. So the CF Act was enacted to manage the funds collected for compensation afforestation. That means whenever some forests have been, say, some deforestation is done, so in compensation to that the new forest should be built elsewhere, so that the total forest area is not reduced. So which then was managed by the Ad hoc Compensatory Afforestation Fund Management and Planning Authority, that is CAMPA. So compensatory afforestation means that every time forest land is diverted for non-forest purposes such as mining or industry, the user agency pays for planting forest over an equal area of non-forest land, or when such land is not available, twice the area of degraded forest land. So this is for the afforestation fund, establishing this fund. As per rule, 90% of the CF money is to be given to the state, while 10% is to be retained by the center. This is as per the legal provision of this act. Then the funds can be used for the treatment of catchment areas, assisted natural generation, forest management, wildlife protection and management, relocation of villages from protected areas, managing human-wildlife conflict, training and awareness generation, and supply of food-saving devices and allied activities. So lastly, I end with this: it is not yours nor mine, it is ours. So protect your mother who nourished you, that is, and wish you all happy World Environment Day. In Sanskrit, we call Vishnu Patni Namastubhyam Parvatastana Mandale. That means this, what we have, hills. These are the, say, breasts of our Mother Earth who nourishes us. Vishnu Patni Namastubhyam Parvatastana Mandale. Padasparsham Shamaswame. So when we are, say, laying our field on, say, earth, so at that time we say beg pardon of our Mother Earth, that whenever we are, say, laying our feet, and just you can imagine what happens when that mother shakes. So if there is earthquake, at that time you have got a very fearsome feeling, because we are living on this Mother Earth, and sometimes we take everything for granted. And when we take our Mother Earth for granted, then even if there is some problem, so at that time we don't, say, think that what harm we are causing to our Mother Earth. So at that time we should be careful that this is our Mother Earth that gives us this, say, protection. So it is wearing this clothes of, say, ocean or sea. It is about 79%, only 21% is the earth. Therefore, it is called Samudra Vasane Devi. Samudra Vasane Devi is actually the our Mother Earth, which is having these clothes or wearing the clothes of, say, ocean or water. And Parvatastana Mandale, so we call Samudra Vasane Devi Parvatastana Mandale. So these mountains are the breasts of our Mother Earth. And Vishnu Patni Namastubhyam, so she is the wife of Lord Vishnu. And Padasparsham Shamaswame, that is, even if we are, say, laying our feet on that, we should beg pardon of our Mother Earth. So this is the, say, very old shlok that says that protects our Mother Earth, because our life is dependent on it, and because our mother is common, and therefore we say that all, say, human beings are our brothers and sisters. That is the our broader meaning of this. So Samudra Vasane Devi Parvatastana Mandale Vishnupati Namasubhyam Pada Sparsham Shamasluve. So we have a duty towards our Mother Earth, and when we fail into that duty, then that mother may withdraw the protection, and when it withdraws that protection, then that results into natural disasters, climate change, and many other things. So because of which we get very fearsome feeling that when we are not getting the protection from our Mother Earth, so what harm it can cause to us. So let us stop here. Thank you very much, Dr. Ravindra and Shesai Healthcare Holistic Health Foundation for giving me an opportunity, and she Center for Arts and Science for giving me an opportunity to again present my presentation on this Sunday. If there are any questions, I would be glad to answer them. Any questions related to this legislation?
Thank you, Virendra Kumar. It was a really wonderful session giving insights into various laws and acts that are prevalent. And as we see, there are many laws and acts, but maybe the implementation part is lacking to such extent that it is unable to prevent the present situation. So I think we are the ones who need to follow them. So I think we need to be more aware and cautious about the changes happening. We need to follow them and hear it so that we can have sustainable. You rightly pointed out, our culture and traditions have given utmost importance to the nature and natural resources. But nowadays, due to lack of our awareness and education about our culture and tradition, because other taboos, whatnot, to interpretation.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any questions? Any questions from the audience?
Yeah, there is one query.
Hi, sir.
Yes,
Hi, sir. Good evening, sir. Actually, you do every topic you take. No, you do lot of research and bring out the material, sir. I'm very great fan of your PowerPoint. The way you take the PowerPoint, you put all the slides, and you take lot of effort, sir.
Thank you.
Each time, no doubts. So for me, every time your what and all presentations you're sending me, I go through. I gain knowledge when I'm in the free time in the house. You send to my WhatsApp. I read it up. I gain lot of knowledge, sir. That's why I ask you PPT, because for me it's learning too much from your presentation. I can also tell 4 people about your presentation. So immense knowledge you put, sir, in the environment, because I'm not science background, because I'm from arts background, and you have done really justice, sir. How your advocate knows, sir, you're in the field of law and justice, like that you are justice to everything.
Madam, I am computer engineer also. So being an assistant professor in computer science and engineering, creating PowerPoints is very easy.
No, but your advocate also knows, sir. Sir,
I'm non-practicing advocate because I'm in government service right now. So I'm a lawyer, but I'm a non-practicing advocate at present. Earlier, I had some experience in Lucknow bench of Allahabad High Court. So my specialization is actually in criminal law, but this environmental law is a compulsory subject at LLB level in most of the Indian universities, and therefore I had studied it earlier. So,
but immense presentation today, sir. Immense presentation.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you so much.
Please send me PPT, sir.
Sure, definitely. I'll send to you as well as Dr. Ravindra and some other participants also, because.
Okay. All the best, sir. Hope to see you every Sunday.
Thank you.
So,
thank you.
All the best. God bless you, sir, and God bless your next session. Also, all the best.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Center for Arts, Sciences and Wellbeing, as well as Shri Research Institute.
We have a few more hands raised. Can we take it?
Sure. Yes. I think 2 hands are raised. Yes.
Karim, you can unmute yourself.
Please.
Okay. Thanks a lot for the presentation. Through your presentation, I noticed that India is really doing much for the protection of the environment. Now, what I would like to know is in Burkina Faso here, there is a great problem with urbanization. Urbanization is a factor which contributes to, to the destruction of the environment in our country here. And I would like to know there in India, what is the phenomenon of urbanization there? Has it, is it, an impact? Does it have drawbacks on the environment there, or how does it happen there? And also in the rural areas, what is the, the opinion, what is the opinion of rural areas there? How do they do to protect the environment? And how does the government of India do to include rural areas people to the protecting of the environment? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. Now see, if we see the country profile, then here we have firstly the protection of land use. That means if there is agricultural land, because we have to consider about our food safety also. Secondly, there is also the law that is to be say land that is to be given for the industrial use. As far as the urbanization is concerned, so when we do something that is change the land use, so this land use for say industrial use, so we have got different industrial areas, and these industrial areas are generally outside the city, so that they don't interfere with our say agricultural land as well as the other land. As far as use for commercial purposes concerned, so the government allots the land or converts the use from say agricultural land to some other land. Now if it is arid land, that means if there nothing grows in that land, then conversion is easier. But if it is agricultural land, then it is very difficult to convert the use. Now if we see since India is a very big country, so we even have different percentage of forest in different areas. Say for example, I am living in Uttarakhand, so we have more than 71% forest, but same can't be said about say other states of the country. So they have different percent of this forest land as well as the land for other use. If we say the extent of urbanization, so we have as per our 2011 census, the urban population was 833 million. That is, we can say 83 crores, 833 million. And rural population was 377 million. That is a 37 crores. So that is approximately the percentage of say our urban to rural population. So we can say that urban population is around 2/3 and rural population is roughly 1/3. So there is very fast urbanization in say India. Now when we are going to convert from this rural to urban area, now that results into several problems, like if the roads are to be converted. So earlier we had the law of Britishers, that is Land Acquisition Act 1894, and under that act, the district collector used to say notify under section 6 any land that is to be used for a public purpose. That could be building of highways, building of expressways, building of railways, building of the industrial areas, and the government could take that land into possession. But after 2013, now that process has been made difficult as well as more transparent. So first there has to be a feasibility study. After feasibility study, the objections of the public are say invited. The findings of the feasibility study are published. Then there has to be adjudication. There are special courts established for that purpose, for this land acquisition. So even against the order of the collector or the district collector or say district magistrate, they could go to the special courts, and then after about that, of course, they can go to High Court or Supreme Court. So complete say mechanism has been there for this converting of the land use. Now, if that includes the say forest land, then the clearance from the Ministry of Environment and Forest has also to be there. As far as the foreign direct investment or the FDI under India is concerned, so that was also resulting into some red tapeism and some harassment of foreign investors who wanted to invest their money in India. So for that, a single window clearance has been say provided since last 8 years in India. And as far as all these different types of clearance, that include the clearance of the pollution control boards, or it could be for say getting water connection, electricity connection. There could be some export processing zones. So for these different types of zones, single window clearance was there so that they could take care of all these clearances, and they don't have to run from here to there, or they don't have to run from pillar to post, particularly the foreign investor, because they are resulting into employment in our country, and that way we can have more urbanization. And now this, if we see this, I talked about this Afforestation Act also. That means wherever there has been deforestation, so in order to compensate that, we have to build the same quantum or same amount of say forest also. So where the expressways are there, so there along say road dividers or maybe along the roadsides, we now have trees that are to be built compulsorily. Even in Uttarakhand, there was an issue related to this rehabilitation and resettlement when the Tiri Dam was constructed, and there were fears that since it is in earthquake zone 5, and if there is a damage to that this Tiri Dam, then the major say religious cities in Uttarakhand, that is Haridwar and Rishikesh, would be flooded. So what will be the protection for these? And when these people shall be compensated, and when they will be rehabilitated. So for that, now first the rehabilitation and resettlement has to be there as per this 2013 Act, and then only even they have to be provided certain civic amenities also, like say a bus stand, or say maybe say schools or transport facilities, roads, hospitals. So whatever these things are there, so these have to be built in advance before these people can be displaced. And once these facilities are there and they have been displaced, then only the land can be possessed, and the compensation rates have also been increased, because under the British rule the compensation rates were very less, and even the adjudication was very slow. But now under this, acquisition of land has become more, it has become faster, it has become transparent, and there are also environmental studies. So earlier these things were looked after only say environmentalists. Like in India, we had got this Uttarakhand, we had got Chipko Andolan. That means they used to hug the tree. So hug the tree was that whenever the authorities, or maybe the forest mafia, we can call them. So this forest mafia used to say for defelling the trees, they came. So these people hugged the tree and did not allow the tree to be cut. So this was called the Chipko Andolan. And there were some environmentalists like say Sundarlal Bahuguna in Uttarakhand who are renowned for this Chipko Andolan. But now since this has been made a legal right, so there is separate enforcement machinery, and people don't have to go to say this say under PIL directly to say Supreme Court or High Court, but there are special courts or the National Green Tribunal that looks after these environmental cases. And even because of this, there is no harassment, because when this land use is converted, so many a times industrialists don't comply. They of course do it for economic reasons, because if they are going to say treat the effluents, or if they are going to provide the treatment before they release some say effluents into water bodies, so that would result into pollution. So there was say tendency to bypass these rules and regulations. But now there are so many judgments of High Courts and Supreme Court in India, and because of that, these provisions can't be bypassed. And now since there is case also, so they can't ignore the economic aspects of these, and compulsorily they have to do it. As far as the vehicle pollution is concerned, so even we have this say just like you have the Europe standards 3 and 4, so we have here in Bharat this ISI, so Indian Standards Institute, so they have enforced the standards for vehicular pollution, which is a type of air pollution. Even for say noise pollution, which is also a type of air pollution, we have this some offences even under our Indian Penal Code 1860, and it doesn't. It is not only merely a civil or the torts say issue that can be compensated by paying some money, but it is also a criminal offence in India. So these are some of the legal provisions, and thus there is a check on conversion of say one type of land into another type whenever the urbanization or industrialization is being done in India. So I hope that answers partly your question.
Yes, thank you. We have one query.
Yes, sir.
Nazir. Nazir, you can unmute.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Nasir Habib.
In the in the end, no doubt, this webinar is very productive. But in the end, I wanna share some my recommendations that I think which is very helpful for us and for our community. If we talk about healthy environment, so forest is the only option that mitigates the sudden climate change effects, and which is less expensive as such as carbon sequestration method and other. So we should plant trees by the participation of native peoples. In this method, in this procedure, I want to share something very economic and very effective method, Miyawaki forest plantation method.
Okay.
In urban areas, that will mitigate air pollution problem in urban areas. And we start this project by the participation of native people. And this mini forest provide maximum or sufficient oxygen to our atmosphere, in which our living organisms survive, in which you include humans and animals as well. So I recommend that make awareness among school and college universities fellows to participate in a Miyawaki plantation method in our societies or in our cities. Did you understand?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
thank you, Nazir.
Definitely, there has to be this, say, afforestation, and even say, if we consider that besides creating a new forest, even technologically, in 2008, I had published 2 research papers. One of them was related to carbon capture and storage. So whenever there is carbon or carbon monoxide, now that is very harmful, even more harmful than carbon dioxide. So that carbon has to be captured, and then how we can bury it, maybe under land or maybe under the ocean. So how is to be buried for so many years so that it doesn't result into any side effect or it doesn't affect the health, because if it is to be done in water, then it may affect the sea life. If it is to be done in land, then how the landfills have to be managed. So for that, this is a big problem as far as the carbon capture and storage is concerned. Even if the ozone layer is there, so this ozone hole, that is also causing a problem to worldwide, and therefore there is increased say awareness about this chlorofluorocarbon. And even different countries have got different liabilities. So some countries are heavily industrialized, while some countries, or we can call them the contrast between the developed countries and the developing countries. So some countries are more polluting as compared to other countries, and therefore India has been taking up this issue even at the international level, so that the countries which are not realizing their responsibilities, or maybe they are using the other countries as dumping zones, so they should also resort to this recycling or reducing the wastage, so that there is no say threat to this sea life, etc. And therefore we have these legal provisions also. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I hope there are no more questions.
Yeah, we are also running short of time. So
yes, sir, thank you.
Radha Kishan, do you have any query?
Any question? Radha Kishan ji?
Okay, then shall conclude and
thank you so much,
go
sir.
to next session. Yeah, thank you, sir, once again for joining us on behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation and yes, Research Institute and Center for Art Sciences and Wellbeing. Thank you once again, and I look forward for more sessions in the future. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all the participants.
So let's move on to our next session. Because Yeah, our next speaker would be Dr. Chandrakala Diyali. She holds a PhD and MPhil degrees in social work and MA and BA from Delhi University, and also recipient of research fellowship from UGC. And she has completed research project funded by National Commission for Women, and she has published various research articles and books to her credit. So, without taking much time, we invite you, ma'am, to this international webinar for your topic on plastic menace and sustainable way to do away with it, chasing Swachh Bharat Abhiyan through Nana Deshmukh, the visionary social worker. Over to you, ma'am. You can switch on your video.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to Ravindra, sir. First of all, before I present my paper, I would like to pay my gratitude to Almighty God, and then my gratitude to Ravindra sir for having inspired me and motivated me and given this opportunity to me to present this paper. Thank you so much, sir. And here I share my paper. See, my paper is, before I begin with my paper, this is the research work I had done in 2019, So it's all about chasing Swachh Bharat Abhiyan through Nana Deshmukh way, the visionary social work. Now, why have I taken up something that was done way back, and he was not a professional social worker as well. He didn't have degree. Nana Deshmukh was a person, a real social worker who had a passion, who had a vision, and he did it. And he did it with not by himself, but by, kind of encouraging the people in and around him, and making sure that each and every community person would be with him, and they would take part in not only accomplishing what vision he had for that community, but he made them very unsatisfied with the present situation they were in, and he gave that vision to the community to look forward and do something that would help them to stay self-reliant. And this, when I'm talking about self-reliance, very recently, during the first and more so in the second wave of pandemic, that has taught us that how important for us, for how important it is for each one of us, or each country, each region, each state, each district, each village to be self-reliant, because we had problem with transportation, we had problem with so many other things. So what had helped during this pandemic is that people taking initiative to live by themselves, right? So that is what I'm going to focus in my paper. So Swachh Bharat, as all of you know, today we are celebrating the International World Environment Day, that is 2022. The theme for this World Environment Day is Only One Earth. So why only one Earth? Because among all the planets that we have studied since our primary days, Earth is the only livable planet, and that has been given to us by Almighty. I believe in God. So we have this responsibility to keep it alive, and that is where our focus has to be on sustainability. sustainability is what? You live on this earth, but keep everything intact, all the resources intact for the future use as well. And, it is not in 2014 that the present government had really launched this program of Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, or you call it Swachh Bharat Mission or Clean India Mission. It never started in 2014. Rather, it started long back, since the inception of human being, because Indians, we were so civilized people. We had everything so sustainable in and around us. The way we lived our life, we never had to be taught how to live. And one thing I would like all of you to understand is, every organism live on this earth, livable earth, but nobody pollutes this earth except for human being. And why we are so concerned about pollution, why we are so concerned about cleanliness is we have been careless about it. We have been, we have started living in a hyper-consumeristic, ideology. And we have become so self-indulgent. We have become, we have, already kind of lack the sense of gratitude to the Mother Earth. So all these have led us to face this kind of catastrophe today, right? So where we have to celebrate a day to save the nature, Mother Earth. See, and it needs to be taught by, country like America, country like all these Western countries, because Indians, we have been teaching the way of life, and cleanliness have been the way of life for Indians. So today, without delaying, I would like to present this paper. And as I have already told you, Swachhata is way of life for Indians. And, in 2014, our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, he launched this Swachh Bharat mission at Rajpath. And, what is the focus is the government and other stakeholders have to strive hard to focus on cleanliness. No matter how much of population we have, we are the second largest population, populated nation. And, the resources around, they have been helping us to survive. And during the pandemic or during the, any kind of disaster and all, India has been able to sustain itself, But what is causing the problem today in terms of cleanliness is because of the non-biodegradable material that we are using, that we have become used to, and that is polythenes and plastic materials, right? That is non-biodegradable in nature. And many research has found out that this non-biodegradable materials, which we are used to, for fashion purpose, for maybe it is less costlier, less time consuming, we can produce it very cost effectively. But the repercussion it is having on the nature, the land, every element of nature, land, air, water, it is really degrading. And it is an, when it comes to Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, while I was reading some article, what government is trying to focus is like open defecation. Actually, yes, we need to focus on open defecation because that is not good for women. But for me, I feel when it comes to Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, the first focus should have been the plastic, because this is going to, if we use plastic and throw it in the soil or water or any, it is going to be there. It's not going to, kind of break out and kind of degrade or mix with the soil. Every particle is going to be there in the soil. Though that's for the reason, and that is going to have a big repercussion on our health, right? So repercussion of over dependency. Now here I've written the repercussion of over dependency has led to overproduction, having proper mechanism. Just a second. See, having proper mechanism to recycle, which are being mindfully disposed in the environment that has placed human and all organism, land, air, and water in an irreversible danger and has pushed diverse and exotic species to the brink of extinction. So this is what is the extent of repercussion that the environment is going to have. Now, research methodology, as far as research methodology is concerned, I have I have adapted content analysis method, wherein I have, referred to many books, journals, newspaper, the articles, and the review of literature have been very extensive. And now, why? To present the viewpoint through the lenses of our father of the social work, Sri Nanaji Deshmukh, in order to incorporate the solution, finding appropriate or cost-effective alternative to make the movement successful in the way he has shown the path of people's participation through mass awakening at the grassroots and localized level, to mobilize them to be equal partner in delivering its duties, to collect the existing non-biodegradable materials and advocate for its complete ban of its use in all areas, realizing the goal of making India come to the global map in terms of its cleanliness. Now, what have been my objective of the study is to find out the harmfulness of non-biodegradable materials, the extent of its production and use, finding strategies to collect and completely ban it. Because there is, see, if we have to regulate the use of plastic, it's irrational. Because now, day before yesterday, I was reading an article where government is going to ban the single-use plastic in days to come. From June or from July, the government is planning. But how on earth an illiterate person sitting in the rural area or in the urban areas, like, we, all of us, how are we going to kind of understand whether it's a single or it's a, the recycled plastic? So what I feel and advocate through this, platform is we should advocate that there should be complete ban of plastic. And the way we were using the alternative, we had a lot of alternatives in the past also. Traditionally, we had the sacks, we had so many other things. And if India could now, India has been striving hard for made in India kind of stuffs, everything from the spacecraft to minute devices. Government is trying to make it India. Now, why not if an illiterate person sitting in Bihar, UP, and South India, any part of the country, could make something that is some device that is going to be useful, but that's going to, some kind of material like plastic and all, anything. Indians are very, very brilliant at innovation. If Indians can make anything out of plastic, if they are pushed hard, they would be creating the same devices, the same article in a non-plastic form. And we have, our scientists sitting in Assam. Very recently, I read an article that he came up with some kind of, substance in the sea, which would help us to kind of overcome this, problem of plastic use. And we would be able to bring out the alternative. And there are a couple who even already came up with a plastic looking kind of substance, which is brought out from ocean, bottom of the ocean, and it is eatable. I mean, once the purpose of the plastic is over, that it's used as a carry bag, and once its purpose is over, you can put it in your drinking water and you can sip that water, you can drink that water. So if such kind of innovation could be possible, and I know the way present Prime Minister is really kind of pushing the youth, I'm sure, even the illiterate, section of the population is going to come up with some alternatives, if not the sacks. There could be so many other organic alternatives. So finding strategies to collect and completely ban it. So I have few suggestions with which I would like to kind of emphasize what could be the strategies. Last but not the least, to suggest appropriate, alternative and organic sustainable solution to realize the vision of the father of social work, Sri Nanaji Deshmukh. So importance of nature. So we need not, know, and I mean, we already know what is the importance of nature. Yeah, it's like, see, these days, why we are suffering, why this pandemic kind of situation, the disaster is taking place in and across the world, is we have been utterly self-indulgent. We have been so individualistic in our way of living, in our approach in life. If me and my family are okay, if my house is clean, if my family, extended family are good, we don't care. These days, it's like, I've seen, I'm in the Facebook with my students and all. Every time I open their, post, it says, do not care about others, I mean, live the way you want. So that is kind of bringing in, that is the threshold of disaster like this, because we have failed to understand we have to cohabit, we have to coexist, and we have to coexist in gratitude with each other, in respect. We have to value each other, and not only human beings, but even flora and faunas that have been with us. And every flora and fauna on this earth has its purpose. If you see, if the participants and all, you must be knowing, and bee, a bat, sparrow, every bird, every insect has its own purpose. And if they vanish, the human civilization would vanish forever. So it's a alarming situation for us to understand. If we continue to use soap, if we continue to use plastic, if we continue to use, non-biodegradable materials, our water, our air, our land is going to get degraded. And look at our rural areas where people are not aware what is this plastic. Everything is coming in plastic, so they are throwing here and there, they are burning. And that burnt particles also, it hampers the soil on the soil from where they get the source of their living. They don't know that. After you burn out also, that particles is going to hamper your quality of soil. So we all should be aware. And if you are working, any of the participant is working in the rural belt, they should be made to know, they should be made to be aware that some kind of culture of, open distribution of, our grains, our food, how we used to do it with the local market, it should be there. And see, here also I have emphasized modern life that has driven the mankind with individualistic aspiration and greed over community living and its welfare has already started showing very ugly repercussion on the environment. Yeah, and the concept now I have to highlight this also. I am not presenting my paper as academia today. I am presenting my paper as a person who feels so burdened traveling every day to my office. When I travel through, I get to see from my car the plastic littering here and there on the trees hanging everywhere. And then when I cross this river, when I go over the bridge, I get to see a river with plastic full of junk and then the foam on top of it, through Noida when I pass. So who's going to take care of that? How are we going to take care? Are we going to wait for government to act? Or it's our own individual responsibility to feel that burden, which I'm feeling, I'm genuinely saying that. I always ask, I travel with my colleagues and all, a very renowned and very, accomplished professor used to travel with me. So I felt, I used to feel so sick to overthink that how the earth is degrading, how our environment is degrading, and I used to feel that burden. And one day I felt they should not think me to be, somebody who's gone nuts. So I just picked up this courage to ask him, sir, when you see this foam on the river, thick foam on the river, and plastic, full of garbage there on the sides of the road where you are traveling, even on the road, on the trees, how do you feel? Do you feel anything? Then he just turned back and he said, Chandrakala ma'am, don't feel anything, because nature has its way to clean itself. So nature has its own way to clean itself. That was produced naturally, but not the unnatural things like plastic, because that is full of chemical and that would not break. If, it takes 500 years for a plastic to break down. And if it breaks down also, it forms minute particles of plastic, which goes into the food cycle, water cycle of, and we have our stomach, our, why the cancer is so much prevalent every nook and corner, the Bollywood stars, we get to see all big stars everywhere. It's not only about rich people, even, the people coming from the low socioeconomic background. Why the cancer was never so, prevalent, but why the prevalence has increased? Because of the plastic, that is minute plastic that is in our food cycle, that has already gone into the soil where the crops are being produced. So all that, the stems, the branches, it's going to take the water that it receives in its reservoir. So what kind of water it's receiving? It's the water that is coming through the plastic, garbage. The water from the river, the farmers take. So those water has full of plastic in it, in a melted form, or could be in a solid form. So who's going to be answerable? And now concept of development itself, I have a problem with. I have been to a few countries. I'll take a name of one country, that's Singapore. My children were so happy there. Everybody was so happy, but I was, being a researcher, I was just going around and asking people. There were a lot of Indians, the vegetable vendors and fruit vendors and in the market. I asked them, I said, all these vegetables which you are selling here, the restaurant we went and ate, I asked them, there are a lot of South Indians, who are running the restaurant chain and all that. So I said, where are these vegetables coming from? Where do you have your agricultural land? Then they answered me, Singapore do not have agricultural land. They procure all this, food items from all these developing countries. That's for the reason, we have huge tourism to fetch us with good dollars. So is development dependent on the income or the dollars that you are earning? Or development has to focus on, if it is a developed country, first of all, it has to be self-reliant country. That there should be, I am using this platform to advocate. There must be a lot of government servants who have joined this program today. Please tell every official sitting there who are there writing all the planning, all the proposals, who are coming up with the, provisions, and all the schemes, let them know the real definition of development is when a country is having good number of forest cover, should be self-sufficient in food, supply, and should be using sustainable way of life. Actually, if we, my definition of development is a country who is in one line is who is self-reliant, should be the definition of development. The country who is self-reliant should be defined as the most developed country, should come on the global picture as the most developed country. And if we define the development in terms of self-reliance, then all these developing countries, underdeveloped countries are going to come on the world map. So it's a conspiracy of, developed countries that they want us to define the development and change our perspective towards seeing the development. That's for the reason now in the name of development, all this concretization is happening. The consumeristic, ideology is being appreciated and highlighted. See, today, if I have to gift a nice stuff to my friend or any family member, you go to the store, more than the gift, there'll be n number of plastic packaging that you are going to be accompanied with. So you will get it back home, and where is it going to be utilized? For your dustbins and for this, that, and finally it's going to get dumped in the sea, land, ocean, and air too. So the concept of development itself has lost the track in the face of unprecedented mass production of manufactured goods, optimum profit, irrational consumerism, concrete jungle that merely has a bull-eye focus on amassing the wealth that has led to irreparable and permanent destruction and damage to our diverse and exotic flora and fauna, disrupting the sustainability of life on Mother Earth. Importance of nature again, that gets continued. Plastic are symptomatic of this most unsustainable, blind and greed-oriented development. Due to plastic versatility, lightweight and relatively cheaper cost of production, the use of single-use plastic item has become indispensable part of our daily life. The unmanaged plastic waste has not only become a challenge for cities and rural areas alike, but also for our oceans, rivers across the globe, as it is contaminating our soil, air, and water. Plastic are non-biodegradable. They do not vanish from the face of the earth. That may take more than 500 years for a plastic bag in a landfill to completely break down, or never. And landfill, where the plastics are there, plastic junks are there. So landfill, the rainwater is going to seep into it, and then the repercussion is our reservoir would be full of plastics, the plastic materials. So after this, plastic comes under the influence of extreme weather. This is to be really focused on. After this, plastic comes under the influence of extreme weather condition. It triggers chemical reaction in the material, molecular structure, which break it down, further posing a new problem, microplastic that gets carried through our food chain. Analysis of plastic menace. Now, these are the menace, extent of production and all that I have highlighted. According to recent data, the 40% of plastic produced across the world is for packaging that are single use and are thrown away. So you can imagine the extent of production, just 40% of plastic just for single use. That is only for the packaging, right? In the Asian market alone, 500 million ton of plastic was produced across all industries in 2015. 448 million ton was produced across multiple sectors, including building and construction, industrial machineries, transportation, electrical, textiles, consumer products, and packaging. And another 52 million ton was produced in the healthcare and agriculture sector. See, I'll give you my childhood memory. We used to get all our basic medicine in the bottle, glass bottle. But these days, everything is given in the plastic. So since and we have to take our medicines, since we are born. So that means it is already there, plastic consumption is since our, childhood. So you can imagine in our bloodstream, how much plastic we are containing. So that's very alarming. As of 2017, a report by the Central Pollution Control Board, which studied data from 60 major cities across India, concluded that 25,940 tons of plastic is being generated per day. An alarming 43% of the total of that total is used in packaging and single-use plastic, which can be understood from these statistics is that India's hyper-consumeristic nature has not only caught up with, but glossy unpaced this country's ability to recycle. So, I really reuse, recycle and all that. It is not applicable in terms of plastic, because we don't have a culture of returning back the plastic. So in very, very latest article I had read, where the couple in Assam has started with school, with a school for deprived students, for deprived children who are coming from a low socioeconomic background, and they don't have to pay the fees there, in the school. All they have to pay is they have to pick up and collect the plastic from soil everywhere, from the land, from rivers, and they collect, and then they deposit, annually or fortnightly, they deposit in the school as a school fees. So that's how. And I have even read a report that in Indonesia, if you know about Bali, there, because of the Bali is known for tourism, yeah. So they are Indonesian government is earning a lot of money from this tourism. So what these two girls in the school have seen is that even though Indonesian government is earning a lot of money through tourism, they are not bothered about the use of plastic and the plastic menace. So what they felt is that in order to keep their, and they could see the degrading Bali, so they felt this urgency to do something as persons who are feeling that burden as I'm feeling now. So they went out, they on everyday basis after their school, they used to go out and pick up whatever amount of plastic they could collect, and they even encourage their classmates, their schools and all to do the same. So and it was a ripple effect. Government got to know about the contribution of these girls, and they have become now face for Indonesia to maintain the cleanliness and to do away with the plastic use, the single use plastic. So that's how, if an individual or if two girls can decide and make such huge change in the country, the country like Indonesia, I think Indian government can do it within no time. Because if the GST and demonetization can happen overnight, I don't think plastic, ban on the plastic is going to be a problem for government. So excess plastic litter along roads and water bodies, coupled with industries dumping their waste into rivers, result in current carrying this material downstream. This becomes a venomous pyroclastic flow of sludge-like materials constituted of plastic and toxic waste, eventually spewing into our ocean to form vortexes of debris, which amount to 80,000 tons of slurry waste, as is seen in the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. And if we, and I have already given you the example of Singapore, where they do not have agriculture. They are burning every trash that is coming on everyday basis. So why Singapore is so clean? Is it following something that is sustainable? No, not at all. They are burning all those trashes and dumping in the ocean. So where is this burnt plastic going into? It is going into the river. It's going into the ocean. And that is where the Great Pacific Garbage Patch is seen. Indian government, it earns huge amounts of money through developed countries. US has a privilege of heaping the garbage and transporting it and dumping into Indian Ocean. Okay, and Indian government is earning a lot of money out of that. They are allowing US to dump their, the trash there in the Indian Ocean. This is alarming. This is, what do I say? This should be done away with, because now if India could teach yoga to US, and they can start, if India could teach, this Sanskrit to US, UK, now that is become part of the curriculum. if India could make use of, make use of its, what do I say, its grantha, in order to influence the mind, the mental health of people sitting in the West, then we can even influence the whole globe to live in a sustainable manner. And UN doesn't have to give us directive. We will give the directive. How? By practicing it, not with the write-up, enough of write-up. You know, me as an educator, I've been reading write-up after write-up, articles, so many directives. Now, just now, our Virendra Kumar sir has, spoken about so many legislation to keep our sustainability intact. But how many of us are following? Is that all those legislations are just settled under the dust? Who's going to make use of it? The Planning Commission? Niti Aayog? Niti Aayog, it compiles so many data, throughout the year about the legislation, about the pollution data, this data. It's settling under the dust. So how are we going to make the change? So the change has to be made by all of us, because all of us are going to be affected by this, pollution, the havoc, the disaster that we have already experienced. And plastic waste chokes the drainage network of urban and rural settlement alike, resulting in sewers overflowing and water stagnating in pestilent pools, which become center for vectors like mosquitoes as they carry viral diseases to humans and animals. In Delhi, plastic finds its way onto limited precious patches of greenery where it deteriorates soil quality and leaches its harmful toxins into the ground. It is consumed by livestock, also finds its way into the food chain. So this I have already explained. Now, a few review of literature I have done. Since I have, kind of focus on Nanaji Deshmukh, contribution in the social work. So I would like to just highlight this. Responding to the announcement of Bharat Ratna being conferred upon Deshmukh, Nanaji Deshmukh's stellar contribution towards rural development showed the way for a new paradigm of empowering those living in our villages. He personifies humility, compassion, and serve to the downtrodden. He is a Bharat Ratna in the truest sense, Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a tweet on Friday, January 25th, 2019. The primary objective of Nanaji's social work was development that was to create dedicated person for society. Professor Rajneesh Kumar Shukla, Vice Chancellor, MGAHV, Wadhwa. And Bharat Ratna Nanaji Deshmukh institutionalized the Bharatiya Karan, concept of social service into professional social work. Sri Mukul Kanitkar, the eminent author and social thinkers. So why this Bharatiya Karan is, Indianization of social work. And so Indianization of social work is where social work concept, though we are adopting, we as a social workers in India, we have been following the concepts, methodology, the philosophies and everything of the West, UK and USA, right? So their concepts and everything has been our way of life. The way we practice social work in the community is all the Western ideology. So Nanaji Deshmukh, who was one of the successful, one of the finest social worker in our history, has done it in most Indianized way. How? By making the people feel dissatisfied about the current situation, by kind of awakening their consciousness towards what the situation is, what are the evils or wrongs that are happening in the community, and how are we supposed to be one of the participants to make a change. We say social change, social change, social change. It is not only to do with the mindset change. My mindset is that I do not have to use the plastic. But what do I do if I can only avail that when I go to the market? And when the foodstuff and everything that I buy is coming with the plastic packaging. So how my mindset is going to get, reflected or get kind of exhibited in my practice. So once there is a strong legislation that would ban the use of plastic, then only we are going to realize this dream of plastic-free life in India and across the world. And I would want our government, the Indian government, to do it first, because plastic use is everywhere in this world. It's next is it's high time we understand the essence of social work from Indian perspective. That is Dr. Sachidanand Joshi, Member Secretary, IGNCA, New Delhi. Research done by the scientific community shows that it is unclear how long it will take for plastic to completely biodegrade into its constituent molecules. Estimates range from 450 years to never. A bit Parker. So Parker has come up with a research where he says that plastic might not degrade for lifetime. So you can see the repercussion, the destruction the plastic is going to make on this earth. Prolonged consumption of these toxic chemicals is known to be fatal to the health of all organisms, having the ability to disrupt the endocrine system. The endocrine system is comprised of a network of glands which access hormones to control and coordinate your body metabolism, energy level, reproduction, growth and development, and response to injury, stress, and mood. See how this plastic, beads in the food chain, water chain is going to hamper our metabolism, energy level, reproduction, growth. That's why the reason infertility is so rampant. These days the youth are sweating out in the closed, this gym. This gym culture has come up, where earlier our youth used to really labor on the agriculture field, and every sweat mattered. They used to produce food grains out of that sweat because they had to really labor hard throughout the day. But these days we are sweating in the gym. So, but what the gym instructor and all this nutritionist, they are advising this. I ask my students that what do they recommend you to eat after having gym for 1 hour every day, because you are going to sweat a lot. Your energy level is going to go down. So they said, ma'am, chicken soup and black gram. Then I said, chicken soup. Chicken is, I told them, chicken leaves, the chicken which you are eating for your, good health, is a dead chicken, is something that is brought to our table with lot of chemicals into it, that is infused into it to grow out of the size, to grow in flesh. And those are all out of chemicals. And they are being infused with, the antibodies, which are given in the 4th stage of tuberculosis. Why? In order to make them just live and do not help them to live, survive through any infection, because they are very susceptible. They are very, very, very weak. That is only, being created in order to, help the non-vegetarian to enjoy their food, right? So that is what is being promoted, something that is so wrong. So who's going to tell? Who's going to change the mindset, the practice? Sunday or Monday, roj khao ande. That ande is coming out of full of chemicals. Synthetic food we are eating, the synthetic milk that we are eating. The other day, just day before yesterday, my director told me that, Chandrakala, you must work on this project on, breastfeeding. Some proposal had come up from some government of India. So something to do with breastfeeding and all. I said, ma'am, before I talk about breastfeeding, first we have to talk about where is that feed coming from? We are eating all synthetic food. So where is that milk coming out from? We need to first focus on the source. And the source is agricultural land, where all the plastic bits are there, where all the pesticides are there, So it is not only about plastic today, my concern is, it's about what Virendra sir has already highlighted. I'm very fortunate that, the way Ravindra sir has shown a beautiful picture of the havoc that has been created by the pollution, that has been created by the synthetic use of our unsustainable life. He has already projected in his presentation, and Virendra sir has already given you as what all legislation that are already in place. But who's going to do, or who's going to practice it in the community? Who's going to practice it in actual sense? That needs to be questioned today. So now see, and Bharat Ratna Chitra Chandika Das Amrit Rao Deshmukh contribution to SDG. Now see, Nanaji Deshmukh, who was born in 1916 and lived up to 2010, how he has been one of the front runner, or who has been a great social worker without having a degree, is because, first of all, what he did was he conceptualized that we are not living in a sustainable manner, in a self-reliant manner. And he could, perceive that, he could conceptualize that, and he could understand the felt need of people, what they actually need, why there is dissatisfaction, why there is poverty, why there is sadness among people in our country. So he could understand the felt need. And what he did was, he never tried to bring out the solution on the plate. What he did was, he awakened them with lot of awareness. He generated awareness, and he made them understand every drop of water would fill up the barrel. So that means every person has to be conscious about taking care of this earth, taking care of this community. And every one of us has to take care of the resources we have in our community. And he experimented that, and he said, community participation is the only way to sustainability. And that is what is happening in a good, that is one of the good thing Indian government has started, you know, is MSME, where, you know, small businesses are being given impetus or given loans and all the facilities and all that in order to grow. The same thing, Nanaji Deshmukh has brought that spirit among the people to feel the need. We are doing webinars, series of workshops, all that we are writing day after day. I've, you know, this year I've written 3 papers and got published in good journals. But, you know, while I'm writing, I write with all my heart and soul. But who is going to, I mean, people are going to read, of course. People are going to read, but who is going to apply it? So what, you know, Nanaji Deshmukh did it is, he made a model village, you know, that is Chitrakoot experiment he did, Gramodaya, where he gave training to all these people, you know, in different aspects of their life. If some people are good at budgeting, if some people are good at managing, some people are good at coordinating, if some, you know, the women are very good at working, managing. So what he made is, he made a small group in every community, and he you know, kind of pushed them to come as a group in order to help themselves, in order to be self-reliant. And he told people to make a community village, you know, and if there are, and I mean, what he did was, he made a very good baseline, you know, he did a very good baseline study, and he made sure that every community, the children are being counted, the elderly are being counted. So every age group, the age structure, no, he maintained the, you know, he documented the age structure, the resource, you know, the resource availability, the human power, all that he maintained, you know, the document, he documented it. And then as per their ability, as per their interest, as per the training that they are being given, as per their ability and interest, these groups, small section of the group were used. And he made such a nice way to collaborate, coordinate, and network. And this, you know, people who really wanted to do it, make a change, came together and handle their given responsibility in a very purposeful manner. And the same village became a model village. How he could make the community a model community? By making everyone participate in the process to change. And what should be the change? In a sustainable manner. And what should be the outcome? Self-reliance. Self-reliance is the answer. Yeah, but through sustainability. So he advocates this. I have already explained already. So see, I'll just highlight about SDGs, right? UN declaration SDGs, in, you know, UN had came out with this declaration on sustainable development goals. Before that was Millennium Development Goals, right? Now, and what is the deadline? Deadline is 2030, right? But see, we have 17 goals, right? It is to do with gender parity, it is to do with land, air, water, underground, above the ground. Every aspect of our life is being touched by this very, very nicely they have made this goals, very, very meticulously they have been able to catch up with every need of for this Mother Earth to sustain forever. But is any developed country, is India being the signatory, is going in the right direction to achieve that, realize the sustainable development? And sustainable development is what? That means every resources that are there, we have to, in the environment, we have to live in a natural way. First of all, we have to take a pledge of living in a more natural way. Then only the sustainable development could be realized till 2030. And forget about 2030, we would be able to realize over, this by the end of this year, if we do away with few things. If we do away with all the chemical products that we use it for our face, we use it for our, beautification, if we do away with all the cosmetics, if we do away with all the soaps, and if we do away with all the detergents, if we do away with all the, plastics, the non-biodegradable materials, and then we live in a natural way, right? And it is possible. The other day I was watching, since I'm into, writing about sustainable way of living and all that. So I was just watching this lady in UK, okay? Sitting in UK, she has found out a very, very exotic plant. I was just thinking on my mind, my God, how, God, you always wanted us to lead our life in a natural way, but how do we live? Because if we have a crack on our face, we have to put some ointment, and ointment has all the chemical. So, then I started asking my all elderly in the family, extended family and all, how you used to live. So they said, for this, we had all this natural way of living. As far as the soap is concerned, we used to use the ashes, right? So Baba Ramdev have been doing a great work in terms of making the natural soap and all that. But the foam that is created in the ocean, yeah. So the packaging materials, that is all coming in the plastic. So see, we are trying to make a change, but we are not able to do away with something that is unsustainable. So how can we bring out all the sustainable way? Should be our focus. Yeah. So Nanaji Deshmukh, need for sustainability through self-reliance must much ahead of his time in different settings and areas. He started the systematic, scientific and more organized social work by applying the principle of service or seva in professional manner, laying the strong foundation of tradition of Indian social work. Here I want to highlight few things. See, if we had obeyed our father of the nation, we would have been the most sustainable country. What he said? Cleanliness is next to godliness. And he gave us the mission of Sarvodaya. Sarvodaya is welfare of all, well-being of all. And he even said, highlighted that if we have to be innovative, we have to be scientific. Now, some of you must be really thinking, what Chandrakala ma'am is saying, that means we will stop innovating anything. We would stop doing something that is creative. That means, so how about the engineering degree? How about all this, people who are creating something or the other, sitting in the nook and corner of the country? So what Gandhiji has said is, you know, we have to, whenever we are innovating some device, something, you know, a small useful thing for the country, for the nation, we should always think thrice. And what should be our thinking? That this product which I am launching would be not only helping me to earn my living, but would be helping or would be sustaining this earth, is going to help for the well-being of the people, right? So do we have that culture or that professional ethics? If we had, then today we would not be having medicine in the plastic bottles. Today we wouldn't be having, you know, plastic globes to knead our, you know, the dough. Today we are, you know, this Panipuri person is not using the plastic gloves to give us clean, you know, the Panipuri. So these days, everybody, even the hot things, you know, when the plastic comes in contact with heat, it starts emitting the chemical. It starts, you know, having a chemical reaction. So are we understanding that repercussion? These days, see, who has, if we had this professional ethics, then we wouldn't have pesticides to be used by our farmers for the agricultural land. And that's for the reason Indians have to bear the cost of having all the tea leaves returned back. The stock which we had already exported to different countries, developed countries, they returned back. Why? Because they had a huge content of, you know, pesticides in it. So have we been ethical in our professionalism, that whatever innovative, whatever creative, or whatever we have created out of our, you know, knowledge is going to have a bad repercussion on the nature? Have we given a thought about it? So that needs to be taken care. And that was taught by Nanaji Deshmukh, that everything that you come up with has to be sustainable, and it has to bring, the result has to be self-reliant. Now, unlike Western ideas of individualistic society and service, our country is known for community living and its welfare and development of one and all. Hence, Nanaji was a real guide towards implementing sustainable integral humanism in the field of social work. The social work models, field work, and practices all have imprints of integral humanism. And integral humanism is what? That means we need to have, see, we have been earning this degrees after degrees, you know. Now we have so many fields from where we can earn degrees, but professional ethics, the values, the human values needs to be intact in all this. And I feel Indian government should infuse human values and professional ethics in every area of, you know, learning, every subject that the students are going to learn. Then only whatever they are going to create. And see, as far as you know, UGC is concerned, you know, the student learning outcome also should be emphasized on creativity, but UGC should change it and say creativity with sustainability, with self-reliance. Yeah, and I feel, you know, that as Nanaji Deshmukh, the Bharat Ratna Nanaji Deshmukh, has said that we are not only to focus on the on maximizing the profit, but we have to make sure that our business would be sustainable along with the along with the sustainability of the nature, the Mother Earth, yes, by using the biodegradable materials. So, few suggestions after having read so much articles, so many research papers, few suggestions I have is mass awakening to combat the plastic pollution through mass participation. So every household lady should understand the plastic her husband is getting from the market or she herself is getting from the market is harmful for the Mother Earth that she is worshipping. Yeah? So use the program media or mass media to make people aware about harmfulness of plastic to one and all on the earth. That means we have to make use of the mass media, the media program media, in order to emphasize that plastic is very harmful and we have to do away with it. Generating self-consciousness among civil society to avoid the use of plastic, as has been done by Bharat Ratna Nanaji Deshmukh. The same way we have to bring the consciousness of civil society to make sure they ban the use of plastic. During the COVID, in the second, I'll just share my, I don't know if I can be permitted by Ravindra sir. See, on the second wave of pandemic, we all family, because of my invigilation duty, live invigilation duty in the campus, there were a lot of students who had come, and they had COVID. So I contracted COVID, and then, I came back home and I started with fever, and that led to my whole family, suffered with the COVID. And then, then it was so bad, because the situation was such, my neighbor, one of the member died. So, just the opposite side. So the situation was so depressive that, we did not have good health to even, I did not have good health to even go to the kitchen, and I did not have any help. So for a month, I strove hard with my fever and all that. But, I could see this ISKCON doing great job of, community participation. That's community participation. They brought food to the whole community, this Dwarka community. Those and they identified the houses. Every society, they identify the houses where the COVID patients are there, and they supply the food. And I, myself, being the advocate of not using the plastic, because I had a lot of Tupperwares, plastics and all that. I, did away with it. I never used it. I made it a promise to myself that I have everything in steel or whatever other materials, metals, but no plastic in the house. So, but they got us the food in plastic, very nice vada sambar, which I like, so they got us in plastic. So I had no option then to eat from plastic plate. So then I was just thinking, they are doing the service with their, their, so soulfully they are serving the community, but they don't know where they are serving, the plastic and what repercussion it has on the Mother Earth, right? So all this institutions needs to be taught, and they have to be brought to consciousness that let us not use the plastic, because that is not going to die. We are going to die out of it, but they are never going to die, and they are immortal on this earth. And it is hence very bad for our health, which we have already seen in the 8th or 9th, slide which I read. And voice for social change through legislation to completely ban the manufacturing, production, sale, and its use at the grassroots and localized level. So every local, think globally, act locally should be the way, right? So act locally. How? If a small unit is producing plastic, we have to tell them, please come up with some other alternative we are ready to take. And that way, a small unit have come up with an alternative. These days, I could see the straw, made out of bamboo in Assam, West Bengal. They have come up with a very beautiful cutleries, made out of bamboos, where it is, bamboos are, widely grown in Assam. So they have come up with this kind of innovation. So if we are, necessity is the mother of invention. So our invention should be, our necessity should be sustainable living. Then we'll have such invention, which is pro-environment, right? So to mobilize the civil society to be equal partner in delivering its duties to collect the existing non-biodegradable materials and advocate for its complete ban of its use in all area. So instead of, here I want to highlight, instead of going for expedition to Mount Everest, Kailash, now government is coming up with, lot of, I have a lot of criticism. It's on the open platform I'm speaking. See, it's making a, ropeway or some kind of way is going to be created where people are going to take an hour to move, reach Kailash. Why people need to go to Kailash? You worship God here. God is in every inch of the nature. Why do you have to disturb the mother nature? Kailash, let it stay intact. Let it. We have not learned the lesson out of the Divya Prayag, where we had this flash flood, where everything crumbled down to soil, and then we had just the that mandir that was intact because of the big boulder there. So that is what, so legislation, we have to be very thoughtful about whatever innovative ideas we are coming up with. The same thing happened here in Assam also. They had this long bridge in some place they had created without studying the nature of the soil, and it got crumbled down, and there were a lot of death toll. So such kind of, see, whenever we are coming up with some creativity, wherever we are coming up with some innovation, we have to be thoughtful of the nature. We have to study the, geographical condition of that place. Without thought, it's good to innovate, but let us not, I personally feel, whatever you say, I personally feel some places on this earth or in this country, let it be inaccessible. The villages, during COVID also, we got to know in the nook and corner of the villages, they didn't have COVID. It's my personal experience during the COVID, after second wave, after we got affected, we got healed, and then we went to Assam. My brother-in-law was supposed to get married, and I went with such heavy stress, that my children will be catching up with COVID again. We have just got healed, and why do we travel? Please postpone your marriage and all. But the moment we landed on the airport, we got to see people without the mask. And we went to the village, people, about 1,000 in the village. When you hold the marriage, it's like they lock the door and they come for the marriage, for the whole day. So about 1,000 people were together. We were talking without masks. We were staying in community. Nothing happened to anyone. Why? Because nature was intact there. So how important it is. It is not, the pandemic has not happened because of the nature. Some virus came up in the nature. It is the human-made pandemic, because we have, chopped down the forest. We have deforested, and deforestation led to what? The extinction of sparrows. It is not extinct now, but in days to come it's going to extinct. Then who's going to absorb all the viruses that are naturally They're in the nature. The sparrows, they are very helpful for us. But every time the sparrow, if you see in some report, I think in 2013, there was a report in UP where the district where Mulayam Singh Yadav comes from, there about 100 sparrows were dead. They got to see that a lot of sparrows died there, and it was due to the pesticide use. And do you know why sparrows are very important? Sparrows are very, very important because it consumes the viruses and all this harmful insects that are there in the nature. So every organism, as I already said, has its role to play on this earth. A small worm also, it has its own and because of plastic in the ocean, what is happening? Our marine life is getting damaged. All fishes are dying because they are see now in some I think in US, a big whale came out, and when they operated on it, there were huge chunk of plastic in its stomach. So the whale died because of the plastic. And why this organism are the fishes, marine life are there in the water? They help in cleaning, natural cleansing of the water, bodies. They have every crocodile, the dolphins, it has its own purpose in the nature. So we all need to understand here. If the participants are students here, please understand these facts and make sure you make a small community of students and work and make people aware, advocate and push for such kind of schemes, plans that would help the nature to reverse back. And it's going to take time, but sooner or later nature is going to grow, and nature is going to be it is going to be recovered. But if we don't have participation, it's not going to help us. Only having a legislation, schemes, proposals are not going to help. The researches, piles of researches are there, so good researches are there. Who bothers to read? If they read also, who bothers to bring it to legislate, the planning? If plannings are there, who is going to implement it? If implementation is there, who is going to monitor that it's implemented properly? If monitoring body is there, who is going to see to it that every person is answerable to, working or taking the responsibility as an individual? That needs to be sensitized, right? Mass participation to mobilize the civil society to be equal partner in delivering its duty to collect the existing now collection has to be there, not on the land, even underwater, under the water, in our sea, under our oceans. There are huge, more than fishes now, plastics are seen, So mass participation to incorporate the solution, finding appropriate cost-effective alternative to make the movement successful in the way Nanaji has shown the path of self-reliance. So every individual makes a difference. If one individual starts, the other will follow, and hence the life will be more sustainable. To avail alternative materials such as natural plant-based polymers, there is a plant-based polymers that looks, that would help us to kind of find an alternative, and that is already being kind of being identified, and that is already in use now. But that needs to be used in a large scale, not only on the small scale. It needs to be used in a large scale to provide a possible solution for this growing problem. Plant-based polymers are organic in nature and are biodegradable. It utilizes the renewable natural resources potential to be carbon neutral, provides social and economic opportunities in rural areas for vulnerable groups in society, can be composted in a domestic or industrial facility, or decomposed by an anaerobic digestion, biodegradable in the environment, right? So this is what, how the polymer is going to help us to kind of do away with the plastics. Another approach is finding responsible way to dispose of and recycle plastic through community mobilization and sensitization effort. And that is how the Sarthak Samudayik Vikas Evam Jan Kalyan Sanstha is doing. That is called Sarthak. They are the, people who are trying to recycle the plastic. And these days, I don't know, I am not from a science background, but as I think Virendra sir is from science background, so he must be knowing what would be the repercussion on the air if we have a, because these days the plastics are being produced, they are being used, and they are being reused in order to make houses and roads. So how feasible is that going to be, or how sustainable is that going to be for the nature, for the air which we are breathing? So is it going to leave us with a synthetic air? Because if we have this, because see, when plastic is going to come in contact with the sun or heat, is going to emit some chemical. So I'm little afraid whether that would be sustainable or not. And if it is not sustainable, all this science background students, all this science background scientists, they should voice, and because they would be able to explain what would be the real repercussion in the air that we breathe. Because now we are masking, we should not be using the mask that is being used by, the space, space people, in order to do away with the synthetic, molecules in the air. So that needs to be, yeah, here I bring to you, one of the problem. The researcher can really delve in detail to understand whether making the roads, houses with plastic is going to be sustainable or not. So I encourage the students to do some research and find out. Empowering community, the city's trash collectors, collectivizing and institutionalizing them into a self-help group. So all these trash collectors who are there, they are, during the pandemic, we have, even government has acknowledged their contribution. When government counted, it was health workers and cleaners. They work like a secret hands of God in order to take care of us. Because if they had not reported to their jobs, as all of us, we did it online. Yes, all the people who have big degrees, we were sitting in our comfortable zone, but these people were risking their life out there to collect the trashes that we have created, and that is non-biodegradable in nature. Okay, so they can be helped by making self-help group where they can educate people, even though they are illiterate people, they can be trained in order to mobilize them to make a change in a positive manner, awaken the souls of people to not use the plastic, or separate the biodegradable from non-biodegradable at the household level, at the source, so that not even a bit of plastic would go. And very recently, some award has been given to one of the lady. She had taught in the social media. She just came up with a concept that, see, we are having a plastic pouches, milk in the plastic pouches every morning. So what we have to do is we need to chop that off, the tip of this, so that we can, pour it in our pans to heat it. But what she taught is the tip can be put back into that plastic, so that bits of plastic would not be left out on the soil by the trash collector, you know. And she was recognized by some institute because of that contribution in order to make the community or the country aware. And I think that was recognized by some international forum. Small thing, she did it online during the pandemic, and that became she became a international hero, and that was a big contribution, so that not even a bit of plastic would be left out anywhere, by the trash collector. The municipal corporation collect and segregate tons of waste per day. Hence, NGO and other civil society can establish a public-private partnership with the support of environment and housing department is another way to curtail and completely ban the plastic use. So municipal corporation can also voice that we can take care of something that is natural. And see, even for our open defecation, it is not good for the women, for others also. But see, even our feces, the waste, the human waste, could decay and become soil. It is good that farmers are going into their, going to their farmland, and then they are defecating there, because that is going to make the soil fertile, which now Akshay Kumar is really advocating now. He's become the hero overnight, because he advocated for that, compost and all that out of our human waste. But that was already happening naturally. I go to West Bengal, and I get to see the woman going there, and I never feel it. But do not carry the plastic to your field. Please open defecate there in the field, but that is going to get converted. Oh, in 10 days time, that is going to get converted into rich soil, or fertile soil. But this plastic is not going to convert into soil. That is going to remain as a blockage. That's going to remain as a synthetic. That's going to harm the quality of the soil, and hence hampering our yield. Right? The municipal corporation collect and segregate tons of, the corporate social responsibilities. Now, this corporate social CSR, they are really doing the, carbon footprint and plastic use and all. That has been controlled so far. I know about one lady who's really working in order to help the, CSR projects of the companies, big companies, in order to do away with the small cutleries that are being used on daily basis for their, meetings and for their office, during their office work, in their kitchens and all. In order to do away with it, now they are promoting the bamboo, cutleries and biodegradable cutleries and all, which is made out of the bark of the tree, and basically it is made out of the dalchini. I know of, that is very good, and so many things can be made. I'm fond of coconut, so I get coconut shell, and I feel I can even make a nice cup for me to drink water, tea. So many things can happen, and I feel the husk that is coming out of the coconut, that can be converted into many materials for us to use in our kitchen, instead of using plastic, plastic cutleries and plastic cups and glasses. So the international body and other stakeholders should carry on the movement of combating non-biodegradable materials in a holistic manner and start focusing on sustainable alternative use. So now international body and stakeholders should come up, with the advocacy. They should be the one to advocate now. Let us do away with, all these countries, they should collaborate with each other. Enough of giving, handling our problems to UN and You take care of it. We give, you know, all these international organizations, international forum and all, like US, you know, UN, sorry, we give all the responsibility to it. No, they would just advocate, they would come up with directives, but how many directives that gets actually used at the local level? That needs to be monitored well. And they should be the one to advocate and practice and, you know, bring a change in the community, in the behavior of a people. You know, the behavior needs to be changed. Now everything is changed. Our legislation has been changed, our organizations have been changed, our, you know, schemes have been changed as per the need, but let our behavior also change. Then only the real change would happen. Then only we would be able to realize the sustainable development that we have tried to target, the 17 goals. When GST and demonetizations are possible without any problem, the complete ban of plastic should be enforced. Now, this is my request to the government. The conclusion, the authors strongly feel that the message and facts presented in this paper will compel every individual to contribute in saving the environment by following the principle of refuse. First should be, we should refuse carry your own bags, the cotton bags, the jute bags, you know, the South Indians, you know, I have seen among all these people, the South Indians, the Northeastern people, you know, they are the Western Gujaratis, they really make, you know, kind of, they have been contributing a lot in bringing up the natural stuff. You know, I really like how South Indians, they have been not only advocating, but they have been coming out with different natural materials, you know. So, and they thrive on whatever that is natural, you know. And we, this North Belt people, we are so much into Western culture, Western, you know, Western way of life and all. That is hampering our health, that's hampering our nature, that's hampering our you know, families. So that needs to be realized, right? And reuse, that means everything that is you know, that is coming now. In terms of plastic, I would want it to be refused, first thing. But how do we refuse? By all of a sudden, if we cannot do also, by July we are coming up with the single-use plastic ban, right? Okay, we are reducing it. Then reuse, whatever is the double or multiple use plastics, we have to reuse that. We have to make sure that does not get into our soil particles, that does not get into our water bodies, and recycle them. And we have to be, each community have to be responsible. But who's going to teach that little boy who's going to get toffees, you know, by his the uncle, and then he's going to happily open and munch it, and then, you know, throw away the sachet there. So it's going to really travel to the water bodies and all. So what is his mistake? He's a little boy. He does not have that consciousness. So who's going to take care of the, you know, that boy not, you know, following the directives? So the only answer is by completely banning it. Yeah. And recycle of existing non-biodegradable plastic, and even advocate for its complete ban from source to the use, as rightly being taught by our social work icon Sri Nanaji Deshmukh, as how each person dedicated work in the society can bring in positive result of welfare of all the creatures on earth. So what we have to be conscious about is we should not be proud about any innovation that is coming our way. We should be proud about innovation that has done a proper research and that has been created with proper consciousness of well-being of all. That includes human being, flora, fauna, and the Mother Earth. At the same time, we must join hands to tackle this challenge at the local level with the ultimate aim of making the movement a global level, as has been guided by the objective of Nana Deshmukh social work from Gonda to Chitrakoot to create dedicated persons for society. This is because if such persons are created, the social work will be based on and supported by the society, which will lead to the liberation of the entire society from all the evils to reach the goal of self-reliance. So the answer, our focus is self-reliance through sustainability. And with this, I end, and I request every participant that I have not presented here my paper as an educator or paper presenter or a resource person. I have presented my burden of my, burden of soul, my burden of, burden that I've been feeling for many years, that our river, soil, air is already suffocated. It is not because of all that we are suffocated and we are masking. They are also organic. They have their own, everything is organic in nature. And very recently, a scientist has found out even non-living things are, they have the consciousness. And, and he gave a very good, he delved into the detail and gave a very good analysis that if some non-living things is helping us to better our life, we should treat that non-living thing in a best possible manner. For example, I teach my daughters also the same thing. If you are using the computer, do not leave it open and just leave it like that. And that we have, with that consciousness, our parents in our generation have taught us that if we are a musician and we are playing guitar or we are playing any instrument, we have to, take care of it, clean it, on maybe a weekly basis, clean everything and keep it properly, value it. If my father especially used to say, hey, do not touch your books and, pens with, feet, or do not, jump over it, and all. Respect everything that is helping you to become better person. And now today I realize why he used to teach me all that. And then same thing goes to the next generation, because everything is organic in nature and we need to value it and have a sense of gratitude towards every living and non-living being, and we have to learn to cohabit. With this, big thank you to Sir for having given me opportunity to pour out my pain, and thank you so much for listening to me, all the participants. Jai Hind. Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir. Ravindra, sir.
It was really wonderful session, ma'am. Especially you highlighted our Nanaji Deshmukhji wonderful contribution. I mean, such a holistic understanding and indigenous or Indian perspective is lacking mostly with the younger generations. Definitely, we need to revive this, and we have started celebrating also Nanaji's birthday as Indian Social Work Day. So that gives a lot of scope. Maybe we just now started, but it will give a lot of scope and hope also for the younger generations to promote and identify such social work practices, which are there since ages, but we are blindly following the Western models, which are not appropriate to our culture and nations that we have seen also in our practice. And really the kind of contribution that Nanaji has done, even in terms of environment, has also given a lot of enlightenment. But we see that due to lack of awareness or implementation, many such recommendations or suggestions which he himself as a role model has implemented, we failed to do so. That is why we are facing such a situation today. It was really wonderful session.
Thank you, sir.
Participants, if you have any queries, quickly we can take you.
Hi, ma'am. Actually, it's a very mind-blowing session for me because I'm new to this topic. I have heard only about Nanaji, but not to this extent. Like you have really done PhD in the topic today, because you research so much. So much I have not heard. So much presentation. In presentation, I have not heard so much knowledge. You impact all your knowledge in this presentation. I can give 200% justice you have done to the topic. So I have no questions because you have done it so clearly. You explained it, all the statistics, Nanaji and Prime Minister Modi sirs, this one, Swachh Bharat. Actually, many people tell about Swachh Bharat, but they don't tell it properly, but you have explained it very well. So I perfectly listened carefully about your presentation. So that's very mind-blowing for me. It's, as a growing professional for me, it's like you're like one professor to me, like that. I learned so much, ma'am. It's immense pleasure for me.
Thank you so much.
God bless you, ma'am. All the best for your life and all the best for your next session, wherever you do the session.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so
Heartily
much.
congratulate, because you've done lot of work. Because I was carefully listening from first to this one, because every time they speak about Nanaji, they speak about Swachh Bharat. So much talks I have heard in Bangalore, because I'm from Bangalore. Nimans people do, so many people do, but no one explains so clearly. You've taken your time, explain clearly, whether I didn't feel one place or the other place boring. So some talks goes boring, so we switch off. We leave the session also. But you kept it very live. According to me, you kept it live. So that one, hardly congratulations to you. Take care, ma'am. Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. It was really, we were also running short of time, but I was also so much involved in the session. I also wanted to hear. I don't want to interrupt the flow. Whenever we talk about our great Indian social workers who have really contributed a lot, often we don't get to hear such sessions from our land professors. So I think we are very fortunate on the eve of World Environment Day that we got a wonderful session, and also contribution by our stalwarts who really contributed and shown us the path and direction how we can really contribute to the society through our indigenous practices. It was very well presented, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and we wish you all the success.
Sir, thank you so much. It's a blessing to be appreciated by you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We have one more last session, so we are ahead of time, but still to respect the speakers' presence here. We have Ravichandranji from Chennai. HR, he is also into human resource management from Mapper Consulting Co. We invite you, sir. Once again, welcome you to take over for your session on work environment and work climate. This will be last session, and participants, do not worry about your certificates. All the participants will be given certificates, whoever are attending all the sessions. It's automatically being recorded by the Zoom attendance. So No need to worry about that. Even if you don't fill up the feedback, also fine. Feedback link will be shared in this session, at the end of the session. Ravichandranji, you can unmute yourself. You can start your video.
Yes. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening to all of you. The participants who have spent a long time along with these participants. And the session went off really extraordinarily best because the world environment is a core topic. It was precisely bringing large area of discussions, dialogues, communications about the inputs on environment. At last, precisely when we talk about everywhere in all the social life, when we talk in HR aspects, yes, I'm more cling with my hands to go only with the private work environment as such, corporate industries or industrial engineering or whatnot, employment domain. So my area of dialogues need to be quite precisely because it's a concluding time. Since Dr. Ravindra is taking huge initiative on this session in a very big way, I'm doing a lot of representatives are going along. Well, I'll just quickly finish it off in hardly 2 minutes time, just showing two of my slides, which is just want to touch upon maybe sometime next when I see you. In the next session, I will give you more little input about. So these are the functions of HR workplace, where the work environment is need to be quite precisely need to work in a best way. So I'm just reading out recruitment, hiring, T&D, that's training and development, employee relation, maintain company culture. These are the quite important in workplace, work environment need to be maintained up. In HR, there are...
you are sharing slides. We can't see slides. Or
yeah, I'm showing the slides already.
No, it's not visible.
Is it so? 1 minute.
You have to click on share screen and select appropriate window. Yeah, now
it's sharing now.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
But okay. Yes, I thought of going to simply land over my for slide, which is not starting from the beginning. I have given a little introductory about what is. Now, in the HR workplace, there are precisely you need to discuss about these are the prime areas of work environment now need to be maintained. Employer-employee relation, training, development, recruitment, hiring, and no backbiting. That is like gossip, rumors, which are quite important for any work environment. These are the prime area I want to talk about since the time is quite short. So I just want to hand over to Dr. Ravindra sir and take up to next level to go for the conclusion. So these all about. And precisely this slide shows off how the employees need to be quite flexible, work-life balance, scheduling themselves, how to maintain the time of accommodating individuals and need to bond, matching with the team environments. These are the slides we will take up in the next level sometime soon. So the time is quite less over here.
Maybe Ravichandran ji, you can quickly sum it off in 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just finishing it off. I'm finishing it off now. Yeah, I'm just already
now
completing
it's 6:12.
Yeah, I'm
maybe
finishing
by 6.
Yeah, these are the slides.
Maximum.
Yeah, these are the slides. So, well, I'm just finishing it off right away. Yeah. These are the slides we will discuss about later, next sometime soon, since the time is quite less. Yeah. Yeah, these are the work environment area we can discuss later. creative training, development, health, work-life balance, open communication. These are quite primary area we need to discover. And how it all reduces the absenteeism in a workplace if we maintain really well. So, well, we'll take up next time soon. Thanks, Dr. Ravindran, taking this session in a detailed way. And thanks to all the participants and the anchors who are handling the calls and taking a big will, very big way on the day of work environment. Thanks very much, Dr. Ravindra. I'm handing over the communication to you to take up further. Thanks very much, and thanks all the participants once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ravichandranji, for quickly summing it. We will have next Sunday, Ravichandranji is available with us. We can have in detail. So feedback link has been shared in the chat box. Kindly fill up the feedback form. It was really wonderful sessions since morning. We have been listening to from speakers from various disciplines, starting from Sri M.V. Krishna Rao Garu, IPS retired, former Director General of Police, Andhra Pradesh State. He is also Honorary President, Pureit Foundation. And Dr. Jayachandra is a scientist and a Vice President, Pureit Foundation, Regional Director, Center for Environment and Development, and also Advisor, Center for Innovations in Public Systems. And from Matt Perliston, CEO, EQ for Peace Worldwide Inc., USA. He has been teaching emotional intelligence and social emotional learning for over 4 decades in USA and around. And we had Mrs. Vasanta Talya Ramarao, Probation Officer, retired, Women and Child Welfare Department, Government of Karnataka. And Dr. Kanika Vashishta, Consulting Homeopath, and also NLP Programmer, Master Coach, also NABH Internal Auditor, and a Counselor. And we had Virendra Kumar Thakurji, Assistant Professor, Computer Science Engineering from Uttarakhand, and Ravichandranji, Principal Consultant, HRM from Mapper Consulting Co., Chennai. And we had Chandrakalaji, Dr. Chandrakalaji from Amity University, and a very good representation of participants across India and abroad from other countries as well. So thank you once again, everyone, for joining us and for patient listening since morning. You know, it's almost 7.5 hours the sessions were going on since morning. So it was really, we didn't expect so much of content to be delivered as part of this international webinar, but you know, it really went well with a lot of insights and touching upon various aspects of environment. So while you are filling up the feedback form, let me touch upon one area. Ravichandranji, can you stop sharing your screen? Let me do from my side. Okay. So quickly, I will mention about seasonal affective disorder. In short, it is known as SAD. So in DSM-5, that is the Diagnostic Manual 5 latest version, you can see how environment is also affecting disorders as the diseases and disorders, disease conditions we are we have already discussed. This is very specific to seasonal changes in the climate. We can see seasonal affective disorder is a type of depression that relates to changes in seasons. So SAD begins and ends at about same times every year, like in fall or winter. If you are like most people with SAD, your symptoms start in the fall and continue into the winter months, sapping your energy and making you feel moody. These symptoms often resolve during the summer and the spring months. So less often, SAD causes depression in the spring or early summer and resolves during the fall or winter months. So what are the various treatment options? It may include light therapy, that is phototherapy, psychotherapy, and medications. So don't brush off that yearly feeling as simply as case of the winter blues or a seasonal fun that you might have or you have to tough out on your own. So take steps to keep your mood and motivation steady throughout the year. So in brief, the symptoms are, in most cases, seasonal affective disorder symptoms appear during late fall or early winter and go away during the sunnier days of spring and summer. So less commonly, people with opposite pattern have symptoms that begin in spring or summer and vice versa. So in either case, symptoms may start out mild and become more severe as the season progresses. So what are various signs and symptoms that we might observe? Feeling listless, sad or down most of the day, nearly every day, losing interest in activities you once enjoyed, having low energy and feeling sluggish, having problems with sleeping too much, experiencing carbohydrate cravings, overeating and weight gain, having difficulty concentrating, feeling hopelessness, worthlessness or guilty, having thoughts of not wanting to live, are all the popularly or majorly seen signs and symptoms of SAD, that is seasonal affective disorder. And as we have already mentioned, there are two versions in this. One is fall and winter and other is spring and summer, based on the onset of the disorder. If it is fall and winter, symptoms specific to winter onset, SAD, sometimes called winter depression, may include oversleeping, appetite changes, especially craving for foods high in carbohydrates, weight gain, tiredness or low energy. If it is, if the onset is in summer or spring, symptoms specific to summer onset, seasonal affective disorder, sometimes called as summer depression, may include trouble sleeping, that is insomnia, poor appetite, weight loss, agitation or anxiety, increased irritability. And we know there is a comorbidity with the bipolar disorder, seasonal changes and bipolar disorder. People who have bipolar disorders are at increased risk of seasonal affective disorder. In some examples with bipolar disorder, episodes of mania may be linked to the specific season. For example, spring and summer can bring on symptoms of mania, or a less intense form of mania, that is hypomania, anxiety, agitation and irritability. They may also experience depression through the fall and winter months. So when to approach a health professional or a doctor? It's normal to have some days when you feel down, but if you feel down for days at a time and you can't get motivated to do activities you normally enjoy, see your healthcare provider. This is especially important if your sleep patterns and appetite have changed and you turn to alcohol or any addictive substances for comfort or relaxation, or you feel hopeless or think about suicide, then immediately you need to consult a mental health professional or a health professional. So, what are the causes for this? So, the specific cause of seasonal affective disorder remains unknown. Some factors that come into play, they include your biological clock. We all know, we all have circadian rhythm. The reduced level of sunlight in fall and winter may cause winter onset sad. So, often we see there are places where most of the time there is no sunrise or sunrise seen. They have very little sunrays spread across India. Sometimes we can see hardly 1 month or 2 months the entire year at some places. Some places, most of the time they are having sunrise. So these climate changes or availability of sunlight and various other factors, environmental and climate factors, are also influencing in various other ways. So your biological clock, that is circadian rhythm, the reduced level of sunlight in fall and winter may cause winter onset. This decrease in sunlight may disrupt your body's internal clock and lead to feelings of depression. And the next thing is depression, serotonin levels. A drop in serotonin, a brain chemical that is a neurotransmitter that affects mood, might play a role in sad. Reduced sunlight can cause a drop in serotonin that may trigger depression. And one more chemical, that is neurotransmitter, melatonin levels. The change in the season can disrupt the balance of body's level of melatonin, which plays a role in sleep patterns and mood. This is very important for the sleep. And what are the various risk factors? Seasonal affective disorder is diagnosed more often in women than in men and occurs more frequently in younger adults than in older adults. So factors that may increase your risk of seasonal affective disorder include family history, that is people or families with seasonal affective disorder may be more likely to have blood relatives with similar disorders or any other form of depression. Having major depression or bipolar disorder in the family may worsen seasonally if you have one of these conditions. And living far from the equator, that appears to be more common among people who live far north or far south of the equator. This may be due to decreased sunlight during winter and longer days during summer months, and low level of vitamin D. You know, sun rays are good source of vitamin D, and some vitamin D is produced in the skin when it is exposed to sunlight, and vitamin D can help to boost serotonin activity. So less sunlight and not getting enough vitamin D from foods and other sources may result in low levels of vitamin D in the body. And what might be the complications? Taking signs and symptoms of seasonal affective disorder seriously, as with other types of depression, SAD can get worse and lead to problems if not treated well in time. So early intervention is very important. These can include social withdrawal, school or work problems, substance abuse, substance abuse, other mental health disorders such as anxiety or eating disorders, and suicidal thoughts or behavior. So how do we prevent it? There is no known way to prevent the development of seasonal affective disorder as per the existing research. However, if we take steps early on to manage symptoms, this is more of a symptomatic treatment, as many of the disorders do. So if you take steps early, that is early intervention. Whenever you are identifying such symptoms, so you take early intervention to manage symptoms, then we may be able to prevent them from getting worse over time. So we may be able to head off serious changes in mood, appetite and energy levels. And we can also predict the time of the year in which these symptoms may start. So depending on the onset, either it may be fall or winter or summer or spring, treatment can help prevent complications, especially if seasonal affective disorder is diagnosed and treated before symptoms get worse. So some people find it useful to begin treatment before symptoms would normally start in the fall or winter, and then continue treatment past the time symptoms would normally go away. Other people need continuous treatment to prevent symptoms from returning, and that too based on the recommendations and suggestions by the health professional. So this is just a glance or a glimpse of what kind of disorders can also occur with climate change and other environmental factors. Even we see the anxiety, depression, suicidal thoughts are also caused by are influenced by the environmental factors and working conditions. So Rajchandran ji was also supposed to talk on these work conditions and work climate and all those things which are also impacting the mental health and physical health and also well-being of the employees. So with a short note on seasonal affective disorder and many such things. So we have to be very conscious about our climate, and we need to have a very good environment, whether it may be indoor or outdoor. And also we need to have sustainable practices which can be beneficial not only for us, for future generations. We have already come to a verge of destruction which we have created through our human activities, and now it's the high time that we all respond. And to achieve our sustainable development goals, we have just 7 years left, and the climate change is also affecting every part of the planet, and no one is left unaffected with this climate change. We can see rise in temperatures and a rise in sea levels due to the north and south poles are melting, glaciers are melting, and there is like rise in sea level which is submerging the coastal areas. And recent IPCC report has also cautioned us that if this is not countered, then there is a greater scope for the coastal cities like Mumbai or Visakhapatnam or Chennai. And most of the areas, low areas or which are at the sea level, can get submerged. So it is very important that there are many countries in the world or islands which with the rise of even a small level can take them toll, and they will no longer be visible for us. I mean, they can get submerged and all the population over there had to be displaced. So to prevent that, we need to reduce the greenhouse gases, global warming, and for that we need to reduce the pollution, and we need to adopt sustainable practices. And we have seen various speakers since morning have through their sessions, deliberations, have given wonderful insights into various aspects of environment. So hope we will take away with this knowledge, we will share with our friends, colleagues, and help in creating more awareness. Thank you everyone for joining us. On behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation India, Sri Research Institute, Center for Art Sciences and Wellbeing, and Pure Earth Foundation, and all the speakers from different organizations who have joined us today, and especially the participants who have joined from across the globe, from various countries also, who have been there kind enough for the entire session. Without you, this webinar couldn't be successful. So I thank once again all the speakers and the participants for joining us and making this webinar successful. A feedback link has been shared in the chat box, and certificates will be issued within 15 working days. Generally, that is the maximum time within which you will receive your certificates, and certificates are available on the website for download through Google Drive link. So I will quickly show you how, from where you can download your certificates. To visit a website as mentioned in the registration forms. On the website here, once you type the website address, the site will be opening, and you need to select International Webinar Series on Holistic Health, Well-being and Sustainable Development. Otherwise also there is a direct link. Where you can directly reach the webinar, but I always suggest you visit this link, International Webinar Series on Holistic Health, Well-being and Sustainable Development. Every webinar has a dedicated page, and you can see here on the left hand side, you can find the navigation links menu, weekdays, Sundays, and special days. So to help everyone to easily identify, what we have done is we have divided the entire events into date wise, and we have put the events as per date wise. See, today's webinar is in special days schedule, that is today World Environment Day, and you can click on the 5th June. Here in Sunday's webinar, it's being Sunday, other days are generally kept in special days, but being Sunday, we have kept it in the Sunday schedule. So you can see here, you can find all the details, speakers and joining links, and you can also find the flyer. It will be there permanently. So whenever you want for your reference, you can always come back and you can take the information from here. And you can see here there is an option to download e-certificate. So within 15 working days, you can find it. There will be a link here where you can download your certificates. For example, I will show you last Sunday's certificates are there, 29th March, May. So you can see last Sunday's flyer. Here you can see the link. So this, in similar way, the link will be updated for today's webinar also within 15 working days. See, last Sunday, it's just 7 working days, hardly 5 working days, but still we have updated. So as per the availability, continue to release certificates. So click on this Google Drive link. There you can see all the certificates. So you can select, each certificate is uniquely identified with a certificate ID and name. You can select, you can find, search for your certificate. For suppose within one, you can click it and you can download your certificate. So it's very simple. The eligibility criteria is you need to register for this, you need to attend it, and you need to fill the feedback form. So you can download your certificates. So for all the events, even for earlier events also, you can find from March, 24th March. Then just visit. You can find every page is dedicated to each webinar and all links are different. So you need to visit, select the appropriate date on which you have attended webinar, and you need to download your certificates from respective page. It's very easy, simple, and the same thing, this link is also being provided on the flyer. So we are sharing flyer with every webinar. All the links are provided on the flyer along with the registration details. Even today's also flyer, you can see Sunday's schedule. Here we have provided the link for registration, and Zoom ID is has also been communicated much advanced along with the flyer, and the website address is also provided here. You can see all the details are there available on the flyer registration message, and you can always visit back this website whenever you, even after 15 working days, if you couldn't find this link, Google Drive link, you can always get back. That rarely happens. So thank you everyone once again for joining us, and I am sharing feedback link once again. Feedback before leaving the room. Thank you once again everyone for joining us. Have a great day.
World Earth Day is celebrated for protecting the environment and awareness of the characteristics of the earth. There are various forms of life on Earth. The distinctive fabric of life makes it a unique planet. Many issues are arising due to the indiscriminate exploitation of nature. The solution to many problems, including climate change, is to move towards conserving our planet. The 2022 World Earth Day theme is Invest in our Planet. We need to act boldly, innovate broadly, and implement equitably. Now is the time for the unstoppable courage to preserve and protect our health, our families, our livelihoods. And together, we must invest in our planet. We are both creature and molder of our environment.
The crisis of human environment is a global crisis.
Our capability to transform our surroundings, if used wisely, can bring to all peoples the benefits of development and enhance quality of life. But through ignorance or indifference, we can do massive and irreversible harm to the environment on which our life and well-being depend. We see around us growing evidence of harm. Dangerous levels of pollution in water, air, earth, and living beings. Major disturbances to ecological balance, distraction, and depletion of irreplaceable resources. Millions continue to live below the minimum levels required for a decent human existence. A point has been reached in history when we must shape our actions with more care for their environmental consequences. To defend and improve the human environment has become an imperative for us all, a goal to be pursued in harmony with the fundamental goals of peace, economic, and social development. To achieve this will demand responsibility by citizens and communities, enterprises and institutions at every level in common effort.
It is so decided.
Remember, it is people that propel social progress, develop science and technology, and through their hard work, continuously transform the human environment. We are both creature and molder of our environment.
In the universe are billions of galaxies.
In our galaxy are billions of planets.
But there is only one Earth.
For most of our history, humans lived in harmony with nature.
But we have shattered that balance.
Exploiting our planet for products and wealth, creating a climate catastrophe, driving species to extinction,
and polluting our land, seas, and air.
The web of life is fraying. If it fails, we as a species will fail too.
The science is clear, and time is running out.
We must go from harming our planet to healing it.
We must protect what we have and bring back what we lost to advance to a more sustainable future where everyone can thrive.
Humanity has come together before to prevent environmental catastrophes.
We have helped repair the ozone layer.
We have restored millions of hectares of land and marine ecosystems, protecting thousands of species. And we've banned dangerous pollutants,
saving countless lives.
Let those victories be the torches that ignite more action and illuminate the path to a world in which we are once again at peace with nature.
In the universe are billions of galaxies. In our galaxy are billions of planets. But there is only one Earth.
Solo un planeta Tierra.
只有一个地球.
केवल एउटै पृथ्वी.
Bara en jord.
Dunia ni moja tu.